The joint hearing of the Committee on House Administration and the Committee on Oversight and Accountability will come to order. After conferring with Chairman Comer, we agreed that today's joint hearing will operate under the rules of the House Committee on House Administration. I note that a quorum is present. Without objection, the chairman may declare recess at any time. Also, without objection, the meeting record will remain open for 5 legislative days, so members may submit any materials they wish to be included therein. I'll now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. I'd like to thank Chairman Comer and members of the Oversight and Accountability Committee for joining today's Committee on House Administration for our joint hearing. This is the third full committee hearing the Committee on House Administration's American Confidence and Election Series, leading up to the reintroduction of the American Confidence and Election Act, or the ACE Act. The ACE Act is the most conservative election bill to be considered in the House in over 20 years. It works to boost voters' confidence and uphold the Constitution by ensuring states maintain primary control over elections, not the federal government. This is in stark contrast to House Democrats' efforts the last 2 Congresses, which would have nationalized our election system and centralized it in Washington, D.C. Voters' confidence in our election system isn't a partisan issue, and I'll note that voters from both parties have had questions in the past. The ACE Act will equip states with voluntary tools that they can implement to boost voter confidence and strengthen election integrity. However, while the Constitution clearly reserves power over our elections to the state, it explicitly gives Congress the responsibility to ensure the District of Columbia is governed effectively, including elections. That's why it's important to have today's hearing alongside the Oversight Committee. The goal of today's hearing is to discuss how we can ensure elections and boost voter confidence in the District of Columbia by implementing key election reforms outlined in the ACE Act. For years, D.C. elections have been mismanaged. In 2015, the Board of Elections sent verification postcards to 260,000 inactive voters, with nearly 40,000 of those returned as undeliverable. It's a big number. In 2015, the D.C. auditor reviewed a list of people who died the year before. Every single person reviewed was still on the voter rolls and eligible to vote. D.C. failed its audit. It's a huge problem. When a person dies, they should be removed from the voter rolls. The ACE Act fixes this problem. In 2020, D.C.'s bad decisions continued. During the primary, voters waited in line at some polling locations for hours, and some never received mail-in ballots. D.C. then made the decision to allow voters to submit ballots by unsecure email. This raises serious concerns about election integrity and erodes confidence in our elections. In the 2020 general election, the D.C. Board of Elections mailed every person on an unmaintained list a ballot. A post-election audit found that 11% of the 421,000 ballots sent were undeliverable. That's nearly 50,000 ballots. 2 years later, during the 2022 midterm, 508,000 ballots were mailed and nearly 90,000 were undeliverable. That's on top of hundreds of voters who were mailed incorrect ballots. Did D.C. work to address these errors? No. D.C. allows voting without a photo ID. D.C. allows ballot harvesting. D.C. allows non-citizens to vote. It's a huge problem. The ACE Act will fix it. We already know that left-leaning organizations accept millions in foreign money intended to influence American politics. We should all work against foreign influence in our elections. But what will D.C. do? Under a new local law, D.C. made elections more susceptible to foreign interference. After living here for just 30 days, embassy staff from Russia or China could cast a ballot in Washington, D.C. elections. This is beyond unacceptable. American elections should be for American citizens. Our nation's capital should be a beacon of democracy and a national model for excellence in elections administration. This isn't about who wins or loses elections, but rather ensuring voters have confidence in our elections. That's why we need the ACE Act. I'm focused on using Congress's constitutional authority to bring common sense election integrity reforms to the district and protect its voters. The ACE Act takes D.C. from being the poster child on how not to run an election to being the model for states to follow. The ACE Act will make 10 essential reforms in D.C., including 1, requiring strong voter ID laws, 2, prohibiting non-citizens from voting, 3, requiring annual voter list maintenance, and 4, stopping unsolicited mailing of ballots to unmaintained lists. Contrary to what many on the left have said, including what I anticipate we'll hear today, the data shows that states that have implemented common sense election integrity laws have experienced increased voter turnout. It's time to follow the facts and not the false narratives. If Democrats want to work together and encourage more people to vote, they can start by supporting the ACE Act to strengthen voter confidence right here in our nation's capital. Thank you. And I now recognize the chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Mr. Comer, for the purpose of providing an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we gather with our friends at the Committee on House Administration to consider the election laws of the District of Columbia and the provisions of the Title I, Subtitle D of the American Confidence in Elections Act, or the ACE Act. The right to vote is a hallmark of our republic. Americans' voices are heard when their ballots are cast. Americans must have confidence that our nation's elections are free and fair. Unfortunately, in recent years, we have witnessed firsthand how a lack of safeguards delay election results, creating uncertainty. Political operatives are abusing the practice of ballot harvesting in many jurisdictions across the country. Mail-in voting has been dramatically expanded without safeguards, hurting the voters' confidence in our election systems. For example, ballots are showing up at wrong or outdated addresses due to inaccurate voter lists. Ballots are even being sent to voters who have died. The primary characteristics of the American voting system should be transparency and certainty, not confusion and doubt. The American people should be confident in our voting processes and confident that their vote counts. And that includes in our nation's capital. That is why we are introducing the ACE Act. The ACE Act sets forth best practices to ensure a safe, accessible, and secure election system. Our nation's capital, which falls squarely under Congress's jurisdiction, will adopt these best practices and serve as a model for the rest of the country. The system will require valid identification to vote, prohibit ballot harvesting by unrelated third parties, ensure public access to observe the election process, ensure security of mail-in ballots, prohibit non-U.S. citizens from voting in D.C. elections, and implement other common sense reforms like routine maintenance of official voter rolls. This act also respects the federalist approach to our election system enshrined in the Constitution. Instead of federalizing our electoral system, as our Democrat colleagues tried to do last Congress, this act respects the state to administer its elections in the best way for the voters of that specific state. The reforms of the ACE Act will hopefully create a system that other states will look to as a model for a secure election system. Americans need to have faith that their elections are secure, and this legislation works to restore confidence in these systems. I look forward to hearing the testimony of our witnesses and to discussing how this body can legislate common sense reforms to elections in Washington, D.C. that the states can look to as a model for secure and fair elections. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, Mr. Morelli, for the purpose of providing an opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Stile, for welcoming us today. And thank you to Chair Comer and my good friend, Ranking Member Jamie Raskin, and my colleagues on the Oversight Committee for being with us today. I would say this is becoming tedious, but I think we passed that point months ago. For at least the 7th time this Congress, in what is not even 6 months old, the Committee on House Administration has held an elections-related hearing to discuss this speculative, by all measures entirely unproven, lack of integrity Republicans claim exists in our elections. It appears the Committee on House Administration has turned into the Committee on Redundancy Committee. The hyperfixation on the part of the majority concerns me. It concerns me because it appears my Republican colleagues refuse to believe the overwhelming conclusion reached by nonpartisan experts by multiple presidential administrations, including the Department of Justice under former President Trump, and by scores of witnesses under oath in front of congressional committees and grand juries, our elections are secure. Instead, the majority has taken us deeper down a rabbit hole, desperately seeking some justification for their unpopular policies that would restrict access to the ballot. Today, they have really gone off the deep end. Our colleagues in the majority have brought in our friends from the Committee on Oversight to see if maybe some new faces can help them find what the Trump Department of Justice, the FBI, thorough investigations and audits in Democratic and Republican-led states, federal and state courts across the country, and the Committee on House Administration have all failed to find any evidence at all that our elections lack integrity. But today's hearing is even more cynical than past because it has the voters of Washington, D.C., who already lack full voting representation in Congress, in its crosshairs. I want to be absolutely clear. Elections in Washington, D.C. are among the most accessible and democratic in our country. They are also among the most secure. The Conservative Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database lists zero, let me repeat, zero instances of voter fraud in Washington, D.C. since 1979. But if we're being honest, this hearing's not actually about Washington, D.C. This hearing and the entire ACE Act is about giving Republicans a platform to impose extreme restrictions on voters across this country. They know how unpopular these policies are. They also know these extreme restrictions are necessary for them to succeed electorally. Because Republicans would prefer a world in which fewer people can easily vote, especially people they believe will not support their party's agenda. Perhaps instead of trying to disenfranchise voters, they should spend more time trying to make themselves more appealing to a broader swath of Americans, which might best explain why they've lost every presidential popular vote since 1988 but one. For the Republican majority, these hearings about so-called election integrity are about the past, about how they cannot publicly accept the outcome of the 2020 election, even though they know it's the truth. But for Democrats, ideas about voter access and voting rights are about the future. These are two different views of the world. One is cynical and seeks to exclude and impede, to build barriers and keep voters out of the voting booth. The other, the one House Democrats hold dearly, is aspirational, optimistic, and inclusive. We have a vision of the Constitution so many Americans have embraced since before the Civil War. Americans who saw the urgent necessity of extending the right to vote to formerly enslaved people, to women, and to so many others. Americans who labored and organized and fought to realize that vision. My community of Rochester, New York, is an essential part of that legacy. The home and burial place of Frederick Douglass, who wrote the North Star from Rochester, New York. It's the location of Susan B. Anthony's historic vote in 1872's presidential election, where she was arrested for trying to participate in our democracy. House Democrats are proud to continue in this tradition, to walk the long but always righteous path toward real, full enfranchisement that so many throughout our nation's history have walked before. It's disappointing that our Republican colleagues have chosen a very different path. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member on the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Mr. Raskin, for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Chairman Stile, thank you very much. Good morning to you and Chairman Comer, and to my friend, Mr. Morelli, the ranking member of House Admin. Good morning, everyone. What do you know? It's been more than a week, so it must be time for another hearing designed to inflict insult and injury on 700,000 disenfranchised Americans living in the nation's capital. Not only do our esteemed GOP colleagues want to block the statehood drive of our fellow Americans from Washington, D.C., and permanently deny them voting representation in the United States Senate and the United States House, not only do they want to roll back home rule, micromanage the D.C. Council, and blame them for the problems caused by their second-class political status, now they want to lecture them about democratic elections and voting rights while making it far more difficult for D.C. residents to register and to vote in the elections that they do get to vote for the few offices open to them, like D.C. Council, School Board, and Mayor. So while the GOP is pushing the ACE Act to empower states to clamp down on voting rights nationally, they also seek to directly impose this extreme anti-voter, anti-democratic legislation as a political straitjacket on the people of Washington, D.C. While Republicans claim to be advancing election integrity, the bill's obvious aim is to disenfranchise people and to make it more difficult to vote. And there's a history of this. In Democracy in America, Tocqueville observed that democracy in our country is always either shrinking and constricting under attack, or it's growing and expanding. And surely it's time for us to get back on the growth track and to stop these assaults on voting rights. But Republicans have thrown away the legacy of President Lincoln and now embrace the big lies and electoral corruption and manipulation of Donald Trump, who runs their party like an authoritarian cult of personality. Instead of bringing the people of Washington, D.C. into the Union on an equal footing with the people of the 50 states. They seek to bring the disenfranchisement and political marginalization afflicting D.C. to people all across America with their proposals for tactical voter suppression, election repression, and registration depression. And what's the justification for their sledgehammer attack on local elections in Washington today? There is none. D.C. already has free, fair, and secure elections for the public offices that are open to the people. In fact, D.C. has some of the most accessible and secure elections in the country. Through its pro-voter laws, D.C. has one of the highest registered voter rates in the country. And the local non-citizen voting policy identified by the chair is just for local elections, not for D.C.'s non-voting delegate in the House of Representatives. And this policy, by the way, follows up upon what was a central article of faith for the Republican Party in the 19th century, that people who come to the country as immigrants who are on the pathway to citizenship should have the right to vote and participate in local and school board elections. And I would refer to my friend from Wisconsin, a unanimous decision of the Wisconsin Supreme Court in 1863 called In Re Wayletts, unanimously upholding Wisconsin's longstanding practice of granting non-citizens the right to vote at every level of government in Wisconsin. And of course, President Lincoln, if you studied history, was a great champion of giving non-citizens the right to vote in our country, which is why a lot of people, his opponents, anti-immigrant opponents, argued that he was in public office illegitimately because of the immigrant vote in Illinois, Wisconsin, and New York. But in any event, the Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database identifies 0 instances of voter fraud in Washington, D.C. since 1979. That's no election fraud in the nation's capital in the last 44 years. And D.C.'s very strong pro-voter, pro-registration policies are clearly conducive to election integrity and have not led to any episodes of voter fraud that I'm aware of, but perhaps the majority has some in mind. The only plausible reason for this legislation today is for people who really know nothing about local Washington, D.C. beyond Capitol Hill to use D.C. as a whipping post, a guinea pig, and a sacrificial lamb in their effort to constrict the vote and depress participation nationally. With this hearing, our friends in the GOP have moved from the macro suppression of representation, voting rights, and political voice in Washington to the micro suppression of local voting rights to keep people from even getting to the polls to cast ballots for candidates for the few offices that D.C. residents are actually allowed to fill. This bill is unnecessary, unfair, undemocratic, and unworthy of this body. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other members' opening statements will be made part of the record if they're submitted to the committee clerk by 5 p.m. today. Pursuant to paragraph B of Committee Rule 6, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative and may be seated. I'll now introduce our witnesses. Our first witness, Mr. Ken Cuccinelli, serves as the National Chairman on the Election Transparency Initiative. Previously, Mr. Cuccinelli served in the federal government, first as Acting Director of the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, and then as the Acting Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Our next witness, Mr. Charlie Spies, is a D.C. voter and has been providing strategic political law counsel at the highest levels for over 2 decades. Our next witness, Ms. Monica Evans, serves as the Executive Director of the D.C. Board of Elections. Prior to joining the board, Ms. Evans served as the Director of Grants Management at the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. Our final witness, Ms. Wendy Weiser, directs the Democracy Program at the Brennan Center for Justice at the NYU School of Law. We appreciate all of our witnesses being here today and look forward to your testimony. As a reminder, we've read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Under Committee Rule 9, you're to limit your oral presentation to a brief summary of your written statements. I now recognize Mr. Cuccinelli for 5 minutes for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Chairman Steele and Comer and Ranking Members Morelli and Raskin, I'm Ken Cuccinelli, Chairman of the Election Transparency Initiative. where we work every day to help improve the transparency, security, and accessibility of elections in every state so that every American, regardless of color, creed, or party affiliation, has confidence in the outcome of every election. Top of mind for today is the reintroduction of the ACE Act, which we support, and its second pillar concerning the election administration in the nation's capital. Obviously, Congress can do this under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, which gives Congress power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over the district. The ACE Act, which features a host of state-based election integrity reforms that Congress can enact at their discretion, preserves this constitutionally prescribed balance by requiring reforms in D.C., but allowing states to choose. Let me be clear, the ACE Act does not mandate changes to state election laws, and this is an important factor in ETI's support for the ACE Act. We view Congress in a role similar to a state legislature as it relates to the nation's capital, but only the nation's capital. D.C. should be the gold standard for fair and honest elections in which every legal vote is cast and counted openly, equally, and with the highest standard of integrity. But how is the administration of D.C. elections going? Well, these distressing details are contained in my written testimony, and the chairman walked through some recent examples. But without question, D.C. elections are in profound disarray and have been poorly administered. Thankfully, Congress can and should exercise its responsibility over D.C. to repair its self-inflicted broken system. Current D.C. election laws are fraught with a host of anti-election integrity procedures and practices, which unfortunately do more to sow doubt, confusion, and mistrust than they do to inspire confidence. For example, same-day voter registration and automatic voter registration. And I would stress, registering to vote should be an affirmative act taken by an elector, not an automated command between differing systems and databases. Allowing pre-registration of eligible 16-year-old residents who are then automatically registered to vote upon turning 18. Inflating the voter rolls with potentially ineligible voters that are then ripe for mismanagement, abuse, and even fraud. No excuse absentee voting with a permanent absentee voting list. No ID requirement to vote after the voter has voted once in a previous election, just proof of residence, no photo required. Unsecured and unguarded drop boxes. And DC's infamous non-citizen voting law, which would allow green card holders and residents or those here illegally to vote so long as they're 18 or older and have been in D.C. for at least 30 days. That's right, non-citizens, including foreign nationals who've pledged loyalty to other countries such as Russia or China, would be allowed to vote in D.C. thanks in part to Senator Schumer and Senate Democrats who refused to preserve citizen-only voting when they had the chance. Even the Washington Post recognizes that elections in our nation's capital shouldn't be decided by the votes of Russian and Chinese nationals working at their country's embassies or non-citizens in the country illegally. Ranking Member Raskin, who I sit before today, was asked during a February 6 Rules Committee hearing if he supported allowing non-citizen staff of the Embassy of the Russian Federation the right to vote in D.C. elections. He replied, "I've opposed Vladimir Putin's massive social disinformation campaign against American democracy, and I'm opposed to Russian subversion of democracy all over the world. So if they asked me my advice, I would say vote against that." And now you will all have the chance to do just that with the introduction of the ACE Act. The ACE Act would address D.C. elections through proven fundamental common sense reforms rooted in ballot and voter integrity, beginning with voter ID for in-person and mail-in voting. Voter ID, and particularly photo ID, is overwhelmingly popular among virtually every voting demographic, regardless of party, race, or where a man or woman lives, because it protects the right to vote in elections that are secure and fair. There are many other, Congress has work to do to fix DC's elections, and the problems referenced in my testimony today and my obviously longer submitted statement. These problems are America's problems, and the Election Transparency Initiative stands ready to assist in fixing them so the barriers to honest and accurate elections are replaced with those helping to guarantee certainty, trust, and confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cuccinelli. Mr. Spies, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and distinguished members. My name is Charlie Spies. I'm in the political law practice at the Dickinson Wright Law Firm and have spent the past 25 years as an attorney in the election law arena. I've served as counsel to the chairman of the FEC, election law counsel for the RNC, counsel to the DC Republican Party, and have done election law work in over 30 states. My wife and I are DC residents, and I've worked on multiple challenges before the DC Board of Elections. If we can get reforms correct in DC, it will be a model for states around the nation. We are facing a crisis of voter confidence in this country, with polls demonstrating that 37% of Democratic-leaning voters and 71% of Republican-leaning voters share concerns about the election system. I want to be very clear. Free, fair, secure, well-run, and transparent elections are a cornerstone of, and certainly not a threat to, democracy. Laws that create safeguards to ensure every legal vote is counted and increase transparency are not, to quote inflammatory rhetoric, so-called Jim Crow 2.0. Effective election integrity efforts are not tedious, but instead they are important to increase confidence in our electoral process, which also results in increased voter participation. Georgia and Florida recently passed common sense reforms similar to the ACE Act here, and the result has been more participation and more confidence in the outcome of their elections. The ACE Act will implement basic election reforms while also supporting states' rights to manage their own election processes by making DC into a model for fair, secure, and transparent elections. The two key principles of the ACE Act that will improve voter confidence are tools to make elections more effectively run and making elections more transparent. Locally, the challenges with the administrations of elections in DC have been outlined by the chairman and Mr. Cuccinelli. The second component to improve voter confidence is transparency, which must include meaningful observation of all aspects of the voting process. Multiple states recently used the pretext of COVID to thwart election observation efforts, and when you don't let poll workers see what's happening, then they aren't going, or you don't have security or cameras on drop boxes, then people are going to question the process. Transparency demonstrates that the process works and uncovers issues to be remedied in a timely manner. For example, Florida saw huge electoral turnout across all demographics in 2022 after implementing similar reforms to the ACE Act, and that should be our goal with DC reforms also. The ACE Act contains numerous provisions to ensure DC elections are well-run and transparent, cleaning up voter rolls, adding voter ID requirements, prohibiting ballot harvesting, ending non-citizen voting, and expanding effective election observation. Despite dishonest and divisive cries of voter suppression, the American people overwhelmingly support common sense reforms like this to the election process. Most of the reforms in the ACE Act have been tried in Florida and Georgia, and Florida's SB 90 was a model for many of these of the safeguards. The fact is that in Florida, despite assertions of suppression, in 2022, turnout among all demographics was up, and the Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit recently upheld the challenge provisions of it. The same can be said about Georgia. After Senate Bill 202 was signed into law, Georgia received national backlash, but the reality is that Georgia saw record-breaking turnout last November, and a University of Georgia survey of voters taken after the elections found that exactly 0% of Black respondents reported a poor voting experience. I'm focused on Florida and Georgia because the ACE Act is based upon their common sense reforms, and by bringing those here to Washington, D.C., we can use it as a model for reform around the country. Thank you for the invitation to discuss the opportunity to use D.C. as the model for electoral reform, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spies. Ms. Evans, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Still, Ranking Member Morelli, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committees. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to address the operations of DC Board of Elections. I am here today in my role as Executive Director of the DC BOE, and today I would like to discuss the process of administering elections in the district. The DC Board of Elections is a charter independent agency comprised of a bipartisan 3-member board who are each confirmed by the DC Council once nominated by the mayor. As the Executive Director, I am appointed by and serve at the pleasure of the board. Along with a small but dedicated staff, I am responsible for carrying out the board's mission. My office does not introduce legislation, we do not pass legislation, nor do we opine on legislation. We do not comment on the policy decisions made or proposed by elected officials. We implement election laws as they exist or as they may be amended from time to time by elected officials. When needed, we comment to the DC Council regarding the administrative requirements and the fiscal impact of implementing pending legislation. Similar to Congress, the DC Council solicits feedback from constituents and hosts public hearings prior to the enactment of any legislation. As you know, in the District of Columbia, there is also a 30-day congressional review period for all council-enacted legislation. Once a DC law passes congressional review, we administer it with neutrality and independence. Generally, DC BOE considers its efforts successful when all eligible individuals who wish to participate in the electoral process can do so simply, efficiently, and without barriers, and with confidence that their votes will be counted as they intended, and stakeholders have confidence in the management of the process and the result. DC BOE works and collaborates with state and local elections offices through its participation in national organizations, including the Election Center, the National Association of Election Directors, and the National Association of Secretaries of State. DC BOE interacts with the Election Assistance Commission. Our collaboration with the Federal Voting Assistance Program is to implement the online voter registration and absentee ballot request system for military and overseas voters. We are also pleased to work with interjurisdictional efforts that help us maintain our voter registration lists. Through the Electronic Registration Information Center or otherwise, our goal is simply to maintain accurate voter rolls in our jurisdiction, which is relative to states more transient and constantly in motion. We ensure the integrity of every election by putting measures and safeguards in place that warrant confidence in the elections process. We are transparent with our operations, and our reports are published on our website. Our operations are open and accessible to members of the public. Prior to each election, DC BOE conducts logic and accuracy testing that is designed to verify the ballot counting program, prepare voting equipment, and certify that the voting equipment properly reads and tabulates votes. Tests are conducted prior to every election and may be observed by members of the public. Further, DC BOE conducts a manual audit after primary and general elections. Members of the public are able to observe and verify that votes are correctly classified and tallied. The audit report must be completed before election results are certified. We conduct 100% signature verification on all return mail ballots. Trained employees review scanned signatures from ballots against signatures we have on file. If there is a signature mismatch or if there is no signature, we have a cure process. Voters certify that they are the individual who voted by signing a voter's certificate. DC BOE provides guidelines for poll watchers and election observers to ensure the orderly conduct of elections and to protect the rights of all participants in the voting process. We have also been awarded for our efforts. In closing, DC BOE has a dedicated staff that administers elections effectively and with integrity. We work with other jurisdictions to share information and election practices. Simply stated, we are charged with adhering to and implementing election laws that pertain to the District of Columbia.
Thank you very much, Ms. Evans. Ms. Weiser, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Morelli, and Ranking Member Raskin. Free and fair elections are the cornerstone of American democracy, but they are facing serious and in many ways unprecedented threats. The problem is not voter fraud. We've just had two of the most secure federal elections in American history. The problem is a sustained anti-democratic push to reduce access to voting, meddle in election administration and equipment, and create a climate of fear around elections while underinvesting in real access and security needs. This push has been driven by false claims and election denial, and it threatens to undermine the freedom to vote and election integrity in future federal elections. At the Brennan Center for Justice, a nonpartisan think tank and law center, we are tracking 4 kinds of threats. First, Americans are facing a more concerted effort to restrict access to voting than we have in generations. Last year, voters in 20 states faced 33 new laws making it harder to vote, and this year we're on a similar track. These laws especially target voters of color, and it is not the case that turnout is up equally across all demographics. In fact, nationally, the turnout gap between white and non-white voters was larger in 2022 than in any federal general election since at least 2000, and it is growing. Second, our elections face elevated levels of harassment and threats of violence. Election officials in particular have been targeted relentlessly, but voters and even elected officials have not been spared. Third, we're seeing attempts to prevent we're seeing increasing efforts to sabotage election administration and outcomes, from attempts to prevent certification of valid results to new laws making it easier for partisans to interfere in election counting and election administration. Fourth, there are increased threats of infiltration of election systems, along with risks from aging and less secure equipment. These problems are not specific to the District of Columbia. They are national problems that require a strong national response. And I submit that response is the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act, which came achingly close to becoming law last year, and Congress should pass that now. Today's hearing on the ACE Act underscores the central role that Congress ought to play in ensuring that every eligible American can cast a ballot and have that ballot securely counted. The U.S. Constitution gives Congress extremely broad authority to set baseline national standards for voting and election administration in federal elections. Unfortunately, the ACE Act's mandates for Washington, D.C. failed to meet this moment. Rather than improving voting access and election integrity, it would roll back critical pro-voter advances that are working well in the district and across the country. For example, it would repeal same-day registration and impose one of the earliest registration deadlines in the country, transforming DC's registration system from one of the most accessible in the country to one of the least. And although Congress has the authority to make laws for DC, it should afford the district the same opportunity as other jurisdictions to set its own local election rules, subject to whatever baseline pro-voter election standards that Congress sets for the nation. At bottom, the ACE Act would restrict voting access for DC's hundreds of thousands of voters, none of whom have voting representation in the Congress considering this bill, and that is unfair. The people of the District of Columbia deserve the same local sovereignty that other Americans have. They also deserve the full representative citizenship that can only be obtained via statehood. DC has a larger population than Vermont or Wyoming, and its citizens pay more taxes than those of 22 states. DC voters overwhelmingly voted in favor of statehood. For the district's majority non-white population, this is not just a matter of self-determination, but also an essential civil rights issue. So rather than focusing solely on DC and trying to make the district a model for others, we urge Congress to address the urgent threats facing our national elections. Congress should pass sensible, pro-voter, pro-democracy baseline standards that apply equally across the country, the standards in the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. Our democracy can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll begin our questions today, followed by Ranking Member Morelli. We'll then alternate between parties, and because this is a joint hearing, alternate between membership of each committee by seniority respectively. We have 57 members here, about 1/8 of the House of Representatives, and so I will hold us quite tightly to the 5 minutes. I'll now recognize myself for the purpose of questioning our witnesses. Ms. Evans, if I can start with you. You're the current executive director of the D.C. Board of Elections. You don't make election law, but you implement election policy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so in Washington, D.C., if you're a D.C. resident, you'd need a photo ID to board an airplane. You'd need a photo ID to buy a 6-pack of beer. Do you need a photo ID to vote in a D.C. election?
When an individual shows up to a vote center, they do not need to submit a voter identification.
So you don't need photo ID if you're voting in Washington, D.C., although you
That
needed
is
to buy a
correct.
6-pack of beer, you needed to board an airplane. Ms. Evans, did D.C. just pass a law that would allow non-citizens to vote in D.C. elections?
In DC local elections, that is correct.
So starting in 2024, next year, non-citizens will be allowed to vote in D.C., correct?
In local elections, that is correct.
So, Mr. Cuccinelli, if I can, Ms. Evans said not only does D.C. Allow non-citizens to vote, they don't require photo ID to vote in D.C. elections. Doesn't that mean that people who aren't eligible could vote in D.C. elections?
Yes, particularly when when you have a system that isn't running very well in the first place, yes.
So isn't it important that people are who they say they are when they show up to the polls, and photo ID would help ensure that?
Absolutely, and that's actually the phrasing I recall Vice President Harris using in a BET interview about 2 years ago.
So, Mr. Cuccinelli, let me shift gears slightly. Under D.C.'s kind of crazy new non-citizen voting law, doesn't that mean that embassy staff at the Russian embassy or the Chinese embassy, after being in Washington, D.C. for just 30 days, could vote in D.C. elections?
That's exactly what it means.
And so if Washington, D.C. implemented photo ID for voting and allowed non-citizens to vote, an individual working at the Russian embassy could pull out a Russian embassy passport and vote in our nation's capital?
That's exactly right.
That's ridiculous. The ACE
Also
Act,
exactly right.
it's ridiculous. This is the nation's capital. We shouldn't have Russian embassy or Chinese embassy staff voting in our elections. In fact, only U.S. citizens should be voting in American elections. Mr. Cuccinelli, the ACE Act is the strongest conservative election integrity legislation to be considered in the House in a generation. But the left kind of comes at it with these visceral attacks, the same attacks that they tried to use in Georgia when Georgia passed their voter integrity provisions. In fact, last night, the Committee on House Administration Democratic Twitter account said the ACE Act directly threatens the district and our democracy. Does photo ID threaten the district and our democracy?
No, it protects it.
Does prohibiting non-citizens from voting, is that a threat to democracy?
It protects the democracy and the value of U.S. citizenship.
Does maintaining clean voter rolls, is that a threat to democracy?
No, it is a protection for democracy.
So what are they talking about?
They're talking about a 20-year-old narrative where they attack anything that makes elections cleaner and more secure and more transparent. It is not a new attack. It's been going on for a long time. This is just the modern version of it. We heard the Jim Crow 2.0. Charlie Spies touched on this. And Georgia was the center point of this over the last 2 years. That's where the real explosion took place.
And after all this hyperbole in Georgia, the President of the United States leans in, makes false claims. The Washington Post comes back, gives 4 Pinocchios to the president. The false narrative is driven. Major League Baseball removes the All-Star game from Atlanta off this false narrative. Then we get to the election. What happens in Georgia? Was the Democratic narrative proven true?
No, they had record turnout. The narrative was proven completely false. And one of the universities down there, obviously from the left side of the spectrum politically, polled after and found that 0% of black voters had a bad voting experience, and the black and white report of good voting experience was within tenths of a percent of one another, over 72% of both populations.
Which shows that putting in place good election integrity laws actually increases voter confidence and increases voter turnout across demographic groups. I think that's important. That's what the ASAC does. I appreciate your comments here, and I yield back. I'll now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Morelli, for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin, Mr. Cuccinelli. Did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election?
Well, he's the president today, so yes.
Yes, he did win the election. Mr. Speed, that's your answer? He did win the election.
He's the president today, so yes, he won the election.
Well, question of whether or not it's the president and the question of whether or not he won the election are actually two different questions. In your opinion, did he win the election?
He is the president today, and it's because he won that election, yes.
Okay.
And he won that election because the Hunter Biden story was suppressed and because of Zuckerbugs.
Wow. Mr. Spees, did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election?
George Bush won the 2000 and 2004 election. Donald Trump won the 2016 election. Brian Kemp won the 2018 election. And Joe Biden won the 2020 election. All were challenged.
Okay, Ms. Holmes, did Joe Biden win the 2020 election?
I'm assuming you're addressing me, Ms. Evans, and yes, that is correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Evans, my apologies, yes. Ms. Weiser, did Joe Biden win the 2020 election? I'd like to stick with you, Ms. Weiser. Weiser, I'm sorry, my apologies. Boy, I'm really messing up names here. I really apologize to everyone. Ms. Weiser, in the aftermath of the 2020 election, the threats to election workers rose significantly. Many election workers targeted by internet rumors, public officials, even by the then President of the United States. And yet they're a key element in our democratic process. Common sense rules are needed to ensure election workers can keep their workplace safe and secure. And I love your opinion. First of all, can more be done to protect poll workers and others who facilitate and support our elections? And then does the ACE Act do enough, in your opinion, to support safety and security of election workers?
Thank you for your question. Absolutely, more can and must be done to protect election workers in America. The Brennan Center has been actually surveying local election officials for the past several years, and we have documented an alarming spike in threats and harassment of election officials. Just earlier this year, we found that nearly 1 in 3 election officials have been threatened, harassed, or abused for doing their jobs. 45% fear for the safety of their colleagues, and more than 1 in 5 are concerned about being assaulted on the job. And the concerns are actually the highest for election officials that are serving communities of color in America. In addition to facing these threats, they have too few resources to address it. And across the country, election officials are reporting that they do not have the resources to ensure the physical safety and security of their election workers, of their polling places, and of their homes. We've estimated, and this is something that Congress can assist, but in addition, we need to have clear standards that ensure that election officials have the same protections as voters and others against harassment and intimidation. We need to protect their privacy and against doxing, and we need to have baseline national standards that actually reduce the incentive to threaten and harass election officials and depoliticize election administration. These are critical reforms, most of which are in the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. They are not in the ACE Act, which doesn't at all address the safety concerns of election officials. To the contrary, actually, it has some provisions that increase risks of election officials by empowering partisan polling place observers and preventing election officials from being able to manage polling places to ensure the safety of election workers in the polling places.
Thank you. Mr. Cuccinelli, the subject of the hearing concerns the confidence of American public in the integrity of election process. And I believe Americans, if they have any reason to be concerned, it would be about the efforts of the former president to overturn a fair and legitimate election to retain power and stop the peaceful transfer of power, which has been so fundamental to American democracy. Richard Donahue served as the second highest ranking official at the Justice Department during the Trump administration. He testified under penalty of perjury about a conversation former President Trump had with you on December 31st, 2020. Testified the President asked you whether the Department of Homeland Security could seize voting machines. Frankly, a desperate attempt to overturn the election. I note that my colleague, Ms. Torres, has asked about your response, which is at significant odds with the testimony under perjury. I look forward to your response to her questions.
The gentleman yields back. The chairman of the Committee on Oversight, Mr. Comer, is now recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Cuccinelli, you've already stated that you are like a majority of Americans. You oppose allowing non-U.S. citizens the right to vote. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
On January 31st of this year, I introduced House Joint Resolution 24, a resolution disapproving the D.C. Council's bill to allow non-citizens to vote. Mr. Cuccinelli, would you have supported this bill?
Absolutely.
I'm glad you say that. I'm also glad that 42 of my Democrat colleagues agreed with you and voted in favor of that legislation when it passed the House on February 9th. Mr. Cuccinelli, do you agree that allowing foreign nationals, including foreign nationals from countries that are openly hostile to the United States, to cast votes in the municipal elections of our nation's capital pose severe security risks?
I certainly do, and find it a rather brazen invitation to foreign interference in a local election.
You know, I have to state this, Mr. Chairman, the D.C. mayor and city council members play a crucial role in emergency preparedness for the city. And now foreign nationals will have a say in who holds those elected positions. That's something that we should all be very concerned about. Mr. Cuccinelli, Title I, Subtitle D of the ACE Act would prohibit a non-citizen from voting in a D.C. election. Do you support such a provision?
Absolutely.
So the ACE Act uses what it considers to be best practices and implements them within the district, which falls under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Congress, to have our capital become a poster child for safe, secure, and accessible elections. Mr. Cuccinelli, do you believe the reforms contemplated by the ACE Act would bring us closer to this goal?
Much closer, yes, Congressman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Raskin, the ranking member on the Committee on Oversight, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm charmed by my colleagues' sudden interest in Russian subversion of American elections, something that they used to describe as the Russian hoax. If only they had shown a fraction of the interest in stopping Donald Trump's sellout of the American government to Vladimir Putin on everything from NATO to Syria to Ukraine, as they're showing about the possibility that a handful of Russian diplomats could sway an advisory neighborhood commission election in DuPont Circle, America would be in a much stronger position today. Mr. Spies, several provisions of the ACE Act seek to shield or limit donor disclosure, masking the true source of funding in our elections and hampering the ability of the FEC to enforce the foreign national prohibition. The ACE Act could lead to millions of dollars in hidden foreign spending hitting our airwaves and influencing our elections. Now, I want to talk about this kind of foreign interference. As you know, it's unlawful for any person to solicit, accept, or receive a contribution or donation from a foreign national. Do you agree it's important to ensure that foreign nationals do not make a contribution or donation of money or something else of value in connection with a federal, state, or local election?
Yes.
And you are counsel to the super PAC Right to Rise USA, is that right?
Yes.
In matter under review 7122, the FEC fined Right to Rise USA and America Pacific International Capital, APIC, a California corporation controlled by two foreign national Chinese citizens, $940,000, at the time the third largest penalty the FEC had ever issued. The penalty followed reporting that identified two illegal APIC donations totaling $1.3 million to Right to Rise. Now, as I'm sure you remember, Mr. Spies, you were also fined by the FEC in this matter as the treasurer of Right to Rise. This incident is a concrete example of actual foreign interference in our elections. Shouldn't Congress be doing everything in its power to stop concrete actual foreign interference, like strengthening the ban on foreign national money and promoting disclosure of the true sources of election-related spending?
Almost everything you just stated there was factually incorrect. I would suggest the staffer who wrote that for you should research what happened there. Long story short, what you're talking about is an American subsidiary under the control of U.S. citizens that gave money to a super PAC. Everybody, including
So what was
on
the fine
commission,
for?
There was a conciliation agreement, which means that you settle with the commission, and the PAC paid.
Because of foreign money, right?
It was not. It was never foreign money. The allegation was that it was U.S. money, but that a foreign national was the counsel at the foreign company by having legal review of whether it was permissible to contribute. That meant that you had a foreign citizen allegedly involved in the contribution, but it was never alleged to be foreign money. This was a U.S. money, but there was a
Okay, I'm
foreign
going to have to
lawyer
cut you.
involved in
Send
it.
us a memo about the
So are
rest
you
of it.
concerned
All I've
about
got
the
is the
facts or
FEC
just-
decision. Okay, forgive me. I'm reclaiming my time.
So it's just a
I'm
cheap shot?
reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. It's my time. Ms. Weiser, we just went through the unprecedented agony of a president of the United States trying to overthrow a presidential election, trying to get the vice president of the United States to step outside of his constitutional role and to declare the president who lost the victor in the election. We heard people not far from here chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," driving him out of the body. There was an attempt to substitute the loser for a winner in a presidential election. We experienced a violent insurrection. There have been hundreds of convictions. People have just been convicted of seditious conspiracy, which means conspiracy to overthrow the government. And now, instead of dealing with that reality, which poses a serious threat to the Union, a dagger pointed at the throat of the United States of America, instead our colleagues come forward with legislation to try to impose a photo ID on local elections in the District of Columbia. Do you see something as strange or perverse about this response to the actual threats to democracy in America?
Thank you for your question. I do agree that the ACE Act does not address these critical threats that are urgent and that Congress needs to address as quickly as possible heading into federal elections, and instead focuses on actually rolling back voting rights solely in the District of Columbia.
All right, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before getting into my questions, I just want to bring up something that I'd heard earlier, and I'm a bit surprised that the minority is criticizing this committee for having so many hearings on a piece of legislation that is very important to Americans. Look, debate, careful consideration, and transparency is the hallmark of American legislative process. I look out at the crowd here and I can see people who are probably on both sides of this issue. However, it's testimony that this many people are here to hear logical debate and consideration. Now, I probably shouldn't be surprised because in the last Congress, this committee was handed an 884-page election overhaul bill that was rushed through by the Democrats. 884 pages long. We had 2 hearings, 2 short hearings, and no markup before it was rushed to the House floor. This bill is 1/6 of the size of that bill. We've had 7 hearings, including today. We've got more scheduled to come. I don't see that as a problem. I see that as doing things the right and proper way. Now, with that said, Mr. Cuccinelli, Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution grants primary authority to states to run elections, how they see fit, and gives Congress purely a secondary role. Why is that important?
Well, I would add one item as to why it's important that gets rarely discussed, since it comes from my old DHS hat, and that is the simple matter of, we've had comments from myself included about election interference. If you have 51 different elections picking your president, we'll take the one national election, it is the security equivalent of a diversified financial portfolio. If you hack a state, you've hacked one state. If H.R. 1 and H.R. 4 of the previous Congress had become law, you'd have had one big election system. You hack one election system, you can actually affect outcomes much more easily. The more you hack more states, the more likely you are to get caught. That is a high deterrent for a nation state. So that is a very little discussed benefit to the states running elections. They are all done differently, District of Columbia included, and that's a real benefit for American security.
But under our current Constitution, and I know some want to change this, the District of Columbia is subject to congressional authority, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to divert a little bit because of something that was asked earlier. We were talking, the chairman was talking about foreign nationals, that live here. Now they can vote in D.C. Mr. Cuccinelli, I know you're an attorney. Do we have foreign nationals that do live in the United States that are not citizens?
Millions of them.
Do we have those that have permanently made the United States their residency or their domicile that are not U.S. citizens?
Millions of them.
Let me read to you what the qualifications for the office of mayor in the District of Columbia currently are. No person shall hold the office of mayor unless he is a qualified elector. Would someone that we described, the chairman described earlier, that may be a foreign national that worked at the Russian embassy but now just decided to stay in D.C., and because of our current status of not just allowing anybody to come to the country and stay here, would not force them to leave? Is that a scenario that's possible? And would that person be a qualified elector?
Under the current definition.
Second qualification, has resided and domiciled in the district for 1 year, immediately preceding the day on which the general or special election for mayor is to be held. Is that scenario possible, that someone who is a former employee of the Russian or Chinese embassy decided to stay in the United States, is qualified to vote in the District of Columbia, could run for mayor of the District of Columbia?
Absolutely.
Has not been convicted of a felony while holding the office, and then it talks about various types of employment. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I can read some legal documents, and from what I'm seeing here, I could be wrong, it could be something else in the code book for the District of Columbia, but what I'm reading right here, directly off the District of Columbia's qualifications, is that someone who has worked for an adversary to the United States could run and become mayor of the District of Columbia. Is that what you read?
Yes.
I'll submit my other questions for the record to Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Holmes Norton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The D.C. statehood bill is clearly constitutional. As leading constitutional scholars said in a letter to Congress, and I'm quoting, "There is no constitutional barrier to passing the bill." In the 116th and 117th Congresses, the House passed the D.C. statehood bill. This Congress, the bill has 193 co-sponsors in the House and 45 in the Senate. The bill would admit the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth and reduce the size of the federal district, also known as the District of Columbia. The state would consist of 66 of the 68 miles of the current federal district, and the reduced federal district, over which Congress would retain plenary authority, would consist of the other 2 square miles. There is no precedent for Congress admitting new states and reducing the size. There is precedent for Congress admitting new states and reducing the size of the federal district. The Constitution's admissions clause gives Congress the power to admit new states. Congress has admitted all 37 new states into the Union by simple legislation since the original 13 states. The Constitution's district clause gives Congress plenary authority over the federal district. Congress used this authority to reduce the size of the federal district by 30% in 1846. Not only is the D.C. statehood bill constitutional, the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth would meet the three traditional criteria Congress has used in evaluating prospective states, namely support for statehood, commitment to democracy, and sufficient population and resources. In particular, in 2016, 86% of DC residents voted for statehood. Ms. Weiser, why do you think DC residents overwhelmingly support statehood?
Thank you very much for your question. DC residents, like all citizens, desire and deserve political self-determination, a say over what happens in their community, and a voice in the national government over what happens in the country as well.
There is nothing preventing Congress from passing legislation tomorrow to admit the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth other than partisanship, spurious and spacious arguments, and dog whistles, like the statement from a Republican senator that the new state, which would be majority black and brown, would not be, and I'm quoting, a well-rounded working class state, end quote. I urge my colleagues to pass the DC state bill and to keep their hands off of DC.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you kindly, Ms. Norton. I just wanted to correct the record about this. Mr. Spies seemed to deny what I had asserted. I'd like to submit for the record the conciliation agreement in the matter of Right to Rise USA, which specifically says on page 4, Right to Rise USA violated 52 U.S.C. 30121A2 when its agent Neil Bush solicited a foreign national for a political contribution. Right to Rise USA violated 52 U.S.C. 30121A2 by accepting APIC's contributions. Respondents will cease and desist and will pay a civil penalty to the commission in the amount of $390,000. And this was signed for the respondents by you, Mr. Spies, on February 13th, 2019. Do you deny any of that?
I would be happy to explain if you'd like to give me more time.
Sure, and we can also explain it by entering into this, the record, how a Chinese-owned firm entered U.S. presidential politics August 3rd, 2016. Intercept, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the gentleman may answer
Please.
the question.
What you just read is that somebody solicited, that the conciliation agreement agreed that Mr. Bush solicited a foreign national. And what that meant is that he spoke with the counsel of a foreign parent company about whether it was permissible for domestic money to be contributed. No foreign money was contributed to the super PAC.
No, it says you accepted APIC's contributions. If it was American money, why would you be entering into an agreement to embrace your own guilt in the matter?
I was the counsel for an organization that found it was better to conciliate than continue to litigate.
Okay, so you did plead guilty to it.
I didn't plead guilty, and
Well,
the
you
organization
admitted-
did not
the
plead guilty.
gentlelady's time is-
You are
Thank you.
misunderstanding how it works.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Bice is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the witnesses for being here today. First, let me say that I come from the great state of Oklahoma, and in Oklahoma, we have some of, if not the most secure election laws in the entire country. And as such, in 2010, we passed a voter initiative to require voter ID or voter verification at the polls. It passed by almost 75%. And I believe that if you were to put a ballot initiative together nationally to ask if citizens should be required to verify proof of identification at the polls, that you would see an overwhelming number of individuals would support that initiative. Ms. Weiser, I want to start with you. You earlier mentioned that when in 2020 and 2022, there were mail-in ballots submitted across the District of Columbia and mailed out to every single general election voter. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
And in 2020, wasn't it true that there were ballots that were not accepted and or voters that were not able to vote? And because of that, there was the opportunity for email ballots. Is that correct?
I am not familiar with the email ballot, with whether or not there were email ballots.
Ms. Evans, would you like to address that?
During the 2020 primary election, individuals did not receive their mail ballots, and due to health reasons, we utilized the platform we have for military and overseas voters, and so we did follow the guidelines as far as acceptance of those ballots through that channel.
Do you believe, Ms. Weiser, that accepting email ballots diminishes voter confidence?
We believe that internet voting is not yet secure nationally as a standard to roll out across the country.
Mr.
In
Speed,
limited
yes or no? It's not confident. There's
in
lack of voter
limited
confidence.
circumstances, small numbers of ballots can be done securely. We would not recommend expanding that. At
Mr.
this point.
Spies, if I can ask you the same question, do you believe that email ballots would diminish voter confidence?
Yes.
Mr. Cuccinelli?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, because we're all in our own lives all too familiar with the hacking of our own email systems, much less everyone else's. And so when you are reliant on that form for voting, especially in an arrangement where there's no identification even required, much less attempted, it guts confidence in the outcome.
And isn't that a reason why we actually ask for proof of identification when we go to the polls, Mr. Spies? We want to be able to ensure that the individual that is submitting their ballot is actually who they say they are. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And I would just note that the 75% statistic you noted in terms of voter ID for Oklahoma is very similar to all the national polling out there, which shows over 75% support for voter ID.
And currently, voter ID is not required for mail-in ballots. Is that correct, Ms. Evans?
That is correct.
And you mentioned in your testimony that signature verification is used. How confident are you in signature verification? And if I can ask, do you sign your signature the same way today that you did 20 years ago?
I am confident in signature verification in the District of Columbia. We have trained individuals who have numerous signatures for which they can use to verify.
Where do you get the signature information that you're utilizing?
We get some of it from Department of Motor Vehicles. We get some of it from actual voter registration applications. And when individuals vote in person, they sign the poll pads, and those signatures are captured. So we have a number of signatures we can use to verify signature. In the event that we are unable to verify signature, because as you mentioned, signatures do change over years, and if an individual cannot verify that signature, it is elevated to another level of review. If the second level of review still cannot verify, we have a cure process where we reach out to the voter and we get a signature and we get a certification that indicates that that is their
Thank you. My time
signature.
is limited, so I want to make sure I get the last question in, and that is in regards to the mailed ballots that were done in 2020 and 2022. Every voter received a mail-in ballot for the general election, but there was a significantly high number of return ballots, 11% in 20 and 17% in 2022. What are you doing to ensure that you are providing due maintenance on the voter lists in the District of Columbia?
Actually, the returned mail ballots assist us in our list maintenance process. Once we get those ballots, that will serve as the first mailer in that process, and that will lead us to our process where we can move voters to an inactive status.
The gentlelady yields back. Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Cuccinelli, during your April 27th, 2023 appearance, I asked you about your January 6th Select Committee transcribed interview, specifically about the several instances where various Trump officials approached you on the ability of the Department of Homeland Security, where you served as acting deputy secretary, to seize voting machines. This included a series of attempts, including a December 31, 2020 call, which was 58 days after the election and only 7 days before the attack on the Capitol from former President Trump regarding seizing voting machines. You testified before the January 6th Select Committee and this committee that the former president asked you about seizing voting machines. However, your prior testimony was inconsistent with Mr. Donahue's recollection of the call from President Trump. You said that Mr. Donahue's recollection might be a misunderstanding. This committee and I look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Cuccinelli, by next Wednesday as we seek clarity about exactly when, after the election, the former president asked you about DHS authority to seize voting machines, particularly after you informed his campaign that DHS and DOJ lacked such authority. Mr. Chair, I seek unanimous consent to include the following items in the record: the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, transcribed interview of Richard Donahue, and the June 23rd, 2022 hearing on the January 6th investigation record, both of which include former Mr. Donahue's testimony regarding former President Trump's call to Mr. Cuccinelli regarding seizing voting machines, and the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, transcribed interview by Ken Cuccinelli from December 7, 2021.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because witnesses' credibility matters to this committee. Ms. Evans, you know, Republican majority states have shown their voter priorities. First, by redistricting practices, gerrymandering every community that does not agree with their extreme agenda. Two, shutting down polling locations in communities that do not agree with their extreme agenda. Three, purging voters simply because they missed an election. And four, promoting disinformation in districts that are represented by members of Congress that do not agree with their extreme agenda. To all of the DC residents that are here, let me apologize to you for what has been put on the record about you and your right to be a citizen of a state, of a community where you live and pay taxes. I don't know a better example of taxation without representation than what you go through every single day under this extreme majority. Ms. Evans, please tell us a little bit about how DC makes pro-voter policies, how they put those policies in place to improve voter access, specifically how you reach out to voters who may feel disconnected when they hear disinformation and they see that there has been no progress in them being able to cast their votes for representatives that truly represent their community. Please tell us about these processes.
Thank you. Our processes are really around voter education and outreach, and we have a very robust division at DC Board of Elections, and we make information available in several different formats. We use print media, we use television, radio media. We attempt to address the digital divide by sending material to residents in the District of Columbia, yard signs, door hangers, all of those are mechanisms that we use to get information to the residents and voters in the District of Columbia. In addition to that, we hold roundtables and town halls to receive feedback. And as far as the passage of legislation and laws, District Council and the mayor do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Evans, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Higgins is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans watching this are asking themselves, what's the problem with picture ID and with photo IDs? Why not have photo ID to present when you cast your vote in the United States of America? Americans watching are wondering regarding mail-in ballots, why would there be an automatic mechanism to deliver mail-in ballots or absentee ballots to every registered voter? Americans watching are wondering why would anyone expect that an election system that was designed to encourage fraud, why would you expect it to not experience fraud? Because corruption is born in the heart of man, ladies and gentlemen, not in the mechanisms of man. And Republicans in Congress are carefully and judiciously addressing the very serious concern of election integrities by focusing on D.C. election mechanisms for two primary reasons. One, the Constitution grants every sovereign state the right to determine the means by which elections will take place within that sovereign state. But Congress has unique authority over D.C. because it's our nation's capital. And election integrity is indeed a national concern. So we must address this concern, but do so within the parameters of our constitutional authority. This is why we're focused on D.C. To my D.C. citizens, brothers and sisters, you live in a beautifully unique city, the capital of the nation that stands as the beacon of hope for the entire world. It's a capital city that belongs to all the people. And the people of America are concerned about election integrity. So we put forth legislation through our constitutional authority as Congress for Washington, D.C., that could stand as a model for the entire nation, for the sovereign states that have the authority to determine the means by which elections take place within that state. And these common sense proposals of photo ID, legitimate photo ID to cast a vote, it's difficult to comprehend how anyone would oppose such a measure. The common sense proposal of limiting the numbers of ballots that are uncontrolled, delivered to homes across that voting area, collected in unsecured ballot boxes. There's common sense to control that. Might I suggest that we take a step back, all of us, and recognize the work that has been done by Republicans in this Congress to address this very serious issue carefully and judiciously by allowing and conducting hearing after hearing after hearing with significant debate, as one of my colleagues stated earlier. Ms. Holman Evans, you strike me as a good lady with beautiful intent to serve her community. I sense that you're very serious about doing your job, and I commend you for that. And I would ask you candidly here, before the entire country, is there any single measure of the legislation proposed that you would consider to be a common sense control that should be enacted to help us secure our elections in your jurisdictional authority? Is there any measure here?
In my role as the executive director, I do not provide opinions.
I'm asking for your opinion. I'm giving you the opportunity, good lady.
Thank
We
you.
recognize, I respect you as an American. I've stated as such. I'm asking you, is there not one common sense measure within this where we could seek concurrence and agreement? This is the diplomatic way.
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned, I am here in my official capacity as the executive director of DC Board of Elections.
So you're going to
and I do
decline this
not-
opportunity to opine,
The-
is the way I'm reading that. Well, let me say,
The gentleman.
we're going to move forward. We're going to move forward
The-
as a body. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a daughter of Selma, Alabama, and the ranking member of the Elections Subcommittee on House Administration, as well as the author of the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, ensuring that elections are safe, secure, and accessible is something that I take very deeply personal. Voting is the cornerstone of our democracy, and far too often, the integrity of our elections is undermined by misinformation, false claims, and voter fraud during the election administration process. In the 2020 election, there was no evidence of a voting system being deleted, votes not counting, votes lost, or votes being compromised in any way. A recent study by the Brennan Center revealed that voter fraud is a very rare occurrence. Voter impersonation is virtually non-existent. And the few cases of voter fraud came from mistakes made by the voter or election administrators. Allegations of widespread voter fraud are attempts to distract voters from the implementation of restrictive voter policies that limit access to the ballot box. Contrary to what my Republican colleagues have
Hopefully you
asserted
can hear
about
me.
the ACE bill being a model for
We've
the
had a
rest of
busy
the
morning in
nation,
Crime Spies household.
the ACE bill is a dangerous policy that would
Who wants
have
to add
a
some new
severe
words to the bingo
impact
card?
on the rights of voters and on voting rights and access, especially to the District of Columbia. Washington, D.C. has the highest voter registration rate in the nation. D.C. voters can vote early, by mail, or drop ballot, or drop box. Voting in D.C. is accessible to voters with disability and non-English speaking voters. D.C. has implemented pro-voter policies that has made voting very accessible to its residents. Even the conservative Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database lists 0 incidences of voter fraud in the District of Columbia since 1979. D.C. is a model and an example of the implementation of pro-voter policies that the entire nation should look at. However, the ACE bill is egregiously attempting to further disenfranchise D.C. voters by removing proactive voter policies that make their elections some of the most accessible elections in this nation. To be clear, D.C. voters deserve the same right to political self-determination as other Americans. The ACE Act would restrict voter access to D.C.'s hundreds of thousands of voters, none of whom have voting representation in this body, Congress. It would do so despite the fact that Congress has long delegated its authority over D.C.'s elections and local governance to the D.C. Council under the D.C. Home Rule Act of 1973, sorry. Ms. Weiser, you spoke very eloquently of why it's so important that we give greater voter access. Can you talk a little bit about why prohibiting same-day registration and any registration in the 30 days prior to election would transform not only D.C. voter registration into one of the least accessible, but that would be detrimental to take on as a model?
Thank you very much for this question. The same-day registration provision that is in place in D.C. and has been for 10 years is in place in 22 other states. It has been working well, and these include red states, blue states.
It
purple
doesn't
states.
include my state of Alabama, unfortunately, and I know that my constituency would love to have more pro-voter policies and better access to the ballot box.
Indeed. It actually provides better options for voters to register to vote. It works well, it is secure, and it actually has been shown to significantly improve voter participation, and especially voter participation among voters of color who are disproportionately voting at much lower rates right now.
Not only do I agree with you, I would say that what we should be focused on is passing the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and not this ACE bill. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to be clear about what is happening here. The D.C. City Council has passed and enacted a number of pro-voting policies to increase voting accessibility and to protect the right to vote. Now, what we are seeing here introduced by the other side of the aisle is to pass legislation that would strip the D.C. government and its residents of their ability to determine the rules that govern their elections. So let's take a look at the policies that the District of Columbia has passed that are now under threat. Ms. Weiser, D.C. residents can register on the same day and vote, correct?
That is correct.
And how long has same-day registration been in place in the District of Columbia?
I believe it's been in place for a decade.
10 years, a decade. And in 2020, the D.C. General Auditor found that in its audit of the 2020 election, that same-day registration came with, quote, no evidence of fraud or glitches. Yet despite this, the legislation before us would eliminate same-day registration. And in your testimony, you stated that eliminating same-day registration after 10 years of successful use would serve no valid purpose. So I ask you, given that the legislation here being presented by the Republican side of the aisle would be to eliminate it, what possible reason could there be to eliminate same-day registration when it's been so successful and so devoid of fraud?
I can't think of any valid reason to eliminate this pro-voter reform that's working well in states across the country and has been working well in D.C. for a decade.
There is no valid reason. In fact, this ACE Act, as Republicans are calling it, eliminates this provision.
My microphone is
and,
on.
we're also
Tell her
seeing
to go F off.
that D.C. recently passed a provision to send mail ballots to voters to improve voter access while maintaining the security of their elections. They want to eliminate that as well. And as you testified today, D.C.'s most recent elections have been among the best run in the nation. So what potential reason could there be to eliminate sending mail-in ballots to voters?
There is no good reason to eliminate that as well. D.C., there are 8 other states that have this policy in place, and some for decades. This has also been shown to be fraud-free and provide voters with
Is it
reasonable
opposite world?
options and convenience in voting, and it has led to both greater voter turnout and more secure elections.
So we have heard from experts that there is no valid reason to be eliminating same-day registration, mail-in ballots. If there is no valid reason, I think it stands to conclude that the only real reason that we see this push is political. It's a political reason. And in one of the blackest cities of America, to even have the idea of proposing the federal government strip voting rights in one of the blackest cities in this country that has a history of enslavement, a history of freed people seeking refuge here and then being punished with disenfranchisement, this cuts to the core of not just the present moment, but American history. I think what is striking about this is how afraid the other side of the aisle is of free and fair elections.
We have no fear.
And last year, Republicans were so afraid of a fully representative democracy in the District of Columbia that they insisted on denying the people of D.C. statehood. Today, Republicans are so afraid of democracy that they want to disenfranchise predominantly black voters who have been disenfranchised for as far back as when black people were enslaved in the United States of America. This has
You've
nothing
got to be
to do
kidding
with
me.
election integrity. This is about racial control.
Oh my God.
And this is not new. We have to look no further than an explanation from Senator John Tyler Morgan of Alabama, a former Confederate and slaveholder, who said at the time, quote, "In the face of this,
You know who else was a
influx of
slaveholder?
black population
Kamala's
surrounding states,
grandfather in
Congress
Jamaica.
found it necessary to disenfranchise every man in the District of Columbia in order thereby to get rid of this load, quote unquote, of black suffrage that was flooded in upon them." That is the true statement. History cannot be reversed. No man can misunderstand it. Straight verbatim from history. And it is shameful to see that recreated.
He's got to start hitting that
The gentle
gavel
lady
harder.
yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, asking Ms. Consent to enter a Wall Street Journal article dated 6/3 of 2020. DC lets voters submit via email after mail problems. To the record.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I appreciate each of you, not only your service to this issue, but really trying to work at this to where there's a larger consensus built about not just what's fairness, but really who fits where, what the responsibility is for local people and what the responsibility is for the federal government. Ms. Evans, you primarily are probably in the middle. By virtue of being in D.C., you have our help and the help from your own elected officials. What information is publicly available or available to those who would wish to have data and information on not just mail-in ballots, but the time a ballot is requested, the day it's mailed out, the day it's received back, the day it's... Is this available to a person or persons who would wish to gain access to the data and follow the data and be aware of that?
Thank you for the question, and we do have information on our website as far as the number of mail ballots, the number of individuals who voted in person. We also have an after-action report that we publish on our website after each election. We also have information regarding all of the
If you're listening on
Information
Rumble,
Act requests that we have received.
I can't seem to get in
that
on
is
my
available on our website. We make every
laptop.
effort
It says
to
500
ensure our
service unavailable.
process is transparent, and even while we are conducting elections and conducting a post-election audit, we have those processes open to members of the public to come in
They still have a
and
check
view
mark.
those for themselves.
Okay, thank you. The thing that I would like to see if you would be open to receiving is actually real transparency, where you had a database that you work within that you would make available that says this person requested a ballot. This person was mailed a ballot.
I can see Rumble on
This
my iPad,
is,
so I don't know.
I'm sure what's available to you internally to where you're able to effectively run your operation. But it is not unusual where this information is available in other locations. to where if someone wanted a snapshot, I suppose that you would maybe form a different file if someone wanted to know who has requested a ballot. Do you then have a separate information that you may make that available to people on a daily basis, or do you segment this? How do you provide that information?
Under the Elections Modernization Amendment Act in the District of Columbia, voters do not actually have to request a mail ballot. We send a mail ballot to all registered voters. And so that information would be consistent with registered voters as far as who receives a mail ballot.
So the day before, 2 weeks before an election, or 3 weeks before an election, you would have a list of all the registered voters. That would be available to anyone that would choose to get that list, or is it available to candidates, or how is that made available?
Lists of registered voters are made available. You can even go inside of your public library, and we do post those lists of registered voters in the
Why
District of
inside a
Columbia.
public library?
That-
Is that
that's one-
transparency?
That's one place,
One
not the
place.
only place.
Is it available if a person were to say, please give me a list of all the registered voters in Washington DC by precinct?
It is.
So that you would, then they would come and purchase, or you would send them the data?
It is not something we sell. They have access to the data. We would
Oh, it's
correspond
back.
with the individual as far as the best format to get that information to them.
So it could be that they would receive it via email, or come to a database and then download it?
We have secure mechanisms to, for large data files to individuals. So when we have large data files, we do have to follow protocols to ensure that we are adequately able to get that information to the requester.
So moving back to this question of when a person mails in their ballot, is there notification given to, or a person can ask for it at the time they receive a mail, that you receive a mail-in ballot?
Are you speaking about the personal individual,
I'm talking
personal
about
voter?
any individual that mailed back their ballot.
Yes, we
to-
do have a mail ballot tracker with
That's
intelligent.
available to where people would be
Yes,
available.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Connolly is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like I'm in Alice in Wonderland listening to all of this. Miss Evans, Miss Evans, Miss Evans, over here. Loud and clear now. I want you to really be heard. So I'm listening to the two people to your left, and my God, I'm worried. It sounds like DC's a mess. It sounds like everything's broken. It sounds like people are cheating. They don't know where to go. They don't know how to vote. They don't know who to vote for. And it's all your fault. And DC's doing a terrible job that has discredited elections and really eroded confidence, especially that word confidence. Is that your view?
It is not. I suggest.
Loud and clear, Miss Evans. Is that, did he accurately describe DC's voting situation?
The processes in the DC elections not accurately.
Not
described.
accurate. How about like not accurate at all? Or should I be worried? I live in Fairfax right across the river where Mr. Cuccinelli used to live. And by the way, I'm delighted to hear a former Trump member, Trump administration member, express concern about Russian interference in an election. I think that's really a good thing. We've been saying that since 2016. So, confidence or not? Should I be confident?
Confidence, several measures and safeguards in place to ensure confidence.
Miss, is it Weiser?
Wiser.
Weiser, excuse me, Miss Weiser. Do you know when the Constitution was adopted?
Yes, 1787.
1787, very good. Well, actually, it was written in 1787. It was adopted
1789.
in the next year.
Yes.
And Mr. Cuccinelli cited Article 1 about the powers of Congress over the capital. What was the capital in the Constitution in 1787 or 1788? Do you know?
I believe there was no capital in the Constitution.
There was no capital. They hadn't yet decided where the capital was going to be. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
And do you know when the capital when we finally did decide there'd be a capital and where it would be?
I believe it was in 1801.
Well, 1790, but 1802, we established like a local government procedure.
Yeah.
And the primary author and driver of the Constitution, James Madison of our home state of Virginia, he wrote in the Federalist paper 1 year after he wrote the Constitution, and I quote, Federalist paper number 43, that the federal district would have a municipal legislature for local purposes derived from their own suffrages. What do you think he meant by that?
I believe he was expressing the same values of local self-determination that we've been talking about today and that the residents of DC have been asking for.
What percentage, you're at the Brennan Center, what percentage of Americans do not vote in the presidential election?
What percentage?
Do not vote in the presidential election.
Well, all Americans are entitled to vote in a presidential.
Not my question.
How many do not vote?
About 40%,
But,
right? What percentage of Americans commit voter fraud every year?
it is an infinitesimally small
Right.
percentage.
So if I say to you, I got a problem that affects 40% of Americans, and I got another problem that affects almost no Americans, where would you put your investment?
I would certainly put my investment
Right.
in ensuring
But
free and fair
the two
access
gentlemen to the
elections.
left of Ms. Evans, and many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, want to somehow persuade us. The real problem is that infinitesimally small, almost non-existent fraud problem. And that's why we've got to restore confidence. We've got to restore integrity, which the bigger problem is suppression of voting, barriers to voting. Why not make it easier so 100% of Americans participate in the presidential elections and not only 60%? But of course, that's not what they want. And they're doing all of this not because they're worried about process and integrity. They're worried about outcomes. And that's what this is all about. And so when you can't win elections, try to select who gets to vote. It's an old practice and a reprehensible one. And that's why I feel like I'm in an Alice in Wonderland here, not addressing the real problem and manufacturing a problem that is designed to deny Americans their franchise, especially in the District of Columbia. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Oh,
The gentleman from the
my
great
God.
state of Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman's recognized.
Very good. First of all, I'd like to enter into the record an article by Martin Ostermuhl in the from NPR, an article regarding mail ballots and the number that were undeliverable in the 2020 election. And second, I'd like to enter into the record an article from the DC list. Again, a lot of mail ballots going out that were undeliverable, this in the 2022 election.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay, I've been a long opponent of excessive use of mail ballots for two reasons.
He was the
One,
chairman in one of
I
our
don't think with mail
hearings
ballots,
yesterday.
unlike when I show up in person, we know for sure who filled them out. I don't know how. I realize you might have a witness on there, but it seems to me there's no way to do follow-up or make sure the person who says is on the ballot really filled out the ballot. And secondly, I don't know if we can make sure, like again, when I vote, we know I'm all alone in the town of Greenbush. Somebody's not whispering in my ear as to who to fill out the ballot. When that's filled out at home or a mail ballot, from what I can tell, there's no guarantee that that person hasn't been coached. Mr. Cuccinelli, in these areas in which we use absentee ballots, what efforts are being made to make sure that the person who filled out the ballot is not being coached by, say, their spouse, by their roommate, by their somebody from their union, boyfriend, girlfriend? How do we know that that person is not being coached in the current system?
Well, we do not.
We don't know that they're not
do
being
not know
coached?
that. There's no way to know that.
Well, if we had nothing but absentee ballots going out to people, and we were, say, in a country, a communist state, say North Korea, what would we say about election results in North Korea if all the ballots
They did that with the mentally challenged people here in Minnesota. Brought them by busload and told them who to vote for. There was videos. Probably Minnesota. It's not. Did you guys lose your share screen? The hell?
If we wanted an honest election.
So 5 minutes
Well,
ago,
if you
Rumble
wanted an
gets
honest
all
election, that's a
crazy,
good
and
way to do
now
it.
StreamYard's getting messed up.
Do you feel that these past elections can be described as honest elections if they're states in which the electoral votes?
I guess
are
if that isn't a
determined
sign, I'm not
by
sure what
votes
else
that we
is a
don't know
sign.
who filled them out, or we don't know even if the right
I was
person filled it
watching
out,
on the
they
other
weren't being coached. Can we call
screen,
those
and I
honest
popped back
elections?
over.
Would we call those honest elections if
It's
that
gone.
was what was going on in, say,
Sorry,
North Korea?
people.
Certainly not North Korea. I don't think we'd ever do that, but there's a
Guess I won't do
confidence
that
problem
again.
with any of the systems you describe, even in our own elections.
Well, hopefully, eventually, Congress steps in and solves this flaw.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Brown is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we find ourselves in the middle of an attempt to undermine the rights of the District of Columbia and its residents. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle consistently choose to focus on local D.C. matters instead of
Okay,
the
so I
problems
always say
facing
there
the
are no
entire nation,
coincidences, but isn't
the
it
cost of
weird that,
healthcare,
what, 10 minutes
addressing
ago,
gun violence, and
Rumble,
protecting
like,
reproductive rights and the LGBTQ
was giving
community.
errors, like this page
However,
doesn't
if
exist,
the
you want to go to the
majority is
Wayback
choosing
Machine
to
and find
focus
it?
on elections in DC,
And then
I would be
10
remiss
minutes
not to bring
later,
up the voting rights of DC
StreamYard
residents.
just
The 700,000 residents of the District
completely
of Columbia lack the political
unconnects to
representation
the
given to Americans in all
live
50
stream.
states. So let's not beat around the bush. The failure
Well, hopefully
to
it
grant
wasn't too long.
DC
I was watching the other
statehood is
page.
disenfranchisement of local communities, many of which are
Oh, here,
black
let's try
and
my
brown.
clown.
Plain and simple. Congress should never turn a blind eye to the voting rights of every person in this nation. That's why
Okay,
I'm a
I'll
proud
move it.
co-sponsor
I have to edit
of
it.
Congresswoman Holmes Norton bill, H.R. 51, which would grant D.C. statehood and which Democrats passed in the 117th Congress and will
Yeah,
work to
blackout
pass
is
every
true.
session
Patriot
until
Polywog.
it becomes law. In his testimony in 2021 before the Oversight Committee, Wade Henderson, the president of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, expressed strong support for D.C. statehood and the bill. He rightly observed that until D.C. has voting representation in Congress, and I quote, the effort of the civil rights movement will remain incomplete. Ms. Weiser, do you think that the racial demographics of the district's residents have played a role in the campaign against their disenfranchisement?
Thank you very much for your question. I do agree that the disenfranchisement of the 700,000 residents of DC does disproportionately impact voters of color in America who disproportionately make up the bulk of DC's residents. And historically, the historical record is very clear that race discrimination was certainly played an important part in disenfranchising those citizens.
Thank you. DC statehood and home rule are matters of racial justice. If DC were admitted as a state, it would have the highest percentage of Black residents of any state. It is time for this majority to stop its selective interference in local politics and spend its time more wisely protecting the votes and voices of DC residents. It's time to make DC a state. And while we're at it, let's take long overdue action to protect the voting rights of all Americans. And with that, I would like to yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
I'd like to thank Ms. Brown for her courtesy and for that powerful statement. I'd like to ask Ms. Weiser that in the course of statehood admissions over the development of American history, there have been 37 states admitted from the original 13. Are you familiar with the kinds of objections that were raised to certain states being admitted? It was said, for example, that Hawaii and Alaska were not contiguous, therefore they couldn't be admitted. Texas was a foreign country, therefore it couldn't be admitted. West Virginia used to be part of Virginia, therefore it couldn't be admitted, and so on. Are you familiar at all with that record of objections?
I'm not very familiar, but I have read that.
Well, today it's said that Congress doesn't have the authority to modify the boundaries of the District of Columbia, even though in 1846, Congress modified the boundaries of the District of Columbia in order to retrocede to Virginia, Alexandria, Arlington, and Fairfax County, when Virginia slave masters were afraid that Congress was about to abolish the slave traffic in the District of Columbia, which in fact it did in the middle of the Civil War. So they were pressing about that, but it established the precedent that Congress has the authority to modify the boundaries of the District of Columbia. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 says Congress shall exercise exclusive legislation over that district to become the seat of government ceded by various states, not more than 10 miles square. It establishes a maximum area, but not any kind of minimum area for the state. Would it be in the history of the enlargement of democracy and the treatment of all citizens equally to admit Washington as a state today?
Absolutely.
And I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. LaTurner is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to enter into the record an article from NBC Washington dated 10/1/20 entitled DC Residents Concerned After Mail-in Ballots Left Unsecured.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Elections are the bedrock of our constitutional republic. It's crucial that Americans everywhere are confident that their vote is properly counted and their voices heard at the ballot box. Most voters support common sense election reforms, provisions like voter ID, ballot counting oversight, and prohibiting breaks or pauses in ballot counting until the vote tabulation is complete. We also need to make it easier for our troops serving abroad to vote and prevent outside third-party groups from influencing our electoral process. Ms. Weiser, do you believe convicted felons should have the right to vote?
Thank you for your question. We do support restoration of voting rights, full restoration for people upon completion of their time of incarceration.
Does that include convicted murderers?
That includes anyone who is released from incarceration and has been deemed to be fit to be a member of the community.
Mr. Cuccinelli, I appreciate you being here today. DC has experienced many issues with outdated voter rolls and a lack of routine list maintenance. Why are accurate voter rolls so important for the administration of an election, and how does the ACE Act's requirement of maintaining accurate voter rolls assist in running elections?
Well, voter rolls serve as the foundation of who may legitimately participate. When you have circumstances like an 11% failure rate on the 2020 statistics related earlier here, and the voter rolls in terms of returns to DC, particularly when you are mailing out actual ballots, you're literally sending, in DC's case, that's over 50,000 ballots that are hitting mailboxes or post offices without a legitimate eligible recipient based on their own system. That's 50,000 ballots that are floating around out there that were never requested by a voter and can be snatched up and voted by others, particularly when you have an unsecured drop box system to receive them.
I've long been a proponent of the federalist model of government. Do you believe that it's the best electoral system for our nation? And expound, if you might, on what role should the federal government be playing?
Certainly, the federal government should be making it easier for states to clean up their roles instead of getting in the way, as much current federal law or at least court rulings lead to, unfortunately. I also believe, as I noted earlier, that separate elections by state provide an additional level of security for us as a nation against potential foreign interlopers. And that is a tremendous benefit to us, though it does mean that the rules and laws as you go from one state to another will be different, as is allowed under the Constitution and has been practiced for 250 years, 240 years in this country. Those are all benefits for the United States of state-by-state type of elections.
This is an important hearing today, and it's important that we draw attention to it. There are millions of Americans across the country that are concerned that their vote doesn't count. They're concerned. They want to make certain that when they see a result less and less commonly on election night, they want to have confidence that the person that got the most votes actually won. So this is an important issue for us to discuss. What you're hearing from the other side of the aisle is that there's nothing to see here. There's no problem. And we know that that's just not true. And we know that the majority of the American people support common sense regulations in this regard. I think my home state of Kansas has some of the most secure elections in the country and serve as an example for other states. Common sense things like voter ID, that you prove that you are who you say you are, that we're able to have ballot counting oversight. This is common sense stuff. The American people expect us to be talking about it and leading on it here in Washington, D.C. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back to all of the folks who have been continuing to stand up for the cause of keeping hands off of D.C. I see you and I recognize you. To jump right back in it, Washington, D.C. has not had a single modern instance of voter fraud. The Republicans' own Heritage Foundation election fraud cases database lists 0 instances of voter fraud in D.C. since 1979. 3 D.C.-based hearings in, and I can only think of one reason why we are here yet again to give and conduct all of this oversight on this one mid-sized city that doesn't have a state or any representation. We're not seeing this oversight over conservative areas. We're not seeing this oversight over majority white areas.
Bullshit and bullshit.
So it must be that D.C. has over 45% of black folks with a very suppressible vote, because that's the real goal here, to disenfranchise black and brown voters. Republicans know that when people are able to vote freely and without odd constraints, like too long lines in places that they cannot access, or rules that suppress their ability to access the ballot and to vote, when they can vote, they don't win elections. So they make it as difficult as possible and outright deny the right to many Americans. And the disenfranchise isn't just limited to continental United States. Ms. Weiser, are the people residing in the U.S. territories, such as Puerto Rico or Guam or the U.S. Virgin Islands, able to vote for the president?
Did she just say Virgin Islands?
I believe they are.
Those same people are United States citizens, correct?
That is correct.
Millions of residents of the 5 U.S. territories, 98% of whom are people of color, are denied full voting rights, despite paying nearly $4 billion in federal taxes and having a population equivalent to that of the 5 smallest U.S. states combined. We're perpetuating a system of colonialism and paternalism. These folks do not have full voting rights in Congress or the Senate. Earlier this year, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell took to the floor of the Senate and said that, quote, "It's about time the federal government provides some adult supervision for D.C." Let me just say, the folks who are duly elected to represent the city of D.C. are not children. The voters, the folks of voting age, they're not children. The last 2 hearings on D.C. were entitled overdue oversight of the capital city. They're not even trying to play down the dog whistles anymore. I was going to ask some semi-rhetorical questions to Ms. Evans to highlight the absurdity of this 3rd D.C. hearing on disenfranchisement. I'll answer them myself, though. I was going to ask about the 535 voting members of Congress, how many of those members did D.C. get to vote for? The answer is 0. I was then going to ask,
I
of
agree.
those 535 voting members of Congress, do any of them know more about or care more about D.C. and its nearly 700,000 residents than D.C.'s locally elected officials? This is, of course, conjecture, but I think you would probably say that these 535 of my colleagues do not know or care more about the day in and day out needs or desires of the people of D.C. My Republican colleagues seem to subscribe to this belief that
They're
D.C.
so
residents
angry.
are incapable of self-government, and that D.C. residents need members of Congress from faraway places to regulate their conduct. It's beyond offensive, and it's un-American.
Now my
will
camera
yield
just
the
shut off
remainder of
all
my
by
time
itself.
To the ranking member Raskin.
Thank you very much to the distinguished gentlelady and for her trenchant comments there. Mr. Spies, I think you've given me an idea for some legislation as I read more into your case. I understand you entered into the conciliation agreement with the Federal Election Commission because you were working with a wholly owned subsidiary of a foreign company, and a foreign national directed the contribution into Mr. Bush's
Was it 11/11?
super PAC, and that was why you had to enter into it. But if a foreign national had not directed it, but it had just come from a domestic subsidiary of a foreign national, I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that would be permissible under the law today, and I don't think that should be the case. I think a wholly owned corporate subsidiary in America should not be able to give money in our elections. Do you agree with that?
The gentleman's microphone is not on.
I agree with your reading of the law that a domestic subsidiary that is under American citizen control using funds generated in the United States is allowed to contribute.
Okay, thank you. No, back.
The gentleman, the time has expired. Mr. Goldman is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Here we are again, yet another hearing, our 3rd one in the Oversight Committee on the 700,000 residents of the District of Columbia, which represents 0.002 of the total American population. Now, the subtitle of this hearing is The Path to Election Integrity in D.C. Election integrity, a term that we hear all the time from our Republican friends. And it's a term that is used all the time around the country to justify voter restriction laws in numerous states with Republican legislatures. Ms. Weiser, since 2020, how many states have passed laws to restrict voter access?
Thank you very much for your question. Last year, before the election, there were 20 states that had passed 33 new laws restricting access to the vote. This year, I believe I will send you the, we are about to put out new numbers of how many have passed.
What is the general justification for these voter restriction laws?
Virtually all of these are justified under the purported need to stop voter fraud, many of them using the same disinformation about election denialism and the 2020 election.
So let's talk about voter fraud. Ms. Evans, how many cases of voter fraud have ever been proved in the history of Washington, D.C.?
I don't have statistics as far as the history of DC, but as far as
Are you aware of any?
there have been cases that have been brought to our attention of suspected voter fraud. As far as proven voter fraud, I have no information. However, based on what has been brought to my attention, the numbers are less than 1%.
Well, let me just tell you that according to the Heritage Foundation, the answer is 0.
Yes.
And you are correct that the percentage of voter fraud on across the country is infinitesimal. But let's talk a little bit more about voter fraud. Mr. Spies, do you know what the last congressional, which congressional election was last had to be redone because of widespread voter fraud? Do you know where that was?
Indiana,
No.
I assume?
Well, maybe, but are you aware of North Carolina 9 in 2018?
Yes, and I'm also aware of Louisiana, Indiana, North Carolina.
Right. Well, in North Carolina 9, as I'm sure you know, there was a massive voter fraud scheme perpetrated by Republicans. And so what we have here is essentially a circular vacuum where Republicans are talking about voter fraud that doesn't exist, and when it exists, it's perpetrated by Republicans to justify voter restriction laws passed by Republican legislatures based on phantom and false information about voter fraud. That is ultimately the problem that we have here. And really, it is, as Ms. Weiser said, complete disinformation. Voter fraud is not a thing. It's not a thing that affects elections. Mr. Cuccinelli, let's talk about the 2020 election, which I know you worked in the Trump administration as in a senior level, Department of Homeland Security. What is CISA?
CISA is one of the 8 agencies of the Department of Homeland Security.
And it
Been so since 2018.
And it oversees our election security, correct?
No, that's not accurate. The states oversee that. CISA networks the states together to stay in touch with one another about threats to their elections.
Okay, I'm not sure the difference, but you are aware that the head of CISA in 2020, who worked in the same Department of Homeland Security as you did, stated that the 2020 election was the most secure in our history. Are you not?
I'm familiar with the quote to which you were referencing.
Right.
Yes.
And do you have any basis, factual basis, to disagree with that assessment from the head of our election security agency in the Department of Homeland Security?
So that is not an election security agency, and he had no factual basis to make the statement. That is the province of the states.
Interesting.
The gentleman.
All right. I'm glad we have that on the record.
The gentleman's
I yield back.
time has expired. Mr. Palmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cuccinelli, does the allegation of no or few charges of election fraud indicate that there is no election fraud?
No, sir.
I thank you for that answer. I want to ask you about the ACE Act and requiring the presentation of a photo ID before casting a ballot in person. Would that lessen the probability of election fraud?
It would.
Is that used in other states?
It is used all over the country and for many more things than merely elections. I have a list of about 100 different things we require IDs for. Including, by the way, in the District of Columbia.
Right. Before you can do a number of things.
Pet. Yeah.
Yeah. I also want to talk a little bit about the integrity of voter files. I think it was about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, that the Pew Research Center published a report and said there's 24 million Americans improperly registered. I think they said 2.7 million of them are registered in multiple states. 1.8 million of them are deceased. And for instance, the state of Michigan, according to information from another group that's involved in voter integrity, is 105% registered to vote. Now, for some of my people who don't quite understand the math on that, that means there's 5% more people registered to vote than actually old enough or qualified to vote in the entire state of Michigan. Is that a problem?
That sort of circumstance would be a huge problem, yes.
How about over 800,000 inactive voters still on the rolls in Pennsylvania?
Anytime you have a large inactive voter roll that isn't being
1.5 million,
it's a problem.
1.5 million more people registered to vote in Los Angeles County than live in the county who would be eligible to vote?
Yes, and I believe court ordered them just recently to remove 1.2 million ineligible or dead or gone voters.
Right. So there are things.
That's just the one county.
That's just one county. That's Los Angeles County. By the way, in the state of Michigan, there's 16 counties that are over 110% registered to vote, including one that's 119%. And I believe in citizenship and patriotism, but don't you think that's going a little bit too far?
Yes, sir.
I think the thing that we need to do is recognize that there's a large percentage of the population that has lost confidence in our elections. And we need to make sure that every individual citizen who's eligible to vote knows their vote counts. If there's the old saying in politics, perception is reality. I think that's true in other issues, particularly with election fraud. And it may be, as some have said, that there's little to no election fraud. But from my perspective, there should be zero election fraud. How do you feel about that?
I certainly agree with you, and I would note, just as a lawyer, we talk about not just justice, but the appearance of justice, and I would say the analogy applies in elections. We want the best run, cleanest, most accessible elections. We also want them to be cleanly run and with integrity. So the appearance is important to the confidence in the outcome as well as actually doing the job well.
I've done quite a bit of work on this, and again, going back to the District of Columbia. In 2022, there was reporting that the District of Columbia is at risk of being formally removed from the ERIC program, which assists multiple states in keeping clean voter rolls. This is due to DC's inconsistency in reporting on its own data, not somebody else's data, their own data. Can you explain how the ERIC system works and how this potential removal would affect DC elections? And is that a problem?
So the ERIC system has its own controversy, but the idea is that because states that run their own elections and the District of Columbia, that when individuals might otherwise show up on two voter rolls, the two states work via the ERIC system to remove that person from the appropriate voter roll from which they should be removed. That does not often happen, which is one of the problems even in making the ERIC system useful even in that way.
Do you think we need to add another criteria that proof of citizenship, that states and the District of Columbia should be allowed to require proof of citizenship in order to vote? I mean, when we passed the 1993 National Voter Registration Act, then member Nancy Pelosi went to the microphone and argued that it would protect us from voter fraud. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely think citizenship requirements are appropriate, and the federal government should get out of the state's way in allowing them to enforce that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Stansbury is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. And I want to just take this opportunity to say that there's one thing that I agree about on this committee hearing this morning, which is that there is an unprecedented attack on our democracy and elections happening across the nation right now. But it's not as our friends across the aisle would have us believe in this hearing this morning. In fact, the greatest threat to our democracy right now is the systematic erosion of voting voting rights across the United States. In fact, in 2021, more than 400 anti-voter measures were put forward by state legislatures and by this body, by the current majority in this body, that would put into place discriminatory voter ID laws, restrictions on polling locations that could lead to hours-long waits, the elimination of early voting, bans on mail-in voting, and gerrymandering. These efforts not only undermine our democracy, they are a systematic attack on the voting rights of poor people and people of color in communities across this country. So it shouldn't be of any surprise to us that the only jurisdiction, local jurisdiction, that this body has any purview over, that the majority would haul our capital city in front of us to talk about your amazing and progressive voting rights legislation, which has actually protected the people of DC and their voting rights. I'm shocked. I'm disgusted. The bill that's being talked about this morning would continue that systematic erosion at the federal level and contribute to the disenfranchisement, not only of the people in this city, but in communities across the country that have historically been disenfranchised generation after generation. We have seen this undermining of voting rights in the Supreme Court with the gutting of the Voting Rights Act and the failure across our Capitol in the Senate for the Senate to act to protect voting rights. Luckily, here in the House, we have a strong group of Democrats who have been fighting to protect the voting rights of the people of this country and to carry forth the vision of Dr. Martin Luther King and, of course, the great John Lewis and the rights that they voted for, that they marched for across our communities. But in spite of these systematic efforts to undermine voting rights across the United States, there are shining lights. In fact, in my home state in New Mexico, we just passed voting rights legislation to protect and expand voting rights in our tribal communities, to expand opportunities for our communities to access the ballot box. And one of those shining lights is actually the capital city, Washington, D.C., which has some of the most important and progressive voting rights laws on the books. And I want to thank Ms. Evans for your work and the work of your folks who are making sure that the people of DC have access to the voting, to the ballot box here in this city. But I think it's important, I know we've heard a lot this morning about the impacts that these voting rights restrictions have had on communities across the country. But it's also important to talk about the things that we can do at the local level, whether that's in Washington, D.C., in states or tribal communities like mine. And so, Ms. Weiser, I know you've talked about this in your testimony, but I was struck in particular by some of the notes that you provided about important things that we can do to shore up our voting rights system. So could you talk to us a little bit about the recommendations that you have for protecting voter rights?
Thank you very much for the question. I will start by saying most of the recommendations that we have for shoring up voting rights are actually have been passed by this body in the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. They include policies to modernize voter registration, make it secure and accessible for everyone, automatic voter registration, online registration, same-day registration. They include ensuring baseline national standards so that everyone can access early voting and has opportunities also to engage in mail voting. It includes the restoration of voting rights for citizens who are formerly incarcerated, to give them a second chance once they return to their community. That includes protections for election officials. It includes safeguards against interference in our elections. So these are critical threats, and Congress can actually put in place common sense measures to both expand access to voting while ensuring election integrity. And if I may, can I just correct one misstatement I said before? I was asked about the voting rights of individuals, citizens in the territories, and they can vote in presidential primaries, but not in the general election. And that's actually not only a violation of policy, but I believe a constitutional problem.
Thank you. And I'll just conclude by saying that it should be no surprise that the party of the big lie on January 6th is hauling our capital city in front of this body to further undermine a population that is already disenfranchised and that has already had their voting rights.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes.
That we address the voting right.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Ms. Weiser, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of your written testimony on ballot collection restrictions. I mean, our hearing today is about the District of Columbia, and I don't think it would be a surprise to anybody that North Dakota and DC are two very different places. In my home state, sometimes you have to drive several hundred miles to access a post office, but that's not the case in DC. And your written testimony implies that restrictions on ballot collection disproportionately harm voters in rural areas with post offices in very different things. But again, we're talking about DC. Do you know how many post offices are located in DC?
I do not.
I think it's 60. Do you know how many square miles DC is?
I do not.
It's just under 70, 68.3. That would mean that there's essentially a post office every 1.13 square miles in Washington, D.C. And I can talk about the difficulty accessing post offices in rural areas and how to solve that. We've had that discussion in this committee since my entire time being in there. But when we're telling me that there's a problem with ballot collection in the District of Columbia, a city with a post office every 1.13 square miles, it sounds to me like, to my constituents, that's laughable. And I would be really interested in what you would tell me to tell my constituents at home.
Well, thank you. So I was addressing the policy nationally, but in DC, it is voters with disabilities and elderly voters, even if they have post offices nearby, may need assistance in actually, they might not be able to use the benefit of mail balloting if they lack mobility or and don't have that assistance.
Well, but that's not unique to DC. We have,
No.
It's everybody. And at least in DC, you have a post office every 1.13 miles.
That is not unique to DC, but in most places, actually, ballot assistance is in fact permitted, and members of both political parties engage in it. It is a secure way of providing voters with assistance, especially those voters with disabilities, limited mobility, or voters who are very far from post offices.
All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and outside of the policy involved around letting foreign nationals vote, which I find fascinating, I have some questions on what the safeguards exist in that space. I don't know how many foreign nationals are in D.C. at any given time, but I would assume that comparatively, because we are embassies, we're the seat of the government in the United States, that it's significantly higher than the population as a whole. Mr. Cuccinelli, I think you and I would agree that allowing foreign nationals to vote in an election is a bad idea.
True.
But even if you and I agree that that policy is a bad idea, it exists, right?
In
it's about
DC and a few other places, yes.
What safeguards are in place to make sure they're not voting at home?
Well, none yet.
Okay, what safeguards should be put in place to make sure? You can come
Well,
in with
I mean,
a foreign passport and say, I'm going to vote in a DC municipal election. I work at the Norwegian, my wife's from Oslo, Norway, a Norwegian embassy. Are we checking with the Norwegian government if they're voting in two elections at once?
No, I don't think we care. Honestly, we might care if the other election was in Maryland or Virginia and DC,
Well, of course.
but we clearly don't care if it's DC and Norway.
I think that, but we should care. Every state with a university deals with these issues. North Dakota has the easiest ballot. We're the only state in the country without voter registration. We have a 30-day residency requirement. You go to school at the University of North Dakota. You go to the school at NDSU. You're from Minnesota. You're from Illinois. You're from Iowa. We want you to be able to vote in North Dakota, provided you're not voting in Iowa. Why aren't we setting up those safeguards here?
That's an excellent question, Congressman. I don't have an answer to that.
I don't know what the closest DC election has been in the last 10 years, but I'm assuming there's been something that's been fairly close.
Probably primaries, yes.
Yeah,
And I would note, I'm hearing occasional allegations that are partisan in nature, like the Republicans are trying to change outcomes in DC. That's not going to happen.
Well, you know who I don't want to change the outcome in any U.S. election? Foreign citizens that are voting at home. Voting is a sacred right. It's a sacred right in North Dakota. It's a sacred right in Minnesota. It's everywhere. But when you're voting in one place, you're not voting in another place. I mean, that is how this is supposed to work, particularly in the.
That is
the
not a
nation's capital.
requirement in the DC non-citizen voting allowance.
Well, outside of being terrible policy, I think the safeguards in place absolutely don't exist. And what you're telling me is that's true.
Correct.
All right, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We've been going strong for 2.5 hours, and so we are going to provide our witnesses and our staff to take a 10-minute recess, and then we will reconvene. The committee stands in recess.
Well, that was spicy. What did he just say, Patriot Pollywog? I'm watching my overlay video. He's in recess. Is this in recess for the rest of the day? Actually, I think I can. Bye, Slicknard. Thanks for joining us. The next one I was going to play is a rewatch from yesterday with my future husband in it. Oh, lunch recess. So are they going to come back then? Because I have I know what I'll do. Oh, 10 minutes? Oh, well then I'll just entertain you with my myself. Oh, actually, no. I'll turn on thanks, guys, for staying on top of things for me. I thought, oh, I'll take my ear out so I can pay more attention. And then all of a sudden I heard recess and I'm like, what? Okay, I want to play you this thing from yesterday on Redacted, which will be about 10 minutes. And then I'll just pay attention. It has to do with, here. NATO and U.S. blame Russia for the dam attack. Oh, Slick Nerd, yeah, I've got that on my list. The Chris Ray one, it starts at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. Okay, so let's just go back 1 second. So on all my social media platforms, so Gab, Twitter, and True Social, the pinned comment at the top is today's hearings that we're going to have. So I think I'm going to do like I did yesterday. It worked out pretty good. So then people stay in the same room and then just change the title. So I have pinned up there the 3 hearings. The first one is this one. And then the second one, if we have time for it, was going to be the rewatch of my future husband's hearing yesterday on the border. And then the third one is, oh, and I think I put it in the description box too. The third one is Homeland Security Committee hearing. It starts at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. Transnational criminal organizations. Yeah, so I wanted, because yeah, Slicknard says, like Russia would blow up the dam like the pipeline and cause a nuclear reactor to collapse. Exactly. So that's why that would, this video here I'm going to show you, that'll fill in our time. So since they're coming back to this hearing now, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to watch the rewatch of the DHS failure to prep for end of Title 42. I could play that after the Homeland Security one is done. So I'm going to just try to do that every day. And I'm also going to send out tweets to Rumble because every day I send them emails asking for more streaming slots on Rumble. So that's what we're dealing with. But yeah, the Chris Ray one starts at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow. Okay, so let's watch this redacted one because I was so busy yesterday I didn't have time to watch it. So we'll watch it in 1.25 times speed. Share this instead. Like the video. I always do that out of habit. Play. Large volume.
2023. Today is June 6th, 2023.
So this was yesterday afternoon.
79 years ago this morning, in the early morning misty hours off the coast of Normandy, France. A little-known operation called Operation Overlord started. The operation had one singular mission: to liberate Europe from Nazi Germany, to accept the unconditional surrender of Hitler's forces. That was the ultimate goal of that morning and what unfolded over those many hours. And then, of course, for days plus all the way through June, all the way up until the end of June, this invasion of Normandy happened. The operation delivered 5 naval assault divisions to the beaches of Normandy, France, and it became the largest amphibious assault in world history. It's unbelievable to see these pictures now and to think what was happening on that misty, stormy morning when air cover wasn't even available in the way that they had planned. So all of these men storming these beaches without the air support that they thought they would have as they took on all of these Nazi pillboxes, raining hellfire down on them. It was the largest amphibious assault in world history. You might know it by its other name, D-Day. So on this day, it is worth honoring these men. In the first 24 hours, 9,000 Allied soldiers were killed by Nazis. Between the Allies and Germany, we saw more than 550,000 casualties during the invasion of Normandy. I mean, it helped turn the tide of the war, of course. The massive Soviet victories in the north pushed the Nazis out of Stalingrad and ultimately out of Russia altogether. These combined forces and combined victories defeated Nazi Germany. It's worth thinking about this, though, like on a night like this, isn't it? This is, 79 years ago today. Imagine what those men were dealing with on the beaches of Normandy 79 years ago. The people that gave their lives, the people who lost limbs. Now we have, we're in this era now where NATO is actively supporting the very evil that we defeated 80 years ago. Unbelievable. And if you think about it, there's nothing more dangerous than someone who is losing power, right? We talk about this a lot.
Yes, absolutely.
The idea that, what is it, like if you're losing power, that's when a person lashes out.
Yeah.
Right? When you're taking a person's power. And we are watching the last desperate throes of Zelensky's regime trying to hold on to power. You be the judge if this is what happened after what happened overnight. Overnight, Ukraine and NATO forces partially destroyed a hydroelectric dam. They might as well have destroyed the whole thing because at this point it doesn't matter. This hydroelectric dam in the Kherson region. This is what happens when you destroy a dam. Just look at that. Thousands of innocent people die in their towns. Just look. This is unbelievable drone footage of what happened.
It really is. It's shocking.
I can't imagine.
No.
I think people underestimate the power of water. There's nothing that is going to stop that water. No man-made structure will stop that water, other than the one that was there. But you know what I mean? Like the houses, they're all floating down
gone,
it's powerful.
And they're all floating away now, right? So they partially destroyed this dam and just destroyed this whole area. Here is some more daylight footage, as you can see here, of a wall of water flooding the city center. Now it's completely flooded after NATO and Ukraine partially destroyed this hydroelectric dam. And according to the regional governor, hundreds of civilians were in this town before NATO and Ukrainian forces flooded the town. And so we know that was the case. And that's, hundreds of them. Look at this damage this morning. Look at these roads are now rivers. Look at this, houses just floating down the streams, floating down the river.
That's just post-apocalyptic.
It's unbelievable. Now, I lived in West Virginia during 200-year floods back to back in Bluefield, West Virginia, when I was there as a young reporter. And you just saw these entire communities devastated because of this. And this is like 10 times worse than what I saw in West Virginia. Like what we're looking at here and the size of that river overflowing. So when you look at these drone footage, the water flows downstream of the Dnieper River, and just absolutely destroying this entire area. Horrible, horrible. And again, the governor is saying, we can't even enter this town in the Belgorod region, saying we can't even enter this territory because of the nonstop shelling. This is other areas that are just under nonstop shelling in civilian areas. Patrick Lancaster in this area today in Belgorod region, like dealing with a nonstop shelling in this area. So this continued attack on civilians here is, just to give you a sense of where this flooding is tracking here, I've drawn in these blue areas here near the dam, so you can see these areas that are just totally underwater, that have just gotten flooded, according to local reports. Here's a map. Now just take a look at this map, and you can see here where this area in question. So this is the area in question here, right near here in the center of your screen, near this dam. And then as you can see all of this area here underwater, all of that city center underwater. But then look as we pan up further here on the screen, where does it go? Upriver a little bit here, and just further north is the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant and the town of Zaporozhye. So right here, this water, of course, is incredibly important to cool the nuclear power plant, and the cool water from that area is being used in that. So look how close, and of course, the continued shelling of the Zaporozhye power plant has continued. Remember, And just think about what you're looking on your screen here, guys, is a Russian city. Right? This is a Russian city. Ukraine is claiming that Russia blew up the bridge, blew up the dam. Even the head of NATO had the balls to tweet this out today. Look at this, guys. This is Jens Stoltenberg, the head of NATO. The destruction of the dam today puts thousands of civilians at risk and causes severe environmental damage. This is an outrageous act, he writes, which demonstrates once again the brutality of Russia's war in Ukraine. So, and also Olaf Scholz of Germany also came out and accused Russia of blowing up their own dam. This is the same Olaf Scholz who was shouted down as a warmonger this weekend. Even had people taking the speech and cutting it into clips with him and Hitler back and forth. And people were shouting, "You're a warmonger, you're a warmonger." And he was trying to speak louder than them because he was basically sounding like Hitler. But wait a second. I seem to remember NATO and Ukraine testing out the idea of blowing up this dam last year. It was even featured in the Washington Post. The idea was to stop Russia from advancing. So this was in the Washington Post, where they specifically highlighted Ukraine using HIMARS launchers to attack this dam. You cannot make this up. Kovalchuk considered flooding the river. The Ukrainians, he said, even conducted a test strike with HIMARS launchers on one of the floodgates of the dam, making 3 holes in the metal to see if the river could be raised enough to stymie Russian crossings but not flood nearby villages. The test was a success, Kovalchuk said, but the step remained a last resort. So we're not going to do it just yet. Washington Post has a feature article about how Ukraine was planning on blowing up this dam to slow a Russian advance. It's amazing how this all comes together, doesn't it? I think almost like hoping we forget that this was in the Washington Post. So they already told us they were going to do this. Just like when they told us they'd blow up the Nord Stream pipeline, and then they did it. And then they tried to blame Russia, even though Joe Biden told us he was going to. Victoria Nuland told us that they were going to. So in addition to blowing up the dam, just up the river, of course, is that other target, which is the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. I mean, again, this river is vital to the cooling of the nuclear power plant. It's been under constant shelling by NATO forces for the past year. We found HIMARS shells being used to attack the nuclear power plant, which has been under control of Russia since March of last year. And they've been using HIMARS to attack all over this area. But don't worry, the Atomic Energy Agency says, hey, the IAEA says nothing to worry about here. It's all fine. We've got it under control. Listen.
Today, the Nova Kakhovka dam was severely damaged, leading to significant reduction in the level of the reservoir used to supply cooling water to the ZNPP. The cooling water is required for the essential cooling systems which provide cooling to the among other to the following: residual heat removal from the reactors, spent or partially spent fuel there, residual heat removal from the spent fuel ponds, cooling of the emergency diesel generators when they are running. Absence of cooling water in the essential water systems for an extended period of time would cause fuel melt and inoperability of the emergency diesel generators. However, our current assessment is that there is no immediate risk to the safety of the plant. Okay. We are following this by the day.
We're following this by the day. Great. So just like when they
went to Zaporizhia last fall,
right,
and said, we can't say who's doing this, but we can say we don't want it to happen anymore.
Right. We can clearly see the azimuth of these rockets and which direction they're coming from. And they're coming from the west. They're coming from Ukraine, and they're using American HIMARS to attack the power plant. But we can't say who's actually attacking the plant. We can't. We just can't come out and say that. Yeah. So they did it. I mean, so Encyclopedia Brown, who do you think stole the lunch money from Little Wendy? Like, who did it?
I mean, one side has images that they show on the internet.
Right.
With like tracking numbers and serial numbers and things like that. But I guess that's not really a clue. They shouldn't ask to see that because it's a hanging chat or what have you.
This afternoon, Ukrainians were posting videos of themselves saving dogs in the river. Ukraine's like, yeah, because Russia blew up the dam. And literally there's like a police chief that's like filming himself or filming his buddy, this police officer pulling a dog out of the river and saving the dog's life. It's like, great. That's great. Thanks for your hard work. After you blew up the dam, now you're trying to save face with propaganda on the internet. Go ahead, David.
Well, I was just going to say, if you read Twitter, you'll see that propaganda works because people are blaming Russia. And like you said, they're saying, while Russia's blowing stuff up, Ukrainians are saving dogs. Exactly the same thing I was just going to say that I saw. It's just like unbelievable how much propaganda works online.
Yeah, see, these Ukrainians are saving dogs after they blew up the dam.
Well, the same thing happened just a few weeks ago at that hospital in Dnipro, which was hit by when a Ukrainian anti-rocket missile hit another missile and it fell onto a hospital. Zelensky got out in front of that story, said that it was Russia, even though it was Ukraine that knocked it down into their own civilian areas, because we know that they are not cautious around civilian areas. And the comments were completely, just absolutely sycophantic on Zelensky's Twitter page. Like, you're so brave for saying this. You're so glad you're saying this. Russia's the devil. All of that kind of just believe it and fall in line.
Yeah, and then if you question it, you get shut down. Like our friend who then covered it got his channel shut down for actually telling the truth about it. So you can't even talk about it because they'll block you for it. But hey, don't worry, because on this D-Day, this 79 years after D-Day, the United States is standing for democracy and will continue to send money to the bastion of democracy, which is Ukraine. And what we find is that American members of Congress are really read up on this war. You would be surprised, actually. I was stunned to see this. You might not know this, but American members of Congress, they read more books than Natalie and I do. We read a lot of books. They are so read up on the Ukraine war. They know every little nuance of what's happening. They understand the history since 2014 of Crimea and the Donbass and how it's been hell for the people living in that part of the country and why they voted to become part of Russia. These members of Congress understand all of it. It's unbelievable. Here, the gray zone caught up with this is Congressman Jamal Bowman, who from New York. So you think New York, very cosmopolitan state, right? Clearly, they're going to know. So he was on the streets of D.C. when the gray zone caught up with him and to ask him about the nuances of this war and why we're sending so much money to this regime. And here's what he had to say. It's unbelievable how well read he is on this.
What do you want us to discuss? The Donbass and Crimea? I don't know if I know much about that. I need to get into the details and learn some more about that. Yeah. You know what those are? No. Tell me. Educate me. Well, let me ask you this. What's your opinion on the war for Ukraine? Do you support U.S. aid to the war in Ukraine? Yes. Why do you support that? Because Putin's a madman, and we got to stop him. But I'm anti-war in general. Okay. All right. But so just so you know, the Donbass and Crimea, those are the central regions in Ukraine, which were in dispute and which started the war over those regions. Okay. So. Okay. Good to meet you.
If you say so. Cool. Good to meet you. Donbass, Crimea, I don't know too much about that. I have to read up on that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what those are. I never heard of that before.
I mean,
Putin's
so why did Russia go in there then? Why are they there?
He doesn't need to answer your questions. He's a member of Congress. He's a member of Congress who then provides the purse strings for the defense contractors to make billions of dollars. He doesn't need to know the nuances of this. He doesn't need to know why the people of this region have been facing a genocide since 2014, and this is what this was all about.
I mean, Crimea, like that at least was in the news. The Donbass, the Western media goes out of their way to ignore. But Crimea at least was a fun talking point for Obama for a long while to stir up anti-Russia hate.
There's a reason people like him get tons of funding to get into office.
Oh my God.
That's the kind of people they want in there.
It made me want to cry because I think about, these journalists that spend time in this region. They know that the Western world is ignoring the abuse that they have been experiencing for nearly a decade. And even when journalists come there, there's one in particular who said that when we go there and we say we want to show the Western world what's happening to you, people in those regions kind of shrug their shoulders and say, no one cares. No one's going to listen. Everyone's just going to hear what, Ukraine is saying to the West.
Yeah.
And this is why this just shows that, ignorance works. It works, and it's incredibly expensive.
I want to watch that soundbite again. This is an unbelievable. I've watched it like 5 times today. I cannot believe that this is a member of Congress who the House of Representatives controls the purse strings.
It made me want to cry to see it because you think about,
and thank you to our witnesses for being here. St. Louis and I are here today in opposition to Republicans' continuing assault on our democracy and in support of political self-determination for the residents of Washington, D.C. Let's get one thing straight at the top. The idea that Republicans care about election integrity in D.C. is a joke. Just 2 years ago, I was barricaded in my office right here in D.C. This is the party of insurrection whose supporters attacked the Capitol in an attempt to overthrow what? A democratic election. When Republicans talk about election integrity, they're really talking about voter suppression. They're talking about carrying on the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow by actively disenfranchising Black and brown communities through legislation like the American Confidence in Elections Act to undermine voter access and fair and impartial election administration. And they're talking about maintaining anti-democratic control over D.C., which has had a significant Black population since its creation. was majority black from the late 1950s through 2011 and remains majority non-white. The United States is the only democracy in the world that denies the residents of its capital voting representation in the national legislature. DC residents have been demanding voting representation in Congress for more than 200 years. And in a 2016 referendum, 86% of DC residents voted for statehood. Republicans want to pretend that DC statehood is a power grab for the Democrats, a power grab for the Democratic Party. They say it's a political ploy to gain seats in the Senate. But that just doesn't really make sense. So, Ms. Weiser, if DC became a state, will Republicans be forbidden from running in its congressional elections?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so they can still run. Okay, got it. Let me ask you, Ms. Weiser, in a democracy, should political rights be controlled, be conditioned on who voters might elect?
No, absolutely not. That would be inappropriate.
It would be inappropriate. Thank you. So DC statehood is not about one party or the other. It's about freedom, and it's about political self-determination. It's about overcoming the white supremacist violence of voter suppression in this here historically black city. It's about the voices of real people whose lives and whose struggles matter. So Republicans should stop the hypocrisy. Again, I remember being barricaded in my office trying to figure out how to protect my staff, and my words were, if they come to this door, we bang into the end. And I meant that. If you touch my staff, because they didn't sign up for this. They didn't sign up to be in a position to where their bodies are on the line. They signed up to do a work for the people of St. Louis. So stop the hypocrisy. Stop talking about don't tread on me, when that's exactly what that party is doing to the people of DC. Stop trampling on their lives. Stop trampling on their freedoms. Stop trampling on our democracy. Stop holding DC hostage, and let Congress once and for all grant the people of DC what they've been long demanding: statehood. Thank you, and I yield.
Will the gentlelady yield? Will the gentlelady yield?
You still got it, go. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, were you still questioning?
I started saying it, so.
I yield back to you.
Okay, well, I yield back to you.
Well, you're very kind. I was struck by the gentlelady from St. Louis's remarks. The violent insurrection that took place on January 6, 2021 was a reflection of a sentiment that a white majority in the country can't lose a presidential election. And I think a lot of the legislation today proceeds on the same theory, that there's got to be something wrong with the elections if they're not headed in the direction of Donald Trump and his team. So I thank you for giving us that juxtaposition, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Christopher Arps of Americans for Citizens Voting, an email of support from 6/6/23. And I also ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record the Migration Policy Institute's profile of the unauthorized population within Washington, D.C., dictating that over 20,000 non-citizens live in the district. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today to speak about the sacred right to vote in free and fair elections. I'll put it bluntly, allowing non-citizens to vote in American elections is a slap in the face to every American who fought and sacrificed for this right. In 2021, New York City became the largest municipality in the country to allow non-citizens to vote in local elections. However, even former Mayor Bill de Blasio, a committed progressive, he refused to sign this legislation when it came to his desk. Even he agreed that there's a value to American citizenship in the right to vote. While I was chairman of the New York State Republican Party, I sued New York City's council, and the courts ruled against the city allowing non-citizens to vote, deeming it unconstitutional. Allowing those who are not American citizens to vote in our elections, whether it's here in the nation's capital or in any locality or state, it threatens the integrity and the security of our elections and devalues what it truly means to be an American citizen. Mr. Cuccinelli, Congress has given tremendous authority over the government in the District of Columbia, and this includes authority over elections within the district. On the other hand, Congress's role in the state and local elections is generally quite limited. What actions could Congress take to ensure that other municipalities don't follow the lead of New York City and open their municipal elections to non-citizens?
Well, what you're doing here with the ACE Act is obviously a good step, because in the area you have the greatest authority, the District of Columbia, you would be advancing protection of citizenship, and I agree with you, Congressman, on the value of citizenship itself is devalued when non-citizens vote, and appreciate, frankly, the role you played in New York in dealing with the city of New York's attempt to massively devalue its U.S. citizens' own votes in that city. This is a problem across the country. It is being dealt with state by state. You mentioned an article by Chris Arps of St. Louis, if I recall correctly. He has been a leader in advancing this bipartisan position, by the way, of going state by state to try to reinforce what most Americans always assumed to be the case, and that is that only Americans get to vote in American elections.
Absolutely. D.C.'s radical proposal to allow non-citizens to vote in D.C. elections has rightfully received a tremendous amount of attention. We've welcomed employees of Vladimir Putin and President Xi to vote in our district elections here, people that are here on a permanent basis. But I suspect that isn't the only anti-election integrity measure that's been adopted by the D.C. Council in recent years. Can you talk about what else in D.C.'s election law compromises election integrity and should be fixed?
So it's been mentioned here repeatedly that the Heritage Election Fraud Database doesn't contain any D.C. cases. I would note that no personal offense to my fellow witness here, but D.C.'s administration of its elections over the years is so sloppy and careless. They don't have the measures in place to catch fraudulent activity. They don't have the desire to do it. And even if they did, the D.C. Council's office, it would be nearly a miracle to see the D.C. Council's office actually advance a prosecution. And when you have that behind you, I know as a former Attorney General, and you're on the front lines, you don't bother putting the cases together because you know they're not going to go forward.
What other anti-election integrity measures do you envision that they could attempt to enact in the months ahead?
Well, certainly what's contained in the ACE Act, photo ID is the most obvious, including its application to mail-in ballots so far as they're allowed. Perhaps the next large-scale change that would be beneficial in terms of confidence and reducing the prospect for fraud is stopping the mailing out, unsolicited mailing out of ballots, not applications, but ballots themselves.
Thank you. And I'll say it again. Allowing non-citizens to vote in American elections is a slap in the face to every American who fought and sacrificed for this sacred right. Our nation's capital and many other cities around the country should never throw away centuries of progress and sacrifice. I have fought this for years, dating back to my time as a statewide leader in New York, and I will continue to fight for American values here in Congress. It's not only a national security threat, it's a slap in the face to American citizens who cherish our freedom. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I know we had some technical difficulties before. All right, we'll continue on. I'll get the mic going, though. But Mr. Garcia is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to start off by saying that I take voting very seriously. I appreciate all the discussion around voting. I'm an immigrant, and so for me, the day I raised my right hand and took an oath to our country and Constitution and earned the right to vote, I was in my 20s. It was, to this day, the most transformational moment of my life, and it's something that is incredibly important to me personally. And so I just want to thank everyone's work on voting rights. Now, I consider myself a patriotic immigrant. I'm also a former mayor, and someone who cares deeply about democracy. And like many of our conversations in this committee, I find today's conversation deeply disturbing and offensive in so many ways. Now, this committee has now for the third time chosen to waste our time on working and trying to figure out local laws and what DC should or should not be doing. I loved my time in local government and as mayor of my community and when I served on the council, but I oftentimes feel like I am back on my city council whenever we bring up the District of Columbia here in DC. And I encourage my House colleagues that if they want to get so involved in local government, they should run for office here in Washington, D.C. There are plenty of city council seats that are open. There are plenty of positions to be appointed to, and they should stop making D.C. their partisan playground for attacking elections, attacking mostly non-white voters, and attacking our democracy. Now, D.C. residents are Americans who deserve the same rights and privileges as anyone else. Folks here are working hard to ensure that people have access to the ballot box, and we don't need House Republicans pushing voter suppression and a voter suppression campaign on D.C. I remind us that D.C. has the highest voter registration rate, I believe, in the nation. Now, let's start with some facts. There's no crisis of American confidence in elections except for when Donald Trump created one across the country. Now, many people rightly feared for the integrity of our elections when Trump welcomed the Russian support and interference in 2016. This whole rant about elections and the destruction of our democracy
I'm going to get a finger
with
cramp
former
here.
President Donald Trump. Now, let's be real clear. Joe Biden won the last election, as much to the dismay of Donald Trump and many House Republicans, by earning 7 million more votes and 74 more Electoral College votes than Donald Trump. Now, it was Donald Trump's ego, disregard for the Constitution and the rule of law, and his pathological fear of being a loser that led him to lie to the American people. Many people knew then and know now that he continues to lie and repeat this great lie to cover for him and his loss. Now, there is no evidence of voter fraud in D.C. or anywhere else. The District of Columbia mailed each registered D.C. voter a mail ballot for the 2020 election, and over 200,000 residents voted by mail with no evidence of voting fraud. Now, this legislation that Republicans are discussing and want to promote will actually make it harder to vote in D.C. and will have less of a voice for the American people. So I just want to repeat that despite the fact that it keeps being mentioned, there is no voter of some widespread voter fraud happening in D.C. Ms. Weiser, can you remind us how common in-person voter fraud actually is?
An American is more likely to be struck by lightning than to commit in-person voter fraud, according to multiple studies over decades.
Absolutely, thank you. And if voter ID laws don't actually work or solve any problems, their impact is really about making it harder for Americans to vote. And so we should be clear: voter ID requirements disproportionately affect non-white voters. That is clear, and I think that has been studied. Ms. Weiser, can you remind the committee what happened after the passage of the Texas 2021 Voter Suppression Omnibus Bill, which required the presentation of driver's licenses, absentee ballot applications, and what happened then?
The Brennan Center actually studied the impact of just one of the provisions in this massive voter restriction bill, which is the requirement that voter IDs, ID numbers be provided with absentee ballots and absentee ballot applications. We found that tens of thousands of ballots were rejected, 10% of those ballots, that mail ballots, and that it was disproportionately African-American voters and Latino and Asian voters. 19% of Latino and Asian ballots were rejected, and 16% of African.
We should be holding hearings about that travesty. We should be holding hearings about disenfranchising non-white voters across this country that is happening in state legislature after state legislature. So I just want to thank you for your work. I want to thank and once again restate my position that Washington, D.C. Should be a state, and the people here deserve the same rights as anybody else in this country. And I want to thank you for your time. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just touch on a couple of points. First, one, I thought everybody had agreed that the Russian interference alleged in the 2016 campaign had pretty much been debunked, but apparently not. I heard it here today just a few seconds ago.
Will the gentleman yield first?
I will not yield. I would say, in addition, that the mail ballots in D.C., I have a friend who lives up here, as you might know, several of us do, and they received multiple opportunities to vote. They obviously didn't exercise that. And in that regard, I would ask General Cuccinelli, we have heard today that the Heritage Election Fraud Database shows no cases of fraud in D.C. Do you have an explanation why that might be?
Certainly do, as the nature of the system in D.C. is very poor. So catching it in the first place is much more difficult. There are other jurisdictions that do a much better job of that. But I will also tell you, as a former Attorney General, that no one bothers to put those cases together when you have an office like the D.C. Council's office, which it would take a near miracle for them to bring a voter fraud case. So when you don't have a prosecutor behind you who will actually bring the case, you don't put the case together. So people need to understand that context.
All right. Let me switch gears because I've heard all about D.C. statehood. As those who study history know, D.C. was originally created to form a city that did not, or a location for the federal government to locate that would not give advantage to any one state, and it was created out of land from both Maryland and the Commonwealth of Virginia, our home state Attorney General. And so I've thought about this problem because the city's a lot larger than it was when it was originally founded, and there are a lot of permanent residents. And so for a number of years now, I've introduced a retrocession bill because when Virginia took back, or when the people in Virginia decided they didn't want to be a part of D.C. and everybody thought that was okay, they were given back to the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so Alexandria and parts of Arlington were originally a part of D.C. So I've had a retrocession bill in for some time, and I have one that would then take everything except the federal complexes and put it into the state of Maryland. Is this something that you think is appropriate? And while you're at it, let's talk about the constitutionality, because I've questioned whether the Virginia retrocession was constitutional. And clearly, if it was, then a retrocession of the territory currently located within the District of Columbia that originally belonged to Maryland could be also retrocessed or given back to the state of Maryland. And then all those folks would have the opportunity to vote for a congressional person and would no longer have the feeling that they've been cut out, because I think they've got some legitimate concerns there, except that it was never intended to create a new state. It was always supposed to have been coming out of these two territories. And so that, to me, seems to be the better historical and constitutional answer. Would you agree and opine on that?
Yeah, I agree on both counts. First of all, that it is constitutional. Second of all, that it is not only appropriate by opinion, it's appropriate by history. That's what happened on the Virginia side of the river. That's what should happen on the Maryland side of the river. And the founding generation that put the law in place to originally establish the 10-mile by 10-mile District of Columbia is viewed by courts as more, because they also wrote the Constitution. James Madison was noted as being involved in the formation of the District of Columbia where it is, also wrote the Constitution. The courts view laws passed at that time as more closely connected to the founding and thus more likely constitutional, and the acts of this body start with a presumption of constitutionality to begin with. So then you fast forward to 1846, when Virginia got its property back, if you will, or its portion of the land back, and with no challenge. And so that is, in my view, it'd be a layup constitutionally to for your bill to pass constitutional muster, as it's already been done in both directions.
But I would be correct if it were deemed by the Supreme Court not to be constitutional, then you would have to take those portions of Virginia and put them back into the District of Columbia before you move forward.
Yeah, it is all or nothing, yes.
That's correct. So if they were to create statehood, it would only be appropriate that Alexandria and parts of Arlington would be returned to D.C. for statehood purposes as well, would it not?
That logically, yes, but the more historically appropriate course is for each state to get its territory back minus the federal buildings.
And let me just clarify on the challenge that we heard earlier. Challenges to electors in the body is based on law and the 12th Amendment. And it's interesting because there's a statement from Abraham Lincoln when electors were challenged in 1865 from the 1864 election, and that many people on both sides of the aisle have voted for challenges over the years, including my colleague who raised the issue. And I don't know what the folks who were storming the Capitol were thinking, but there were many of us who believed that what we were doing was following the Constitution, and so did the unanimous Supreme Court. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Frost is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, here we go again. Committee Republicans are so adverse to actual oversight that they're trying to reinvent two of their most tired narratives. First off, Republicans act like the voters of D.C. are incapable of self-governance, so much for the party of small government. And second, Republicans cry out about rampant voter fraud to explain away the fact that they can't win over the majority of Americans when we talk about the people who are going to vote. The truth is that voter fraud incidents are scattered and amount to less than a rounding error in election results. We know that to be true. We heard a witness say, you're more likely to be struck by a bolt of lightning to find a legitimate voter fraud case. The truth is that D.C. election system is among the most accessible and secure in the nation. And so the truth is that Republicans are holding this hearing to try to push the ACE Act as part of their far-right extremist fantasy of election restrictions to help them hold power. And for people listening at home who don't know what's in this, let me tell you, annual voter roll purges, restrictions on ballot drop boxes, an outright ban on same-day voter registration, an outright ban on ballot mailing programs that will disproportionately harm elderly people and folks with disabilities, throwing away countless mail-in ballots even if they are sent days before the polls close, and for now stops just short of a poll tax and literacy test. Ms. Weiser, you're a Yale-educated attorney. You've taught at NYU Law. You've founded and directed the Voting Rights and Elections Project at the Brennan Center, and you spent your career focused on this issue. So I want to ask your opinion on a few questions. Ms. Weiser, in your opinion, are there any legitimate reasons for Americans to believe that American elections, whether in 2016, 2020, or last year, are not secure?
There's no legitimate reason to believe that there is any significant voter fraud in American elections. There are some threats to election integrity that Congress should address, but they are not voter fraud.
And when we talk about election integrity, and we're talking about the ability for Congress to ensure that people can vote, that it's accessible, that it's simple, and that it's easy. Is that what you mean by election integrity?
An election with integrity is indeed an election where every eligible American can cast a ballot. It is an election that has protections against efforts to sabotage and interfere with election outcomes and interfere in election administration. It is an election free of violence and intimidation, and an election with adequate security threats against security protections against cybersecurity threats.
Republican officials want to use hysteria and disinformation to justify stifling turnout because it seems like when more people vote, they end up losing. And to me, it seems like there's something wrong with your platform when you got to keep people from voting in order to win. But, Ms. Weiser, in your opinion, why might Americans believe that our election, specifically the 2020 election, lacked integrity?
Unfortunately, we've seen a real aggressive wave of dismiss and malinformation about the integrity of the 2020 election. Court case after court case, election expert after election expert, and government agency after government agency have all found that there was no significant fraud or misconduct, that it was one of the most secure it was the most secure election in American history, and yet that is not what many Americans are hearing through their disinformation channels.
Have you heard some of that disinformation on this committee today?
I have heard some false statements about the integrity of our elections.
You know, every day I feel like I see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle mimicking what's going on in my state, and I worked for the ACLU and knocked doors for this to restore voting rights to over 1.4 million returning citizens in the state of Florida. And a large group of these folks who served their time went to register to vote, and by election officials were given a card that said you're registered to vote. Then, months later, to have a knock at their door, to be arrested and put in jail by Ron DeSantis and the Republican Party in Florida that has created election police force to arrest people. Do things like that stifle turnout and mess with the integrity of our elections?
We are deeply concerned with those kinds of official intimidation efforts. We do believe that it is harming turnout. It is intimidating voters, not just returning citizens who are eligible to vote, but other
voters.
People in their community as well.
And you want to know the thing that really gets to me? I cried when I saw those videos. There was things that were in common here. They were either black Latino, or poor. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Ballant is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We certainly have work to do to overcome the dark, sordid past of suppressing voting in the United States. Poll taxes, literacy tests, use of the grandfather clause, women being denied the right to vote, violence against black citizens who've attempted to vote. We have work to do to overcome this horrible history. And like the District of Columbia, my home state of Vermont has been working hard to make sure that we implement common sense strategies to make sure every eligible voter can vote. And one of those strategies is allowing same-day voter registration. So, Ms. Weiser, does same-day voter registration increase the number of eligible voters participating in our elections?
Yes, it does. There are a long string of studies that show that it increases voter participation from as much 3 to 9%.
And is there any indication that same-day voter registration increases voter fraud?
There is no evidence of increase in voter fraud in states that have same-day registration. Their voter fraud rates are just as low as those in the rest of the country.
Can you say that one more time? Because I think this is really, really important.
Yes, there is no factual connection between same-day registration and increased voter fraud that has been demonstrated or anywhere in the country.
So when a state like Vermont or District of Columbia makes a decision that one of the most important things that we can do as elected officials is to make sure anyone who is legally able to vote is easily able to vote, that is something that we should all be striving for, correct? I mean, we should be wanting more people to vote, not restricting people who are eligible to vote from voting.
I agree with that. And I should note that the states that do have same-day registration have multiple layers of protection in place to ensure that it doesn't increase any risk of voter fraud.
That's right. You know, one of the other things I was sitting here thinking about is that, you know, when you look at what's going on right now in this hearing and the issues that people of color have had to face throughout our history and are still facing just in being able to cast legal ballots, it's similar to the struggles that rural voters have had as well. And as a former middle school teacher, I think a lot about the students that I've had over the years that have been born into rural poverty in my state and may be born into a family that doesn't have a high level of education. And I was, in preparation for this hearing, I did some digging into the numbers, and over 18 million Americans who did not complete high school or only have a high school diploma do not have a driver's license. These are the people that are going to be turned away to vote because they do not have an ID. And so, as my colleague Max Frost just said, it is about restricting people from voting, whether they are people of color, whether they are the poor, whether they are rural voters who do not have a high income or educational level of attainment. And I can't understand why this is such a focus of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle to prevent Americans who are legally eligible to vote from voting. And can you help me understand this? What's going on here?
So you know, I do support reasonable and non-discriminatory ID requirements. Americans should certainly have to demonstrate they are who they say they are. But what we are seeing and what has been raising significant concerns are these overly restrictive ID requirements, like what you're talking about, requiring people to show a driver's license to vote in a jurisdiction where large numbers of people don't have driver's licenses that many Americans don't have. And that risks disenfranchising huge swaths of the population. By our earlier research, up to 11% of Americans, and that is disproportionately in voters of color, voters with disability, elderly voters, young voters.
And so, my understanding is adults, make sure I get this right, adults who earn less than $30,000 a year are 5 times more likely not to have a driver's license than somebody that earns over $100,000 or more.
Right.
I think it's really clear what's going on here, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Crockett's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really know where to begin. So we're going to start with a few questions. I got a little quiz for y'all. So we've been talking about the right to vote. I just need a yes or no from each of the witnesses, and we'll start with Ms. Weiser. Is voting a constitutionally protected federal right?
Yes, it's constitutionally protected through multiple provisions.
Yep, okay. Ms. Evans, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Spies, yes or no?
Yes.
And Mr. Cucciolini, yes or no?
It is constitutionally protected.
Okay, thank you. We've heard a lot of talk today about things such as buying alcohol. Ms. Weiser, is alcohol a federally protected constitutional right?
It is not.
Ms. Evans?
It is not.
Mr. Spies?
No.
Mr. Cucciolini?
Cuccinelli, you need an ID to buy it, but no.
Okay, all right. And finally, we like to talk about guns, or at least some people in this building love to talk about guns. Guns, is there an amendment dealing with guns in our federal constitution?
Yes.
Ms. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Spies?
Spies, yes.
Spies. And yes, sir.
Yes, there is, and you need an ID to buy it.
Okay, so let's talk about it. So I hail from the great state of Texas, and what's interesting to me is we always want to talk about privileges and compare what is required for a privilege versus comparing what is required for a constitutionally protected right under our federal constitution. And it's interesting that in this chamber, we love to talk about the Second Amendment, and we want to make sure that everyone has guns, and we only have one amendment in our Constitution that deals with guns, and it's the Second Amendment. And Professor Weiser, you were just about to say we have multiple provisions, so you were messing up my test a little bit. So I'm not going to let you answer the question. I'm going to go down here to these experts. Let's start and go the other way. Do we know how many amendments actually address voting in our Constitution?
Well, it depends how you count them, but you could say 3, 5th,
Okay.
14th, 15th,
Okay. Mr. Spies?
plus the DC amendments.
And maybe first.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, Professor, go ahead and break it down.
I believe it's 6.
There we go. There we go. So we got the 14th, we got the 15th, 17th. Wait a minute, did I mess up? 19th, 24th, and 26th. There we go. All right, so we have 6 amendments.
23rd.
And 20.
And every time we dealt with an amendment dealing with voting, we were expanding upon access. Is that not correct?
That is correct. That is the history of this country. Expanding
Okay.
access.
The history is to expand, but obviously there are some folk that want to rewrite history and make sure we go back in time. So let's also talk a little bit more about history for a couple of seconds. There was this little thing called the Voting Rights Act. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Are you also familiar with this thing called Bloody Sunday?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so are you familiar with the fact that there are black folk that died in this country to make sure that black folk had access to the ballot box?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you also familiar with the fact that probably around 1913 or sometime around there was maybe a women's suffrage march?
Yes, yes.
And that was a fight, again, for women to have access to the ballot box, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we have had throughout history these fights to make sure that everyone is accessing the ballot box, but seemingly when it comes down to, say, guns in this country, which are the #1 killer of children in this country, we haven't had half as many hearings about guns as we've had on voting rights. And every time we seemingly have a hearing on voting rights, we talking about the fact that people are cheating. So let's talk about who's cheating. I got a few articles. Are you familiar with the fact that there was recently a settlement with this little news company called Fox News?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That was for about $780 something million. Was it because they were lying about the elections?
Yes, it was for a.
Okay, there we go. I'm running out of time, so I'm gonna keep going. There also was this article, because I don't want us to base anything on Georgia at all. Please, Jesus, not Georgia. Okay, because Georgia purged 87,000.
Will the gentlewoman
that
yield?
should
I
not-
think
will
Georgia
not- I
matters.
will not yield. I am reclaiming my time. All right, so there were 87,000 people that were purged that were legitimate voters. So no, we don't want to copy off of Georgia. Also, another GOP voter admits he committed fraud. Another one in Pennsylvania, man who admits he voted for Trump with his dead mom's name because he listened to too much propaganda.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from the state of Georgia, Ms. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to remind everyone that Georgia's votes matter, and everyone should care about each state in the United States of America and voter rights. And I would also like to remind everyone that in order to buy a gun, you have to have a valid ID. That's required, just like voters should have a valid ID. Talking about the state of Georgia in the 2020 election, my ex-husband showed up to vote for President Trump, myself, and other candidates that he wanted to support. And when he showed up to vote, he was told that he had already voted by absentee ballot. And he said, no, that's not true. I haven't voted by absentee ballot. As a matter of fact, I didn't even request an absentee ballot. And they said, well, Mr. Green, it shows right here on the Secretary of State website that you've already voted by absentee ballot. And he said, well, that's not true. I haven't voted. I would like to vote here in person. That's what I'm doing. And so they made him sign a form surrendering a ballot that he never requested and never voted on so that he could vote in person. And he was deeply troubled by this. He was upset by it. But what bothered him even more is there was a whole line of voters there that day that were doing the same thing. We carried on, and he had to go through quite a lengthy legal process to find out what happened, and he still hasn't found out why someone was able to vote with an absentee ballot in his name. He also never found out what happened to that absentee ballot, if it was thrown out, and who they voted for. You see, there are problems in our elections, and it's important to remember. We saw many of them in the 2020 election. We saw suitcases pulled out from tables, suitcases of ballots. And then here we just saw in the news that a Postal Service releases final report. Contract driver Jesse Morgan vindicated because he had been trying to say that he hauled a trailer of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania in late October 2020. These things matter. And Democrats know they matter too, because in 2019, Democrat Senators Klobuchar, Warner, Reed, and Peters had all wrote a letter of how concerned they were because intelligence agents were saying that elections were in danger of being hacked by foreign nationals or foreign countries because election machines could be hacked. Now, I think that's problematic, and I think everyone can agree that we don't want foreign countries or foreigners meddling in our elections. And so my question would be, if this is such a deep concern, Ms. Weiser, Ms. Evans, Mr. Spies, Mr. Cuccinelli, one by one, could you say yes or no if you agree that we don't want foreign actors meddling in our elections? Ms. Weiser, let me start with you.
That is correct. We don't want foreign actors meddling in our elections.
As Director of DC Board of Elections, I make no opinion statements.
No, that's a yes or no, Ms. Evans.
I provide no opinions in my role as the Executive Director of the District of Columbia.
So you're
Board of
unable to
Elections.
have it. How do you do your job if you can't give an opinion or an answer? Seems like you'd be unfit to serve in the job that you have if you're unable to provide a yes or no answer on foreign actors meddling in United States elections.
My job is to administer the laws as they've been provided in the District of Columbia, and I perform my job with integrity, and I know my job well, and that is my responsibility.
So you're unable to say no, so we'll take that as a yes. You agree with foreign actors meddling in United States elections. Mr. Spies?
Strongly oppose it.
Mr. Cuccinelli?
Also oppose it, including non-citizens voting.
I agree. The House passed a resolution of disapproval with 42 Democrats voting with Republicans about the DC law that was passed last year called Local Residents Voting Rights Amendment Act. Local, you would think that would be United States of American residents, not non-citizens. But that allows here, this law passed that you obviously support foreigners meddling in our elections, is foreign diplomats, people that work at embassies, illegals, and foreign nationals allowed to vote in the District of Columbia elections. So you can tell that Democrats disagree with this because 42 Dems voted against it. Democrat senators, again, 4 of them wrote a letter very concerned about foreign countries, and our intelligence agencies are concerned about this. And you know what? Most Americans are. And that is a very serious problem. With that, my time has expired, and I'll yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized for the point of order.
Thank you. If a witness declines to answer a question on the grounds that he or she cannot answer the question, is it appropriate to state for the record that the answer is yes? Because I would like to correct the record, because I think that cuts against everything we understand about the dynamics of hearings.
The ranking member's comments are noted. The gentlewoman's comments stand on the record.
Okay, and the witness's comments will stand on their own.
The witness is more than welcome to provide additional commentary in writing following the conclusion of the hearing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No further parliamentary inquiries. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Timmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the bedrock principles of functioning democracy is confidence in the outcome of our elections. And obviously, with COVID came a number of changes to state election laws that were done so in violation of the Constitution. So I guess I want to start by asking Ms. Evans, were changes made to the manner in which DC conducted its elections because of COVID?
Yes.
And how were those? Was it a council vote? Who approved and who authorized those changes?
There were different changes made. I can't say there's a wholesale answer.
Did City Council vote on those changes?
There were changes that were made with the authority that the DC Board of Elections currently has.
The DC Board of Elections does not have authority to change the election
Not
laws.
change the election. I said decisions were made regarding the election. The DC Council did pass emergency legislation during the height of the pandemic, yes.
Did any judge change your election laws?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, you know, we've had a lot of issues with confidence in the outcome of the 2020 elections because many unelected bureaucrats, some elected officials, and federal judges and state judges and a wide variety of people made changes to election laws that are not allowed under the Constitution. So South Carolina, and you know, I guess people don't realize this. People always say the Supreme Court turned down every argument, every case that was challenging the outcome of any election. That's actually not true. That's not true. One case was heard on the merits, and it was unanimously voted on by the Supreme Court as it relates to South Carolina's unconstitutional changes that were done by a federal judge. So what happened is the General Assembly appropriately got together and said, we have a pandemic, and we want to keep people safe, and they made changes to the state of South Carolina's election laws in accordance with the Constitution. And a group of people that did this across the country got together and tried to change our election laws in South Carolina. And the federal judge, you can guess who appointed her, overturned the state's recently adopted COVID-friendly election laws. And it was kind of chaotic. Fourth Circuit originally overturned her, then overturned the initial ruling, and then the Supreme Court, 9-0, said that the federal judge was not entitled to make changes to South Carolina's election laws because that's just not how the system works. So the same thing happened in Arizona and Georgia and Pennsylvania and all states all over the country. And that's why people didn't trust the outcome of the election. Who knows whether those changes would have made a difference, but you know, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, the dissenting opinion said, we know for a fact that 15,000+ people voted that were not legally entitled to vote because a judge changed when the registration deadline was, and that was not within their purview to do. So, you know, we have all these challenges across this country, and I hope that we can learn from them. I hope that we can learn from the mistakes that were made. I realize that the pandemic has justified so many decisions, and I think reasonable minds can differ at the time whether those were appropriate, but I think in retrospect, many of the decisions made during the pandemic were not in the best interest of our citizenry and did in fact not help to push this country forward, to overcome it. So, you know, whether DC legally or unconstitutionally allowed everybody to vote, that, I mean, y'all had 50,000 ballots that were returned as undeliverable, is that right? 48,018, is that correct, Ms. Evans?
Which election are you referencing?
The 2020 election. The stat I'm looking at here says that you sent out 421 ballots that had universal mail-in voting doesn't work. It doesn't facilitate confidence. I would argue that the fact that 11.4% were returned as undeliverable is exactly why universal mail-in voting is ridiculous. But I guess reasonable minds can differ. One last thing, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a 2016 report from the DC auditor showing that DC did in fact fail its own audit. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, and the gentleman yields back. In consultation with the ranking member, we'd like to give each of our witnesses 2 minutes for closing remarks. Then the ranking member and I will each take 4 minutes for closing remarks. We'll then gavel the committee hearing closed. We'll start with you, Ms. Weiser, if you'd like to say anything in conclusion of the hearing, up to 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for this hearing. I wanted to close where I started by underscoring what I believe are serious risks to our elections heading into going forward, from disinformation that is sowing distrust about the elections, fueling vote suppression efforts, causing people to try to tamper with election equipment and meddle in election results, and fueling a climate of harassment and even violence. I think these are really serious risks. These are things that I really do hope Congress will take seriously and address nationally, not just focused on DC. And I strongly urge this Congress to revisit and pass the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act, which actually would address each and every one of these problems. And as well, I want to make sure that Congress also ensures the local self-determination for DC's residents and grant them full citizenship and statehood in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady yields. Ms. Evans, you're recognized for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to say that in DC, we take elections very seriously, and I take my job very seriously. I've heard allegations that we have no desire to find fraud in the District of Columbia. That is untrue. We do have measures in place to address list maintenance. We not only have measures to be transparent, but we are increasing those efforts, including with the recently passed Elections and Modernization Amendment Act, where we are developing a visualization data board that will be accessible and available to the public. There has been testimony regarding what the citizens in the District of Columbia want. To my knowledge, I do not know that the residents of the District of Columbia have been asked, polled, or voted on the testimony items that have been provided today. And finally, I'd just like to say again that as far as my role as the Executive Director, DC Board of Elections, I do not introduce, pass, nor do I opine on legislation. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Spies, you're recognized for up to 2 minutes.
I was pleased to hear Mr. Frost reference the Florida election reforms. And I think those are important to circle back to because those became effective in mid-2021 for the 2022 elections. When those reforms were passed, the Brennan Center criticized them and used a lot of this rhetoric we're hearing about disenfranchising people. But the interesting thing about Florida is we've now seen the results. And we've seen that the results of those reforms was not to disenfranchise people, but in fact to have record turnout across all demographics in Florida in a smoothly run election. This is important because those reforms that were passed are largely the basis of what we're seeing with the ACE Act. And if we can get that passed in DC, that can then be a model for the rest of the country.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Cuccinelli is recognized for 2 minutes.
I would just dovetail Mr. Spies' comment and note that we've heard presumptions here today that your vote is almost determined by the tone of your skin color. And in the Florida election of 2022, Ron DeSantis won 60% of the Hispanic vote after passing those election reforms and with the turnout that Mr. Spies referenced. So while Democrats may assume that skin color determines thought, I do not, and nor do many others who believe in election integrity. I would note that Ms. Torres raised a question challenging my integrity, whether explicitly or implicitly, and has sent a letter to me asking me about my prior testimony. I stand by all of my prior sworn testimony in response to her letter. Congresswoman Bice referenced, and as did the witness to my right, Mr. Spies, the popularity of voter identification in polling. I would note that in the Michigan ballot measure this year, that the side running the ballot measure, which gutted, it eliminated the ID requirement, they passed that ballot measure. And they did it by telling voters with millions of dollars that it protected voter ID. That's how they passed it. They lied through their teeth. And in doing so, they adopted the position that is included in the ACE Act. They suggested that the ballot measure would accomplish the same as the ACE Act in terms of voter identification. And last but not least, the whole talk of DC statehood is a power play by the Democrat Party with a 90% voter advantage in DC. That's 2 more senators. If they're true to history, they will just give the property back, and the people will go back to Maryland, where they will have 2 senators, and they will have a congressman and not a delegate, as I keep hearing is desired.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit a statement into the record from the League of Women Voters of the United States and the League of Women Voters of the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Without objection. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for 4 minutes for closing remarks.
No, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I also want to just clean up a little bit of the debris, the flotsam and jetsam left over from this hearing, which you have presided over in admirable fashion, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for that. The first thing is Mr. Griffith, who I'm afraid is not with us now, made the bizarre point that he thinks that we all agree that there was no Russian interference in our election in 2016. I think anybody who's paying attention, who's studied the historical record, determines the issue in exactly the opposite fashion. More than a dozen different national security agencies, including the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the House Intelligence Committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee, all determined that Vladimir Putin had a plan. He had a whole operation in place, the Internet Research Agency, which they put hundreds of millions of dollars in precisely to interfere in the American presidential election and destabilize it. Now, there's obviously dispute about to what extent Donald Trump coordinated with them. Some people think Donald Trump had nothing to do with it, and when he said, Russia, if you're listening, find me those 30,000 email, or when they met with Russian operatives at Trump Tower, that all of that was just accidental or whatever. But in any event, put that to the side. Nobody serious is doubting that there was a Russian campaign to interfere in an election in 2016. So I was alarmed that he was engaged in that degree of Orwellian whitewashing of our actual history. Here's Marco Rubio, the Republican senator from Florida, who's then the acting chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who said, we found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling in the 2016 election. So I wanted to clear that up because these things have a way of changing people's minds for no reason. Secondly, on the matter of non-citizen voting, which has become kind of a big deal in this hearing, I would just encourage everybody to study the history of it. I have no dog in the hunt. This is up to the people of D.C. whether they want non-citizens to join the overwhelmingly citizen population of D.C. in voting in school board and ANC and city council elections. That's up to them, just like it's up to the people of Little Rock or Juneau, Alaska, or Dallas, Texas. So I've got no horse in that race. But I will tell you that some people in this hearing were vehemently denouncing the practice as un-American, unconstitutional, and so on, without understanding remotely the history of this practice, which was pervasive throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, precisely because the states wanted to welcome immigrants to their population and give them the right to vote as a way to get them interested in local affairs. And I think Mr. Cuccinelli properly quoted me when someone said, well, what about Russian agents at the Russian embassy? And I said, if I had a vote in D.C., which I don't, I would certainly vote to exclude them from participating because it's been proven that they are up to no good and are trying to subvert our democracy. But it's up to the people of D.C. how they want to deal with the issue of their local elections. Finally, about the matter at hand, the people of Washington, D.C. are the residents of the only national capital on planet Earth who are not represented in their own national legislature. These are tax-paying, draftable, law-abiding U.S. citizens, 700,000 of them, a population larger than that of 2 states, and yet they are completely excluded from voting representation in the Congress that makes decisions central to their lives about judicial nominations, about war and peace, about federal budget, and so on. That's the critical voting rights issue. Everything else is a sideshow and a distraction from that. Let's get back to what we were doing in the last Congress. Let's pass D.C. statehood, and let's keep the march of democracy and freedom going in America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I appreciate all of our witnesses being here today. I think what we heard is the need to pass the ACE Act. Time and again, we heard the challenges we face in Washington, D.C. and across the country for lax voter integrity laws and an opportunity to strengthen voter integrity. We had testimony from our witnesses about the implications that strong voter integrity provisions have. We highlighted Florida. We highlighted Georgia. We reviewed the rhetoric from last year from the left, from President Biden and others, who called the Georgia voter integrity law, Jim Crow 2.0, a whole host of flawed arguments. And then the empirical data came forward and actually showed that by putting in place strong voter integrity provisions, what we actually got was higher participation and more people appreciating the process. It's my firm belief that when you have strong voter integrity provisions, what you actually do is enhance people's confidence in their elections. And when confidence is enhanced, more people are likely to vote. And I think there's some real common sense provisions that we put in this, in particular as it relates to Washington, D.C. We talked about how you need a photo ID to buy a 6-pack of beer if you're a resident of D.C., to board an airplane. We heard people talk about their Second Amendment rights and the need for a photo ID there. So it's completely rational to think that putting forward photo ID for the right to vote actually enhances confidence in our elections. It was brought up again by my colleague about the impact of non-citizens voting. Mr. Ranking Member, you noted that you'd be happy to make sure that Russian and Chinese agents that are hostile to the United States interests aren't able to vote. I'd ask you to take a hard look at the ACE Act and consider supporting it, because what it does is it prevents Chinese and Russian agents from being able to vote in Washington, D.C. I think that's a pretty common sense thing. I think it's absolutely ridiculous to think that somebody who works on the embassy staff of a foreign country is going to pull out a foreign passport and walk up and vote in a Washington, D.C. election because they've been in the nation's capital for 30 days. There's an estimated 20 to 40,000 individuals who are 18 years of age, who've been in D.C. for 30 days, who are citizens of another country. A healthy chunk of them working for foreign countries while being here in the nation's capital. I think it's pretty reasonable to make sure that those individuals aren't voting. We know that in Washington, D.C., in the 2022 election, 500 ballots were sent out that were incorrect. Well, it sure gives you a lot of pause when you realize that in addition to that, we have voter rolls in Washington, D.C. that are not as up to date as they could be. So it's rational to think that if you have non-citizens voting, that all sorts of things could go on, and individuals who are on the voter rolls could find themselves able to vote in a federal election, which is ridiculous. The ACE Act provides the tools for Washington, D.C. to be able to prevent that. We stopped the sending of unsolicited ballots. We talked about the implications that that's had in Washington, D.C., where multiple ballots were sent in previous elections unsolicited by people on an unmaintained voter list. Those types of things don't enhance people's confidence in our elections. The ACE Act resolves that. In our hearing opened with a comment from one of my colleagues that was disappointed we were even here having this conversation in the first place. If the cameras were flipped around and saw the attendance in this room, I'd suggest that it's a great idea to be having this conversation. Got a lot of people here who are interested in this. Instead of H.R. 1, which was shoved through with no amendments, 2 quick hearings, a federal takeover of our election law, what we've done, starting before the 2020 election, began building this legislation so that we are in a position to discuss it, to amend it, to make it as strong as we can, and ultimately to pass it, to have the most substantive and strongest election integrity bill pass the House of Representatives in over 20 years. With that, I'll yield to myself and say and thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Appreciate your testimony. Appreciate the ranking member for working with me in this. And each member of the committee may have some additional questions for our witnesses. We ask that you please respond in writing to those questions. Without objection, each member will have 5 legislative days to insert additional material into the record or to revise and extend their remarks. Now, pursuant to paragraph C of House Rule 14 of the Committee on House Administration, I hereby appoint William Johnson, Assistant Clerk of the Committee, and I'll request unanimous consent that the letter appointing the Assistant Clerk be entered into the official record. A copy of the letter will be made available to all members of the committee. And if there's no further business, I
Mr.
thank—
Chairman, could I just ask unanimous consent to enter 2 documents into the record?
The documents are?
A study by Professor Charles Stewart in the MIT Election Data and Science Lab on how we voted in 2022, discussing confidence going up in our elections, and a letter from Common Cause about how more secret dark money would be allowed in our elections under the legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you very much.
With no further business, I thank the members for their participation. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Holy God. Does anybody else have a headache? Oh my God. Hey, look at all the new chatties we've got. We've got XXXFT Smurf. Siri, I don't need anything. Oh God. Skip 4NT. Join Patriot Polywog and Slicknard and I. Who's the other one? There was another one too that was new. I can't find it. Here, I want to see if this works. You should see the windows open here. I don't think NASA has as many windows open as I do right now. Where did I put it? Let's see if this works. Well, it's got stuff on it. That's my Pinocchio one I downloaded. So, Patriot Polywog. I could find one of those too. Okay. So we've got 4 minutes now. I got to find the other, well, for starters, I got to find where all my windows are. Okay, that's there. Oh my God, oh my God. There, I think I found them. Here, let's put on some music. Otherwise, you have to hear me breathe, and I have allergies, so that's not fun. Let's do this one. This reminds me of marching band. My son was in marching band. Okay. Shoot, now I forgot what the name of it is. Transnational Criminal Organizations, Homeland Security. Starts in 3 minutes. I still have like a piece of fur stuck in my eye. What's I gonna explain? I was gonna tell a story. Let's have a little story time. What was my story time? Let's see what channel it was on. You know, I'm surprised that hearing didn't have hundreds of people watching it, because I don't think anybody else on Rumble is live streaming these hearings. And then YouTube, typically they disable the chat, but you know, YouTube, I can't even find myself. Don't forget, tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Standard Time is the Chris Wray Contempt of Congress hearing. Yeah, I just checked. Recommendation that the House of Representatives find Christopher Wray, Director, U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, in contempt of Congress. So make sure to set your alarm. 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, Patriot Pollywog, that's 6 a.m. your time. But, I mean, on Rumble, you can, like, rewind it and then just watch it in fast speed. You know, we do need our beauty sleep. Or as my son used to say when he was, like, 12, Mom, I need my man's sleep. That's funny. Okay, it's on the Homeland Security Committee events. Wonder if my future husband will be on there. Events. Here it is. Found it. Is that just me? But I always like walk into a video or get into a video and I hit the like button automatically. And then if I change my mind halfway through, then I just like change it when I go back out. Although I said on Rumble, if you don't like my video, which I can totally understand, during the Bleef Neck trial, I would have unfollowed my own channel because it was such a cluster. But I'd rather have you like go in the like comment section and say, you know what, Crime Spies, you suck bad, than give a thumbs down. I think thumbs down like really messes with the algorithm, where the comment section actually helps it no matter if it's good or bad. Okay, well, at least we're in. Okay, now I gotta find where I put you in chat. Oh, you're gonna be out of town tomorrow, Patriot Pollywog. That's okay, because you can watch it when you have a chance, because it all automatically records. Everything records. Actually, Lynn and I, we did a live stream just because I wanted to get her used to the format. That ended up being like a whole hour. There's a way to like record it and then post it as like private or unlisted, or then just delete it too. But yeah. Caught me with the audiobook club. Oh, good. XXXFT foot smurf. Yeah, I put the audiobooks on pause because I am trying to hammer out like a schedule of like for today it was supposed to be, well, hopefully now next week. God, I tell ya, this is like a time suck. Keeping on top of like the stories and then trying to like organize it, like what's better, trying to get a schedule going. So I'm just gonna put that on pause so I can get this CovfefeNCrime thing started, which would be like a morning 30-minute kind of overview. But then I wanna, because there's just so much news, I was thinking like Monday would be for like the crime part missing, or also Minnesota, and then Tuesday like Tyranny Tuesdays or something. I don't know. Wednesday is going to be What the Fuck Wednesdays, like the story about those scantily clad girls caught on video eating the carcass of like a deer, and then 3 teens in New York arrested for eating a swan and her babies. What the hell is that? Oh, I know. Moorhead's better than you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of all days, Patriot Pollywog. Well, it's really early, that hearing. Well, that's like the one that I wanted to play in between the morning one that we just watched and then this afternoon one that's supposed to be starting. I usually can hear them when they come in. That was the one that my future husband was chairman of. I'm sorry, I shouldn't wish divorce on anybody. So I feel bad, actually, kind of. We had like 2 minutes left of redacted, that redacted clip. Wait, there was something funny on Twitter. Oh, here they are.
Committee on Homeland Enforcement and Intelligence will come to order. Without objection, the subcommittee may recess at any time. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony from a non-governmental panel of expert witnesses to examine the wide-ranging operations of transnational criminal organizations, TCOs.
Why can't I
which have
make this
expanded
bigger?
both in size and sophistication, as well as to explore federal and other efforts to mitigate and disrupt
There.
TCO activities. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence. Today we are holding an important hearing on the menacing threat posed by transnational criminal organizations, TCOs, to our homeland security and public safety. I'd like to thank all of our witnesses for your time and for testifying today. TCOs are groups or networks of individuals who engage in illegal activities across national borders. They engage in multifaceted criminal enterprise, from drug trafficking to human smuggling and other criminal acts. Organized crime is a massive business. In fact, it's a multi-billion-dollar business. TCOs are responsible for trafficking deadly drugs like illicit fentanyl and other opioids into American communities, fueling violence and corruption and undermining the rule of law. These enterprises exploit our porous southern border to advance their criminal agendas as they facilitate and profit off of smuggling and trafficking of people, often victimizing susceptible migrants who are traveling along the treacherous journey from Central and South America to the United States. According to the DEA, Mexican TCOs in particular control smuggling corridors, mainly across the southwest border, and maintain the greatest drug trafficking influence in the U.S. The trafficking of drugs like illicit fentanyl into American neighborhoods and communities from Texas to New York by TCOs have contributed to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans. In fact, fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 to 45, and these deaths are occurring in every single state in our nation, unfortunately. The scourge of fentanyl has hit every single one of our communities. In February, 2 of my constituents lost their son, Jackson Lee Warnick, 17 years old.
No pauses. I panic. My heart skips.
Jackson's parents had to live through a nightmare that no parent should ever have to endure. Jackson's family has been working tirelessly across the Permian Basin to share their son's story to help educate other people on the dangers posed by synthetic opioids. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 107,735 Americans died between August 2021 and August 2022 from drug overdoses or from the poisoning of fentanyl, with the vast majority of those deaths involving synthetic opioids like fentanyl. Just this past April, the head of the DEA, Ann Milgram, called the Sinaloa and the Jalisco New Generation Cartel the greatest criminal drug threat to the United States has ever faced, and that these ruthless, violent criminal organizations have associates, facilitators, and brokers in all 50 states in the United States, as well as in more than 40 countries around the world. These cartels purchase precursor chemicals from China, which are shipped to South America and Mexico, and using those precursors to produce fentanyl and even process that fentanyl into counterfeit prescription pills. The cartels then traffic the drugs from Mexico into the United States for distribution. To put this in perspective, and as noted recently by the DEA administrator, it costs the cartels as little as 10 cents to produce a fentanyl-laced fake prescription pill that is then sold in the United States for as much as $10 to $30. As a result, the cartels make billions of dollars from trafficking fentanyl into the United States each year. Cartels are also beginning to mix fentanyl with xylazine, a powerful sedative that the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has permitted for veterinary use, has illicit uses, but it causes fatal overdoses in this country. It's also important to examine the collaboration between Asian and Mexican TCOs. In particular, the Asian TCOs play a major role in the laundering of illicit drug proceeds on behalf of Mexican TCOs. Meanwhile, China has ceased all counter-drug cooperation with the United States, which raises serious concerns about the global effort to curb precursor chemicals from going to Mexico for the manufacturing of illicit fentanyl. Additionally, these criminal activities by TCOs extend well beyond drug smuggling and money laundering activities. TCOs are also involved in human trafficking, human smuggling, and a wide variety of other crimes. In fiscal year 2022, Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, initiated over 1,300 criminal investigations related to sex trafficking and forced labor, resulting in more than 3,650 arrests and 630 convictions. We cannot allow these criminal networks to operate with impunity and endanger our homeland security and public safety. We must explore all tools at our disposal to detect, disrupt, and dismantle their operations and hold them accountable for their actions. As we face a growing crisis at the border, and as TCOs evolve, both in size and sophistication, it is more important than ever that we unequivocally support our dedicated Border Patrol, Homeland Security investigation agents, as well as our state and local law enforcement, as they work on the front lines to disrupt and dismantle the egregious operations of the TCOs. This afternoon, I'm pleased to say that we have a distinguished panel of expert witnesses to discuss the TCOs, the grave threat that they pose to our homeland, and to have a debate in front of the American public on the direction that we should go as a whole of government in order to put a stop to this scourge that is causing hundreds of thousands of deaths. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being with us this afternoon, and I look forward to this discussion on a critical topic. And I'd now like to recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Magaziner, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for calling this hearing on such an important topic, and to our witnesses for being here today and for your work and your expertise. I'm glad that we are having this hearing to examine threats posed by transnational criminal organizations to the U.S. homeland. TCOs are broad-ranging, originate all over the globe, and engage in many forms of criminal activity, from drug and arms trafficking to human smuggling to cybercrime and illegal fishing and mining. And in carrying out criminal activity, TCOs are often violent, degrading the security and stability of the countries they have a presence in, harming and killing civilians of those countries, and threatening the national security of the United States. In our neighboring country of Mexico and in Central and South America, violent crime has steadily been on the rise at the hands of drug trafficking organizations. It has been estimated that between 40 and 65% of all homicides in Mexico are organized crime related, and it is possible that the percentage is higher, as it is well known that the cartels have threatened journalists and government officials in attempts to cover up the identities of homicide victims. Mexican citizens are unfortunately not alone in living in fear of extreme violence under TCOs. Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador have some of the highest homicide rates in the world, and women and girls are disproportionately affected by TCO violence. In response, Central Americans and Mexicans flee their homes to avoid the threat of violence and often travel to the U.S. border for safety. More than 2 million people are estimated to have left El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras from 2014 through 2022. Many, hoping to escape the violence in their home countries, end up facing danger and extortion from TCOs on their journey. TCOs are connected to migrant smugglers who will charge a fee before allowing the smugglers and migrants to pass through territories under their control. Streamlining asylum processing and allowing migrants to apply for legal protection before they get to our border is a smart policy that is good for our national security because it undermines the financial model of human traffickers and creates more order at our border and points of entry. I am encouraged that the administration is exploring these policies so that those who are eligible for legal asylum don't have to make the dangerous journey under the extortion of smugglers, and those who are not eligible can find out because, as we all know, the cartels and the smugglers, the traffickers will tell people anything in order to convince them that if they do come to the United States, they'll have no problem getting in, even when that's not true. So by creating these opportunities, we can undercut the cartel's ability to exploit, traffic, and profit from vulnerable people. It is also critical that the United States collaborate with our partners in Mexico and Central America to stop the primary harm from TCOs to the U.S. homeland, illicit drug trafficking. Mexican drug traffickers are the primary wholesalers of U.S.-bound cocaine from the major supply countries of Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia, and are also largely responsible for the procurement of fentanyl precursors from China and control the cross-border trafficking of fentanyl, a drug DEA Administrator Ann Milgram has declared the single deadliest drug threat our nation has ever encountered. As we hold today's hearing, we also need to focus on another source of the cartel's strength, the illegal export of guns from the United States across our southern border. ATF estimates that as many as 597,000 firearms are trafficked from the United States into Mexico each year. 597,000 each year. It is shameful, and it is fueling the cartel's violence, which only exacerbates the problems we face here at home. We cannot call ourselves fully committed to the fight against threats posed by transnational crime groups, particularly those operating in Mexico and Central America, until we act on illegal gun trafficking. So my hope for today's hearing, in addition to objectively examining the TCO threat landscape, is that we begin a discussion on how we in Congress can support the U.S. government's efforts to stifle cartel and all TCO activity. It is critical that we examine the efforts of the Department of Homeland Security, which through several components, including Homeland Security Investigations and the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, develop intelligence, interdict illicit money and goods, and investigate the TCOs. We must ensure that DHS has the resources and the authorities it needs to protect Americans from TCO violence. With that, once again, I thank the witnesses for being here, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Magaziner. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I am pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this very important topic, and I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. I'd now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. Douglas Farah is the founder and president of IBI Consultants, a security consulting firm that specializes in field research studying security challenges and transnational organized crime in Latin America. From September 2013 to September 2022, Mr. Farah was a visiting senior fellow at the Center for Strategic Research at the National Defense University, where he led the Western Hemisphere Illicit Network Review Project under the auspices of Deputy Secretary of Defense for Counter-Narcotics and Global Threats. In that position, Mr. Farah briefed his research findings across the interagency and intelligence communities, including U.S. Southern Command. Farah also testified before Congress more than a dozen times on important matters related to Western Hemisphere and U.S. homeland. Thank you. Mr. Christopher Urban is a former Assistant Special Agent in charge of U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA. Currently, he is the Managing Director at Nardello & Company, in which Mr. Urban supports the firm's efforts to target organized crime groups operating in the ports and borders of the United States, Mexico, Panama, and Colombia. Mr. Urban started his career with DEA in 1996 as a special agent in the New York division. He was later assigned to the New Jersey division, where he worked on several high-profile investigations involving Colombian and Mexican drug cartels. Mr. Urban also served on 2 overseas tours in Europe, working with international law enforcement agencies. Mr. Urban's most recent position was Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Special Operations Division for Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and the Far East. In particular, Mr. Urban has led sensitive global undercover DEA operations that targeted Chinese organized crime groups that facilitated money laundering for Mexican drug cartels. Thank you for being with us. Ms. Melissa Ford is the Policy Director for the Texas Public Policy Foundation's Secure and Sovereign Texas campaign, which helps to keep our country safe and free. Ms. Ford's work is focused on policies that secure the border and restore the rule of law. Prior to joining the foundation, Ms. Ford served as at the White House, first in the Office of American Innovation and later in the Domestic Policy Council. Ms. Ford has written extensively about foreign policy, public safety, drug cartels, and organized crime. Thank you for being with us. And lastly, Mr. Jason Blazakis is a professor at Middlebury Institute of Middlebury Institute of International Studies, where he focuses on threat financing, sanctions, and violent extremism and special operations related research. He is the director of the Center on Terrorism, Extremism, and Counterterrorism, where he directs research on domestic terrorism, terrorism finance, recruitment, propaganda, and the use of special operations to counter transnational threats. From 2008 to 18, he served as the Director of Counterterrorism Finance and Designations Office, Bureau of Counterterrorism, U.S. Department of State. We'd like to welcome all of our witnesses and thank you for your professional experience. I know that you have submitted statements for the record. Some of those will exceed 5 minutes. In the interest of time, please summarize your statements to 5 minutes so that we can go along the committee lines here and ask questions. I now recognize Mr. Douglas Farah for your 5 minutes and an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Pfluger and Ranking Member Magaziner and members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to be here today to talk about the issue of transnational criminal organizations and the threats they pose to the homeland. The multi-billion-dollar illicit economies in Latin America, centered on the cocaine trade but diversifying to new commodities and activities, are undergoing profound restructuring with long-term strategic repercussions for the United States and its allies in the hemisphere. New actors, new markets, and new products are driving fragmentation among traditional groups, consolidation of criminalized economies, and convergence among different actors that are driving instability and corruption. The growing ideologically agnostic criminalized authoritarian model is spreading across Latin America, with leaders staying in power through alliances with transnational criminal structures that render ideology almost meaningless. While the world of illicit economies and TCO structures are undergoing a seismic realignment across the hemisphere, many of our strategies to combat these threats remain rooted in the past. Much of the law enforcement and intelligence community analysis do not grasp the significant implications of state and governments that actively seek the participation of TCOs as part of their national strategic endeavors, often relying on old paradigms of ideologically driven actors, monoproduct cartel structures, and shared values of once friendly governments. Yet, as General Richardson, the commander of U.S. Southcom, recently stated, the Western Hemisphere is under assault from, quote, a host of cross-cutting transboundary challenges that directly threaten the homeland. Already, the staunch anti-U.S. bloc of countries led by Venezuela is ensconced in power, while deeply corrupt authoritarian governments in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras are no longer viable partners for the United States. In Colombia, which has been the strongest partner of the United States for the past 3 decades, President Gustavo Petro campaigned on moving away from that alliance, and since taking office has consistently bolstered the Maduro regime in Venezuela. Most of Colombia's counter-narcotics efforts have been brought to a standstill by budget cuts, loss of experienced personnel, and a lack of political will. This leaves us with the very real possibility that the traditionally robust alliance of U.S. strategic partners in Latin America will be reduced to a handful of the smallest countries rather than regional economic and political leaders. Amid these changes, new actors such as Albanian organized crime, Turkish criminal groups, Libyan fixer groups, and Italian mafia groups are emerging as significant new players across the region, changing the dynamics of the traditional criminal economics and offering new paths to expand profits through product and market diversification. I and my colleagues at the International Coalition Against Illicit Economies in a spring 2023 policy brief identified several emerging threats that we believe need to be dealt with quickly. The first is the trafficking of natural resources, especially gold, that is a primary contributor to massive environmental degradation, health hazards, child labor, human trafficking, sexual slavery, and loss of state legitimacy. It also opens broad new avenues of almost untraceable money laundering that's being taken advantage of by criminalized states and criminal groups. The second is the diversification and expansion of the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación. Jalisco, in the past 3 years, has emerged as the most prominent cocaine trafficking organization in Latin America and is expanding its operation and corruptive influence in different parts of the world. A primary area of expansion is into the diversified economic portfolio of growing fake and counterfeit pharmaceuticals, a new multi-billion-dollar industry, as well as the fentanyl industry mentioned by the chairman and the ranking member. The second is the evolution of the MS-13 and the PCC gangs into transnational criminal organizations. Since the 1990s, the MS-13, or Mara Salvatrucha in Central America, and the PCC in Brazil have been identified primarily as street thugs known for their ruthless violence, flashy tattoos, neighborhood extortion rings, and cultural insularity. These groups have now moved far beyond being that type of gang and are what we have termed in the academic community, community-embedded transnational armed groups, working in informal and imperfect alliances to become part of the multinational trafficking structures that are effectively challenging U.S. strategic interests in the region and make the U.S. ability to respond to the broadening instability much more difficult. The third one that we identify is the emergence of new extra-regional criminal structures. As noted with the diversification of markets and products, the face of transnational organized crime in Latin America is growing much more diverse. Now, there is a growing presence of Eastern European, Chinese, Turkish, Italian, Balkan syndicates, all vying for space across the transnational criminal world in the hemisphere, and this is most visible in the crisis in Ecuador. In conclusion, as illicit networks expand their territorial control, ecosystems of corruption, and political power, they are aided and abetted by extra-regional actors such as China, Russia, and Iran, who undercut the rule of law and directly challenge U.S. goals and initiatives across the hemisphere. As traditional transnational organized criminal groups form new alliances with non-state extra-regional networks and merge with regional criminal state actors, the United States is very likely facing an unprecedented loss of key allies and influence in the hemisphere. The United States has an underutilized toolbox that can be deployed to reverse these worrisome trends, but new policy initiatives backed by resources to carry them out must be deployed quickly, or the cost of these trends will be even higher. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Farah. I now recognize Mr. Urban for your opening statement.
Chairman Pfluger, Ranking Member Magaziner, and distinguished members of this subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today on this important issue. I spent 24 years working for the DEA, where I worked as an agent as well as a supervisor to investigate and disrupt and dismantle significant transnational organized crime within the United States and around the world. During the last several years of my career with DEA, I worked in DEA's Special Operations Division, SOD, with an interagency group to target what we identified as a growing threat: the collaboration between Chinese and Mexican TCOs in the trafficking of fentanyl and in the money laundering activities associated with it. It's a development that I and others at SOD dedicated substantial efforts to understanding and addressing. And this may be relevant to the subcommittee's consideration as it seeks to address threats to the homeland posed by these TCOs. To understand how this collaboration works, it's important to understand how it developed in the past. Mexican cartels, including Sinaloa and CJNG, have long established control over territory in Mexico and access to supply and distribution chains extending into the United States. This dates from their trafficking time in cocaine and heroin and other drugs that are produced south of the U.S. border and moved into the United States for sale. The cartels used that control and access to move into the fentanyl marketplace as the source of supply for these deadly drugs. They became available primarily via precursor chemicals supplied by Chinese TCOs. This development presents an unprecedented challenge by itself. But there's another part of this growing relationship that helps fuel the success of fentanyl production and distribution: the growing role of Chinese organized crime that they have taken in the laundering of drug proceeds. The Mexican cartels, they launder these proceeds for the Mexican cartels in a way that's safer, quicker, and more profitable for the cartels. As reflected by the graphic in Exhibit 1 to my testimony that you have, here is how it works. Every day in the United States, Chinese money brokers pick up narcotics proceeds from the sales of fentanyl and other drugs such as cocaine and heroin in the form of bulk U.S. cash. A distribution gang, let's say in New York or any other city in the United States that owes payment to the Mexican cartel, delivers the bulk cash to the Chinese broker in the United States. That Chinese broker then sells the U.S. dollars to Chinese customers who want to spend their money in the U.S. acquiring real estate, paying for college tuition, gambling, or other investments. These Chinese customers pay in China for the cash they receive in the U.S. It doesn't cross borders. The proceeds in China are used to buy goods for export to Mexico or South America, where the goods are sold by the Chinese brokers located in Mexico to recoup their funds. Some of the proceeds are also used to pay for precursor chemicals that enable the cartels to produce more synthetic opioids bound for the United States. These Chinese brokers accomplish all of this with a trusted electronic encryption communications network that allows this to happen instantly. It's called WeChat. While the threat posed by the collaboration between Chinese and Mexican TCOs is real and growing, more can be done to combat it. More investigative resources, such as translators, data scientists, and experienced targeting analysts, will enable law enforcement to have the tools needed to detect and investigate these networks where they operate. Both the Trump and Biden administrations have authorized the imposition of sanctions for participants in the global trade of fentanyl and synthetic opioids. Recent sanctions on Chinese brokers of precursor chemicals and Mexican suppliers of synthetic opioids are an encouraging development, but further investments in the sanctions program along the lines of the effective sanctions program targeting those involved in the Russian aggression against the Ukraine would help address this threat. In the private sector, where I now work for Nardello & Co., the global investigative firm, I'm also seeing greater awareness by the business community that needs to understand this emerging threat and develop the tools to address it. More investments in training and detection will facilitate private sector's organizations' compliance with anti-money laundering laws and help protect the integrity of our financial system, as well as reduce the flow of dangerous synthetic opioids in the United States. Congress can also play a vital role by providing resources, incentives, and the authority for the government and the private sector to work together to combat this threat. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about this important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Urban. I now recognize Mrs. Ford for your opening statement of 5 minutes.
Chairman Pfluger, Ranking Member Magaziners, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Melissa Ford Maldonado, and I'm a policy director at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, a nonprofit and nonpartisan research institute. We're based in Austin, Texas, but I'm originally from Bolivia. My work focuses on the relationship between the US and Mexico, and I've done extensive research on Mexican drug cartels and why they pose a huge threat to the US and Texas. What I've learned is that cartels have complete control over the southern side of the border that the US recently labeled the deadliest the border that the UN recently labeled the deadliest land crossing in the world. There are record numbers of people dying while attempting to cross in the worst conditions possible, and this is all being orchestrated by cartels. People who've lived and worked on the border for decades are saying that they've never seen tragedies of this magnitude. Officials in Eagle Pass are having to keep a refrigerated truck to hold the bodies of migrants that are drowning in the Rio Grande. And across the river in Piedras Negras, families often report seeing bodies floating under the bridge. Less than a year ago, a trailer with over 60 migrants locked inside was abandoned by a smuggler near San Antonio, and 53 of them died after being left in the heat. To cartels, these human beings are just commodities to be exploited and discarded. That's what cartels do. They prey on the vulnerable. Workers that aid migrants at the border estimate that most females encounter some sort of sexual assault on their way to the US. And they're also telling us that there's been a significant rise of sex trafficking cases involving children. But cartels won't stop. They're richer and they are bolder than ever, and they will continue to take advantage of our weak border to extend their operations into the US. The effect on Texans is just as heartbreaking. We've spoken to ranchers and homeowners who no longer feel safe in their homes, who can't walk around their property unarmed or let their children play outside because they've encountered armed smugglers on their land, breaking in, stealing, destroying their property, and many have had to move away because of this. Texas communities are also facing a growing number of high-speed car chases. In March, in Ozona, a 7-year-old girl named Amelia and her grandma were killed, along with 2 of the 11 migrants, due to a high-speed car chase that ended in a wreck. We're also seeing an increase in American teenagers being recruited on social media by cartels to transport migrants. We saw it with a 15-year-old in Mission, then a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old in San Antonio, and then with a 15-year-old in El Paso as well. And DPS there in El Paso, when we were there a few weeks ago, told us that this is a daily occurrence for them, and sometimes they see multiple of these high-speed car chases in just one day. And another problem we're having is these officers are increasingly assaulted. 248 Border Patrol agents have been assaulted just this fiscal year. This is all having a huge impact in the quality of life of communities in Texas, but it's not just a Texas problem. Our entire country is feeling the effects of the deadliest drug crisis in history. Texas alone has seized 418 million lethal doses of fentanyl since 2021. To put that into perspective, that's enough to kill every man, woman, and child in America. One of the most disturbing parts of this is that the cartels are processing deadly amounts of fentanyl into pills made to look like any other prescription pill, but they're laced with fentanyl. One mother, Rebecca, shared in testimony how both her sons, Kyler and Caleb, 18 and 20, were killed by pain pills that were laced with fentanyl. Chairman Pfluger, Ranking Member Magaziner, and members of the subcommittee, I believe that cartels are the largest threat to the US right now. Texas is working really hard to fight them, but we need help. And this crisis is happening because the federal government has failed to do their job to secure the border and protect the people of Texas and the US. And I ask you to be realistic about what we're up against. We must face the fact that the border is already militarized from the southern side. Cartels control 30 to 40% of Mexico's territory right now, and there is extensive evidence of collusion between the state and the cartels. This is a new scenario that demands new solutions from policymakers like you, who need to understand that the Mexican state as a meaningful partner against cartels is a thing of the past. Therefore, I think we need to use every option on the table to fight back against them. Thank you for your time. I'm grateful for your leadership and ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. The chair now recognizes Mr. Blazakis for his opening statement of 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Pfluger, Ranking Member Magaziner, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I request that my full written statement be put into the record. Since the beginning of the Trump administration, the U.S. national security architecture has pivoted to the challenge of tackling state-borne threats. While there is little question that Russia, China, and Iran pose significant threats to U.S. national security interests, we must not ignore the broad array of transnational actors that seek to harm the United States. This is why your hearing today is so important. It gives us a chance to examine the transnational threat landscape. Prior to joining the Middlebury Institute as a professor, I worked in the federal government for nearly 20 years. Of those years in government service, I worked across both Republican and Democratic administrations. While in government, I worked directly on counterterrorism, counter-narcotics, and intelligence issues. And these experiences of working in counterterrorism, law enforcement, and intelligence for the United States government really has influenced my views about which policy options are most suitable for countering terrorist groups and criminal organizations like drug cartels. Today, I was asked to focus my testimony on the question of whether or not the Mexican drug cartels should be designated as foreign terrorist organizations, or FTOs for short. It's also very important to emphasize that the question of whether to label the Mexican cartels as FTOs has come up before. In fact, President Trump said that he was going to designate the cartels, but he did not do so. Here are some of the reasons why I think designating the Mexican drug cartels as FTOs is a bad policy idea. And I'd also like to note in my written testimony, there are other reasons that I can't address in my oral. First, the FTO list is comprised of organizations that are guided by an ideological belief system. The Mexican drug cartels are guided by one thing, a desire to make money. They don't peddle drugs because they want to uproot the powers that be. They have no interest in governing. Simply put, unlike ISIS, they have no interest in creating a caliphate-like structure. They don't have an interest in overthrowing the Mexican government. Second, if the State Department starts designating criminal groups as terrorists, the number of eligible targets that could be added to the FTO list would increase significantly. Hundreds of new organizations would be added to the FTO list, not just the Mexican cartels. Many more would be eligible for listing. Brazilian gangs, Central American gangs, Italian mafia groups, the Yakuza crime syndicate, and many more. That's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for bureaucratic inertia, especially when you consider the amount of work that goes into every FTO designation. Each FTO designation takes hundreds, or in some cases, thousands of hours to complete. There is one significant advantage, though, to applying the FTO regime against Mexican drug cartels. Adding the Mexican cartels to the terrorist list would trigger the material support benefits that come with FTO designations. Simply put, that means more time behind bars for those who try to provide material support to the cartels. But on the other hand, there is a negative to this benefit. I can easily imagine scenarios where drug consumers may run afoul of the material support clause when they buy drugs trafficked by a Mexican drug cartel. I provide a few examples of such hypothetical scenarios in my written testimony. Fourth, the designation of the Mexican drug cartels would damage U.S.-Mexico relations. If the U.S. government pushes the Mexican government on the FTO designation, it does run the risk that Mexico will distance itself from the United States and strengthen relations with countries like China and Russia. For these reasons, and for others mentioned in my written testimony, adding the Mexican drug cartels to the FTO list would do very little to solve this immense national security challenge. There are better alternatives that can meaningfully counter the cartels. First, the United States needs to look inwards. The Mexican drug cartels are well armed, and it has been well documented that the cartels are getting their guns from the United States. The U.S. should explore arms control options that diminish the cartel's access to weapons. Second, the U.S. should engage in capacity building to build up the Mexican financial sector, not just the governmental sector. Third, the State Department should make more cartel individuals subject to the narcotics rewards program. And fourth, we must treat the demand side of this problem. This means investing more in health and educational policies that can cut down America's insatiable appetite for drugs. Finally, we must not forget the challenge that is posed by groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the Wagner Group, and Iran's threat network. These transnational actors pose a significant threat to the U.S. homeland. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blazakis, for your statement, for all the witnesses' statements. Members will now be recognized by order of seniority for 5 minutes of questioning, and an additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. hearing the discussion, the first thing that I will address is that there's this narrative that seems to be that the problem is in the United States and not with the lack of rule of law at our border and to the south. And so immediately I would like to push back on that suggestion that the rule of law and the lack of rule of law as we see it is directly responsible for this. I'll start with Mr. Urban. In April, you testified before the House Oversight Committee and Accountability Committee. In your testimony, you discussed how Chinese organized crime networks launder money for Mexican transnational criminal organizations. You stated that more needs to be done. What steps can the U.S. take to undercut this budding relationship between the Chinese organized crime networks and Mexican TCOs?
So it's twofold. One is certainly on the government law enforcement side. There's an opportunity to leverage data that's judicially acquired by law enforcement. One component or an access point or a weakness of Chinese organized crime is that you can pull that data in and map the network out, identify the targets that the government should go after in terms of prosecution. So that's on the government side. Also on the government side, we've used the term whole of government approach in the past. What I mean by that is using specific authorities that the government has that we can leverage to impact the Chinese money laundering network. For example, sanctions. For example, pulling visas of identified Chinese money launderers that we decide we're not going to prosecute. There's a limited amount of resources to prosecute high-value targets and leadership. So that's on the government side. On the private sector side, I think training, I think enhanced compliance at banks, financial institutions, wire remitters. This is an evolving threat, so I think there needs to be essentially a partnership to some degree with government and the private sector where we provide the intelligence, not sensitive intelligence, but the information that will allow them to enhance their compliance programs to impose what I call costs on Chinese money launderers, make it more difficult for them, whether again through government arrests and prosecutions or on the private sector side with compliance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Urban. I'm hearing that strength works best when dealing with these thugs. And Ms. Ford, I'll go to you. This narrative that illegal immigration from some of my counterparts on the other side of the aisle has absolutely nothing to do, the wide open porous borders has nothing to do with the rise of transnational criminal organizations, the trafficking of drugs, the trafficking of people. You mentioned the 53 tragic deaths in the tractor trailer south of San Antonio. What is illegal immigration and the surge, over 5 million since Biden took office, doing to allow the flow of drugs and trafficking of people into this country?
Thank you, Chairman Pfluger. A lot of people do say that the problem with legal immigration is sometimes we use the cartels as a guise to go after illegal immigration, right? But I would say two things about that. The problem is not about immigration. This is about border security and national security. And I also think that if people care about migrants, they should realize that the most inhumane thing that we can do to them is let things run the course that they're continuing to run. They're being smuggled, they're being abused, they are often being killed at the border. So we need to crack down on the border and crack down on the people that are taking advantage of them if we want to do something about illegal immigration. Now, I also think that illegal immigration is posing a threat to what's happening, because we're seeing numbers come in like they've never come in before. And we're seeing so much insecurity at the border, and that's taking away a lot of limited resources and attention that should be going towards protecting the homeland.
Thank you very much. Mr. Farah, the evidence that links the Sinaloa cartel and Hezbollah has been well documented by the DOJ through arrests and indictments, and the relationship between the two organizations has fueled instability between Latin America and the Middle East for the last decade. Can you describe that relationship to us today?
The Mexican cartels and Hezbollah have primarily a financial relationship that allows them to move money to designated terrorist organizations in the Middle East in exchange for access to ports and the import of illegal products or smuggled products or products that don't counterfeit products into our hemisphere. I think my work is primarily focused on the tri-border area of Paraguay, Argentina, and Brazil, where you see this network of now PSC, which is the main gang, with Hezbollah operatives and with Colombian and Mexican drug cartels moving into ever-expanding circles of collaboration, not out of ideology or religion, but simply for the ability to profit. And when I talked about the new groups that are emerging in the hemisphere, it's this type of new specialization that comes in, this ability of Hezbollah to provide new things that the cartels didn't have before access to, new methodologies, et cetera. So I think that it's an economic relationship that is primarily going into different types of specialization, which is being harmful to the countries in place, as well as posing an increasing threat to the homeland.
Thank you. My time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, the ranking member, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Chairman. The reality is that because these TCO threats emanate from outside our border, because the violence, the taking advantage of people who are fleeing poverty, fleeing persecution, all originates or primarily originates in Central, South America and beyond. We need to work with our foreign partners in order to crack down on TCO violence. We have to do that. And some of those countries that we must work with are more reliable partners than others. That is the case. It has always been the case. But if we are truly going to get to the root causes of these threats, it requires multilateral coordination. So on that theme, Mr. Blazakis, you talk about building capacity in our partner countries in your written testimony. Can you expand on what the opportunities are in working with Mexico and our South and Central American allies to crack down on TCO activity?
I would highlight one specific example from my written testimony. I highlight the need for Mexico, for instance, to improve its Financial Action Task Force, or FATF rating, related to Recommendation 23, which focuses on designated non-financial businesses and professions, DNFBPs for short. This area is especially important in Mexico and is one of many countries really that have struggled with trying to strengthen the designated non-financial business and professional sector. And it's really important to build that up for a lot of reasons, especially in Mexico. When we're talking about DNFBPs, we're talking about lawyers, accountants, and many others in similar professions who are enabling transactions. The drug cartels can't wash their money in the way that Mr. Urban discussed really eloquently without having some kind of legitimate business or invest in real estate without having an army of enablers. These enablers are areas where the U.S. government should focus a lot of its capacity building moving forward, in addition to trying to build the capacity of prosecutors, especially in the area of corruption.
Thank you. On a related note, Mr. Farah, I was struck by a portion of your written testimony. You wrote, Russia and China view Latin America as a key theater of great power competition and act accordingly. The U.S. must forego complacency and seek creative new engagements with its partners. Higher quality, more comprehensive, and more sustained engagement with the right communities will go far to strengthen democracy, civil society, and regional stability. Can you expand on that a bit? And in so doing, what can we do? What can we, the United States, do to motivate our foreign partners to be better partners and more effective partners in tracking down on TCO activity?
Thank you. I think it's a challenging environment because we are now facing numerous governments that have, for example, the government of Argentina, which has declared itself as Russia's doorway to Latin America and has allowed China to come with nuclear programs, deep space stations, et cetera. So I think that there is more constrained space to operate with trusted partners. I think at the same time, the vast majority of folks in the military and in the law enforcement community prefer the United States as their first partner of choice. And I think that if you look at, and we mapped this out for Southcom and others over time, the level of high-level visits by the Russian and Chinese is about 17 times the level of U.S. visits to Latin America. And I think what I told them at the time, if Russia can find the time in the middle of a war to send its foreign minister around, we should be able to do a little better. We have a huge disadvantage with Russia in that they have a small cadre of highly experienced ambassadors that rotate around the region, speak Spanish, are on Twitter all the time. We have major embassies sitting without ambassadors for, in the case of Chile, almost 3 years. Now we're going into Colombia, we're going into the second year. So I think that there are multiple relatively easy fixes to that engagement. And I think we also need to do a better job of helping to explain the threats to their own democracies and rule of law that the Russian and Chinese involvement bring, because they're directly tied to massive corruption and massive destruction of their own institutions.
Thank you. And Mr. Blazakis, one final question. You know, there's a pattern that is developed at our hearings on the border where members of both parties talk about the importance of cracking down on human smuggling, cracking down on drug trafficking, but when it comes to trafficking guns, there's a often deafening silence on the other side of the aisle. Can you talk about why this aspect of TCO activity is so important and something that we need to address?
Just as you mentioned in your opening testimony, there is the illegal export of nearly 600,000 weapons going into Mexico. That's not insignificant. In many ways, it could be perceived as fueling this insurgency that's happening in Mexico that's taken so many civilians' lives in Mexico that Ms. Maldonado mentioned, and also the lives of Americans when the drugs come back into the United States. So in this case, we have to improve our border security going outbound, as just one example, and using technology, AI technology especially could be one way to get at this challenge.
All right, my time has expired. Thank you all.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blazakis, is that how you say it, or Blazakis?
Potato, potato. My grandmother would say Blazakis, I say Blazakis.
Blazakis, thank you, sir. One point that you've made, you know, it's interesting, as I listen to the witnesses, I think it sounds like a very tough nut to crack. And I understand this FTO designation thing has been out there for a while, and I hope I come to that with you, Mr. Blazakis. But I want to first get at the last thing Mr. Magaziner was referring to, and you have in your testimony that the Senate says the report information from Mexican authorities, I don't, you know, whether they're reliable or not, I can't tell from without further looking at it, but found that approximately 70–90% of guns found in criminal investigations are linked to the United States. Then your next sentence, this figure tells us that the availability and accessibility of guns within the United States renders their feasible illicit transfer. So I want to make sure I understand this. Are you saying that just the fact that we have broad Second Amendment rights and Americans have, I've got a Glock 19, is that, I mean, is that we can't stop Mexican drug cartels because of that?
Oh, that's certainly one component of it. There's no questioning that there are illegal weapons illegally being moved, and individuals may be purchasing these weapons legally in the United States. So there is a significant access to weapons. There's no secret about that in the United States.
There certainly is access to guns in the United States. It's constitutionally protected. The question I have for you, what are you saying then should be done about that? I mean, I didn't think it was a great idea when the Obama administration ran guns in the United States. I remember that big controversy. I wasn't here then. So that seems dumb, and I think if there are ways to stop trafficking guns across the border southward, I'm for that. But what beyond that are you saying? Do you think we just need to repeal the Second Amendment? I just want to understand what you're proposing.
No, not at all. Not the repeal of the Second Amendment, but I think careful consideration about who should have access to guns is particularly important, and what kinds of weapons should be accessible to the American public. I mean, we've seen time and again, this is a separate issue, school shootings in this country plaguing us, just as the drug epidemic is plaguing us. Access to AR-15s, automatic weapons, some of these things absolutely need to be explored and taken seriously. But in addition to that, as I mentioned before, the challenge of the border and these weapons going illegally across the border, there are things that you can do short of looking at arms control related gun laws in America that would be helpful. As I mentioned, responding to Mr. Magaziner, the use of AI technology, bolstering our border officials' capabilities to look at what's going outbound. A lot of that requires intelligence as well. Who are going across the border bringing these weapons? And that's a thorny issue as well, constitutionally, in terms of the investigation of Americans here. So these are quite a few issues I would explore.
Okay, I hope I'll have a chance to come back to you. Mr. Urban, I was interested in looking at your model that was on the diagram in your testimony, and I found myself sort of surprised that with all the advances made, the suspicious activity reports that financial institutions do, and they do them by the ton, that the success we've had in interdicting terrorists moving money, that we actually, you mean that this is really a model? They can money launder, Chinese money brokers can money launder proceeds from illicit drug transactions in huge quantities in order to supply Chinese who want to exercise, use money in the United States. Why are we not having success in breaking that up? It's classic money laundering, isn't it?
I mean, it's the cash that's here that's bought by Chinese nationals after the Chinese broker receives the proceeds. It's disconnected from the financial system. So there's.
It does not go through the financial system?
It does, but it's disconnected in a way that it's not linear, where the drug proceeds are smurfed into banks or smuggled or wire transferred. The cash stays in each country or location. So it's not traditionally like it's been wired or moved or transferred. That's what you're talking about, suspicious activity reports. This is the dollars stay in the U.S., pesos stay in Mexico, and RMB stays in China.
I would think the source of that money in those accounts would be suspicious to a financial institution handling it. So that it may be something that requires deeper than here. I want to get one more question in, or what comment. It does seem to me, you mentioned WeChat though.
Yes.
And so you got that social media network. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal that comes out today. Instagram connects vast pedophile network. It's really, I didn't get a chance to read the entire article. It's really shocking. Ms. Ford Maldonado, you talked about, of course, child trafficking is a phenomenon that we see. Sex trafficking in the United States, facilitated by cartels, is something that we're seeing that at higher levels than ever. Maybe I'll ask you, are social media networks contributing to that illegal conduct? I've been concerned about U.S. officials, agencies suppressing free speech on social media networks and have fought that, agencies doing that, but we ought to be doing everything we can to stop illegal conduct on Instagram that's promoting pedophilia and so forth, shouldn't we?
Gentleman's time has expired, but please quickly.
Yes, 100%. I think there's a lot of social media platforms that are very responsible for what's going on. And we've also done a lot of research on social media platforms being used to recruit people to take place in trafficking and smuggling and all of the illegal activities.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank our witnesses for being here today. I want to follow up on a line of questioning that my colleague, Mr. Bishop, was asking, because my experience as a prosecutor of transnational criminal organizations makes it pretty clear to me that these organizations need some mechanism to maintain their power and their authority. And Mr. Blazakis, when you were in your opening testimony, you talk a fair bit about that mechanism being assault weapons. And I believe you say, based on your research, which I've also seen, that approximately 70 to 90% of guns found by Mexican authorities during criminal investigations are linked back to the United States. Are you aware of how many legitimate gun stores there are in Mexico?
I'm unaware, no.
One.
Very little.
One. So there are nearly 500,000 guns that go across the border from the United States to Mexico illegally, as you point out. And Mr. Urban, I'm grateful for your service in the DEA, with whom I worked with many of your colleagues. What impact do you think that the cartels having access to assault weapons and other weapons of war has on their ability to control the border, to control human smuggling, to control the opioid and fentanyl trade?
Well, certainly the access of weapons by the cartels, it's a paramilitary organization. Many of their former members are former members of the Mexican military, enables them to impose themselves in violence throughout the country and to determine how they want to smuggle drugs across the border. So the weapons obviously facilitate that.
Right, and without those, weapons of war to maintain that control at the border, is it your experience, or based on your experience, would you believe that the Mexican government, with support from the United States and other countries, would be able to curtail the authority and power of the cartels?
Is it concerns just weapons or in general, a joint partnership or relationship to
Well,
target the
I'm
cartels?
trying to understand the impact of this influx of assault weapons from the United States to Mexico, especially to the cartels, how that impacts the Mexican government's ability to crack down on the cartels as well.
Sure, them being well armed makes it difficult to control them.
And would you say, and I'll turn to Ms. Ford Maldonado, you know, the executive order signed by the president in 2021 lays out, Executive Order 14060 in December 2021 lays out objectives and mechanisms to fight these cartels and to fight the fentanyl trafficking. What's your sense of how that has been implemented and whether that has had a material impact on the cartels across the border?
I think, unfortunately, the situation that we're seeing at the border is only getting worse and worse. And so something new needs to happen, and we need to address the new problems that we're facing. And I believe that every option should be on the table to fight these cartels, because they're not a small threat anymore. I think they're the largest criminal threat to the United States right now. And I think we should have every option on the table. Right now, I mean, we have a very strong, robust military, and they're employed in different missions around the world, which is honestly necessary. But our governance is threatened because we're not using the full force and weight of the United States to protect our own border and fight those that are coming in and basically declaring war against Americans. And so we should be—
Well, I do think that, you know, one of the things that we are talking about here, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, I'm about out of time, you know, to the extent that my colleagues on the other side talk a lot about the control that the cartels have over the fentanyl trade, over human smuggling, we have to look at this outflow of American-made guns to the Mexican cartels, which give them the control at the border and the power to oversee these trafficking networks. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panel for being here this afternoon and sharing your time with us. Since the Biden administration has taken office, encounters at our southwest border have hit record numbers. The latest statistics of monthly border encounters on our southwest border show that the number of encounters is 10 times more than they were in 2020. To reach and cross our southwest border, illegal immigrants often rely on smugglers and cartels working for TCOs. The FAA recently signed off on plans to open a migrant shelter in a warehouse at JFK International Airport, just blocks from my congressional district. Ms. Ford Maldonado, what sort of risks are associated with housing unvetted migrants at a major international airport?
I can tell you that the problem is no longer just people coming in and looking for a better life. And I have a stat right here. In the last 26 months, we've seen 6 million total encounters from 171 different countries. And we've had 1.7 million total gotaways. So we don't even know what threat they're posing to our country. But I can tell you that it's not a victimless crime, right? The immigration that's going on. It's coming in, it's taking away from our resources that should be used to defend our country from all of these threats coming in. And in just the first 26 months of this administration, CBP has apprehended over 80,000 criminals at the border with the very few resources that are at the border right now. And what's especially scary about that is 90% of our border resources aren't even on the front lines. And so I think that among the 80,000 criminals, if you think about it, there were murderers, there were rapists, pedophiles, gang members. There's even a term, angel families, for all the people that have lost their sons, their daughters, their family members to crime coming in from illegal immigration because we don't have control over our borders. So I think it's a massive threat. I think we need to get it into control. I think we've handed complete operational control of the border to the cartels. And we have no idea what else is coming in.
I agree. And, you know, not only is it a failure of the administration, it's a failure of our Secretary of Homeland Security, it's a failure of the American people, but it's also a failure of those seeking the American dream. I've always said that I support people coming into this country, but coming through the front door. And nobody comes to this country for a better way of life because they want to be stored in a vacant building at JFK Airport. TCOs are decentralized and depend on multiple illicit businesses, support from adversarial and lawless nation states, and work together with other TCOs. Human traffickers use new technologies such as cryptocurrencies to hide and obscure payments while trafficking these humans coming across our southern border. The first question is, what techniques have law enforcement used to keep up with the evolving networks and techniques that are employed to traffic humans covertly? I'll leave that to anybody.
I'll take that question. I think the Department of Justice, federal investigators have done an excellent job charting the cryptocurrency flows, whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, you name the crypto. The government has worked with groups like Chainalysis in the private sector and CipherTrace, amongst others, to be able to track cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is not anonymous, it's pseudonymous. And there is a great capability that exists within the government to track crypto as a general matter. And we have seen billions of assets frozen of transnational groups who have thought that they were able to have secure transactions via crypto, and they've lost those forfeited funds to the United States. So we are doing some good work in the crypto space, great technology being leveraged by the Department of Justice in conjunction with the law enforcement community and the private sector in this space.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for coming. Appreciate y'all being here. I'm going to start with Mr. Urban. Sir, why do you think the cartels purchase chemicals necessary for the production of fentanyl from China?
There's obviously a budding relationship there, and there's an ease to get them, as well as there's a tremendous amount of chemical companies in China that produce the precursors that they need.
That's a pretty long trip from China to Mexico, isn't it, sir? Doesn't that increase costs, shipment costs?
Sure, it certainly would increase shipping costs, but again, it's obvious that they are successful in acquiring the precursors from China, so they continue to do it.
Thank you. In a communist-run country like China, you would think that they would be able to crack down if they wanted to on the supply that's coming over and killing so many Americans. Would you agree with that? Or maybe do a better job of cracking down?
I believe they can, yes.
Sir, have you ever read the book Unrestricted Warfare?
I have.
What about anybody else on the panel? Mr. Farah, have you read Unrestricted Warfare? Ms. Maldonado? Sir, on the end? It was written and published in 1999, authored by 2 PLA senior colonels, and it talks about China's plan to, dominate and take out the United States of America using economic warfare, cyber warfare, elite capture, corporate espionage, intellectual property theft, asymmetric warfare on almost every aspect of our social, economic, and political life. Basically, take out the United States of America without firing a shot if possible. Does that sound familiar to anybody on the panel? Does that sound like something you're seeing in the headlines, Mr. Urban?
I mean, certainly they're finding ways to undermine various aspects of our country. In terms of my investigative efforts when I was with DEA, those investigative efforts took place outside of mainland China.
Now, obviously, this is a Homeland Security Committee, and we're talking about border security. Reading that list and just knowing a little bit about the Chinese Communist Party, do you think it's feasible that they might use fentanyl and the ingredients for deadly drugs to kill our own citizens?
Again, in terms of my investigative efforts, I did not tie it back to mainland China and the CCP there. In terms of the question itself, is it feasible?
Yeah.
I guess it is feasible.
But you would acknowledge that ingredients are coming from China, right?
Oh, I certainly, they are coming. Precursor chemicals are coming from China to Mexico.
Thank you. Ms. Maldonado, you were talking about the cartels, how effective they are. how powerful they've become. And I think we can all acknowledge that. But I want to ask you a question. Do you think that that's what initiated this surge that we're seeing on the southern border? What do you think the cause of what we're seeing on the southern border? What do you think initiated that surge that we're seeing right now is?
The surge of immigrants?
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of reasons. Actually, I was just in Juarez about 3 weeks ago on the Mexican side of the border, and I was able to talk to a lot of the migrants that were there. And I think a big part of it is they're hearing that the border is open, right? And so people are traveling. I mean, there was people there that traveled 8,000 miles with no water, no medical care, because they're hearing that the border is open. They're hearing that their family members, their friends got in, and that's what's taking them straight into the hands of the cartels. And so I think a lot of it is word of mouth. They're hearing that there's an open invitation to come into the US. And unfortunately, they're having to make it through incredibly difficult and horrendous circumstances to try and get here.
Yes, ma'am. Do you think something that might contribute to that is when the future president of the United States says in a 2019 Democratic primary debate, the United States is a country that tells people struggling under oppression or poor conditions, you should come, quote, you should come. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We are a nation that says you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. Do you think that that's something that might initiate some of the surge that we're seeing?
I think absolutely. I think that that's what we're seeing happen. And it hasn't always been the same problem that it is now. It's a problem that's continuously increasing, and it's being orchestrated by the cartels because they're making more money than ever. But I think that a different policy it would have different results, and that's why we need to look at new avenues that haven't been thought of before.
Well, I agree. And I also think we should go back to some of the policies that were working in the past. My time is up. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. We will now enter a second round of questioning and do the same process between Republicans and Democrats for 5 minutes. I'd like to highlight the fact that I think I finally agree with one of my colleagues on the control of the border. When my colleague from New York mentioned that the cartels do in fact have control of the border, I do agree with that statement. They do have control of the border. And I'd also like to remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Operation Fast and Furious under the Obama-Biden administration put hundreds of thousands of weapons into Mexico. And two of those weapons actually were found at the crime scene where U.S. Border Patrol agent Brian Terry was murdered. So maybe this narrative that we need to turn our Border Patrol northward to protect Mexico from U.S. weapons, maybe we should just take a deep breath and protect the United States from the illegal and illicit activities that are entering our country. I'd like to focus your attention on this chart. On the bottom rung is the year 2020, and then it goes 21, 22, and 23. These are in pounds of drugs, illicit drug seizure by weight, every single year from 2020 in red to 2021 in gray, 2022 in blue. Mr. Urban, with your 25 plus years in DEA, why do we see a doubling, tripling of the amount of drug seizures here in the United States that are coming from Mexico? I mean, is this success here, or is this actually an indicator of failed policies?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to comment on the policy aspect in terms of, it's obviously an indication of more drugs coming across the border and more seizures. That's the way I look at it. So to some degree, there is some success there if you're seizing the drugs. With the amount of drugs coming over and the amount of deaths associated with overdoses or murder for taking, pills that are laced with fentanyl, that's not success.
That's not success. I agree. So what are the policies that need to be implemented to prevent the hundreds of thousands of deaths?
It's obviously a broad question. I think the first component to that is there needs to be a joint cooperative relationship with Mexico in some way where you can action law enforcement or the military down there against the cartels. For us to disrupt the Mexican cartels, we have to start down there. That's, again, a broad issue. It's a State Department issue. It's a negotiated issue, but that's something that would have to happen to disrupt their capabilities. In terms of the homeland, I think, again, what I talked about earlier was data, right? We need data analytics to leverage data for insight for law enforcement against the Mexican cartels and Chinese money launderers.
You know, you have all mentioned working with the Mexican government. Mr. Farah, do you see this administration doing anything to have accountability or relationships with the Mexican government to push back?
I think the relationship with, excuse me, with Mexico as well as Colombia and many other countries is much more fraught than it was previously. I think we have fewer and fewer interlocutors that can be trusted that we can deal with. I think, as I talked about, the criminalized state structure emerging as different governments, I think the AMLO government in Mexico is certainly moving in this direction, have become more allied on a strategic level with cartels than with the United States and other groups, as I think Colombia will do under President Petro, and as we've seen in Venezuela and we've seen in Nicaragua, that you're facing an outlook where you have fewer levers because we have over time allowed those relationships, and I'm not saying that, I think goes back a decade at least, those relationships to deteriorate, and we have not been successful in engaging in ongoing training because the units we train and work with are consistently dismantled by when different governments come in that are more allied with the criminal groups. So you have well-trained, well-meaning people who are then dispersed to the wind. And I think that has made it more and more difficult over time to engage people who want to talk with us because they're not going to last in their own structures, and for us to have people we can talk to down there.
Thank you. Look at one of the agreements that we had from 2016, or really 2017 to 2020, and that was the Migrant Protection Protocols, MPP, otherwise known as Remain in Mexico. And I can't help but draw a distinction between the numbers that we're seeing here in 2020 and a policy like that does limit the amount of malign activity that a cartel can do, that they can use people. And I have been to the border a dozen times. I've seen the destruction. I've seen what Ms. Ford Maldonado has described, the assaults, the sexual assaults, the amount of money that they're charging. Ms. Ford Maldonado, what do you think about a reinstatement and an actual implementation from this administration of MPP, Remain in Mexico? Would that have an effect on the amount of drugs that we're seeing coming in this country?
I think it's possible. I think it would definitely have an effect on what's happening at the border. I think we also need to explore new avenues as to how we can secure the border and how we can stop the inhumane things that are happening. You were just saying, we've also heard stories from Border Patrol who have interviewed little girls who were raped multiple times on their journey to Mexico. Little girls that came across with the morning after pill because their parents sent them across expecting them to be assaulted on their journey. So I think something needs to be done, not just because of what's happening at the border, but what's happening beyond the border. I mean, fentanyl is affecting absolutely everyone. I think that the most recent numbers we've seen is 107,000 people that were killed in the year ending in January 2022. That's 9,000 people every 30 days. That is the equivalent of a fully loaded 747 crashing into a mountain every single day of people that are dying because of this.
And thank you for your testimony. My time has expired. I recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you, Chairman. I have to, I wish that some of our colleagues were still here. On this discussion about guns illegally trafficked across the southern border to the cartels, there are solutions here, and they don't need to be partisan solutions. I wish our colleagues were here for this conversation, but, you know, listen, I know that our colleagues across the aisle are not going to support an assault weapons ban, are not going to support a high-capacity magazine ban. I support those things. They don't. Fine, leave that conversation for another day. As Mr. Blazak has said, the issue here is firearms often being purchased legally and then trafficked to the cartels illegally. And there are things that we can do to crack down on that, like universal background checks, closing the gun show loophole so that when a gun is sold to an individual, wherever they are, in whatever setting, there is a criminal background check to make sure that that firearm is not being sold to somebody with a record that suggests that they can't be trusted with it.
All right, that's it.
I'm introducing a bill soon.
When do criminals follow the laws?
Stiffen penalties for dealers that fail to conduct background checks that they are legally required to conduct. Because unfortunately, right now, under our current laws, and this is not the vast majority of gun shop owners, most of whom follow the law and do the right thing. But those that don't, when they knowingly fail to perform a background check, get a slap on the wrist over and over again. So there are things that are common sense that ought to be bipartisan that we ought to do, and we cannot minimize the fact that the source of the power of these TCOs, of these cartels, is their ability to inflict acts of violence on people because they are heavily armed, and that is part of the equation. I also want to build off of something that Ms. Ford said correctly when she was asked, correctly I believe, why are people coming here? And the obvious answer is, well, because they think they'll have an easy time getting across. One of the reasons that they think they have an easy time getting across is because the cartels and the traffickers are lying to them and telling them that U.S. asylum laws will let anybody come across and you have an easy time getting asylum, getting a green card, whatever the case may be. And so, again, one of the remedies to this is let people apply for asylum at U.S. consulates or from their home countries so that they can see whether they are eligible or not. And when people see themselves that they're not eligible, they'll be less likely to believe the lies that the cartels are telling them and make that dangerous, often deadly journey. So again, there are things here that ought to be common sense, bipartisan solutions, and I do hope that's the direction.
Will the
to
gentleman
go.
yield? And I'll give you additional time.
Sure.
Is that not currently happening, where you can apply for asylum at U.S. consulates? Is that not the standard
I
protocol?
mean, my understanding is that the legislation that the House just passed restricts the ability of people to use the CBP-1 app to get applications to have their asylum claims considered, that the number of places in other countries where people can apply for asylum in person is limited. And again, I think under the current administration, some of those policies are changing. I think that's a positive thing. But I do think that needs to be part of the conversation. We need to make it harder for the cartels to lie to people about their eligibility.
Yeah, I think we need to check that, the specificity of that particular asylum. When you're seeking asylum and doing it in another country, I think is pretty much standard protocol that happens. And I'm not sure that the law has been changed to reflect any difference. You still have 2 minutes left, so I yield back.
All right, thank you. All right, switching gears here. We've focused most of our attention today on Mexican, Central American, South American TCOs, and rightfully so, because I think we all are in agreement that those are the TCOs that pose the most immediate risks to the homeland and to our citizens. But there are other groups out there, some of which are operating in the United States that are dangerous, and I believe Mr. Farah and others have mentioned them. ISIS, the Iranian transnational network. Can we just, and I'll open it up to any of you with my last couple of minutes here, would anyone like to spend a little more time highlighting the risks posed by some of those organizations and what we as policymakers should do to crack down on them?
Well, I think one of the real issues that we're seeing across the region is not just the traditional, like Hezbollah threat network, Iranian threat network, is the Albanian mafia is now there. There are multiple parts of the Italian mafia structures now plugging in because the cocaine market's shifting while our synthetic market here is rising. So the cocaine market in Europe and Russia, former Soviet republics, is much more lucrative than it is in the United States. And our cocaine consumption has been down while our synthetic consumption has been way up. So I think that there are numerous new types of violence being introduced, numerous new types of money laundering being introduced, numerous new types of trafficking structures are being introduced that introduce these groups that have been in this hemisphere to a whole new set of African, European, Asian, and former Soviet Republic structures that allow everyone to make a lot more money and make it much more difficult for us to crack down. There's one case I'm sure Mr. Urban's familiar with, the case of the Guyane, which is a ship that ended up being busted in Philadelphia with 17 tons. That was, those are Eastern European crews loading off the coast of Chile, passing through with a different group that switched loaded the cocaine in the Panama Canal, then moved to Philadelphia. It was all external actors in a 17-ton cocaine shipment, of which was busted almost by luck in Philadelphia. So I think that's the issue.
Yeah. Would anyone else like to weigh in on any other TCOs that we should be focused on as well as a committee? And again, ISIS, Iran. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Blazakis.
No, go ahead.
I'll just say on the ISIS front, I think it's particularly important that we keep our eye on Afghanistan. We've had multiple senior officials within the Biden administration speak with great alarm regarding a possible resurgence of the so-called ISIS Khorasan province in Afghanistan, so much to the point where the administration said that they worry about that group having an external operations capability within 6 months. And that statement was from a senior Department of Defense official about 3 months ago. So I think it's particularly important that we continue to invest some level of resources as it relates to tracking ISIS Khorasan in Afghanistan, especially.
Thank you all.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus, for her questioning.
Thank you very much. I'd like to talk about an issue that maybe many people don't think of as connected to Homeland Security, but it's becoming more and more entwined with some of the issues that we have internationally, and it's affecting major metropolitan areas, especially a district like mine, which is Las Vegas, and that's organized retail crime. We've seen that that involves targeted, large-scale organized theft. It's run through international criminal networks. I think the Department of Homeland Security Investigations Unit issued a report saying the average American family will pay more than $500 annually in additional costs due to the impact of organized retail crime, which is being used to finance ongoing illicit operations like human trafficking and drug trafficking. There was another DHS report that noted organized retail crime is leading to more brazen, more violent attacks in retail stores throughout the country, and many of the criminal rings orchestrating these thefts are also involved in other serious activities. So I wonder, it's an incredibly complex issue, but can you make some suggestions of how we can better address it with more interaction across government agencies or with different levels of government? Anybody?
Well, I mean, the first thing you'd want to do is prioritize it and put funding into that and have a local, state, and federal response, set up a task force to do, whether it be undercover operations, to engage, they're going to sell these products after they steal them.
Right.
There's a process associated with this, and they're doing it continually again and again and again. The other component is if you could intercept their electronic communications. Obviously, if it's an international or a sophisticated organized crime group, they're communicating amongst other members. So I think that's the first thing. And I also think a deterrent, however you want to work with the private sector, to have a deterrent at that store or at that location so it's not as easy to steal the goods.
That was going to be my question. Did you think a federal task force would be something that'd be useful in the Department of Homeland Security?
On this specific topic, yes. I do think the more sophisticated actors that are operating beyond from state to state, they're doing it in multiple states. I think a federal task force would be the answer, again, encompassing state and local resources and expertise.
I've got a bill, and it's bicameral, bipartisan, called Combating Organized Retail Crime, to give more resources to Homeland Security to go after this. So we should look at having a task force as part of those resources.
I've had task forces that I've supervised, and if you have proper leadership and resources, they can do amazing things. So I think the threat that you're discussing and you're talking about, that would be a solution with properly resourced up.
Thank you. Maybe we could look at that, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Anybody else want to comment on that? I mean, they're stealing everything from eyelashes to power saws, and reselling it, and then that money goes into other nefarious operations. Well, then let me ask you another question. This goes back to Mr. Goldman's talk about guns, that U.S. guns go to Mexico, and that's where they're used in the involvement of a lot of crime. Mr. Blazakis, could you address how we could work better with Mexico to address this issue?
So one of the most important things that we need to do with the government of Mexico is engage with them as it relates to implementing the bicentennial framework that was put in place by the Biden administration in agreement with the Mexican government. And on this front, it's still early days, but in particular, there are three pillars where I think it's particularly important to spend our time. That is in the area of jointly working on a challenge of public health related issues, which obviously is an impact that comes from the cartel work. Doing more in the area of shoring up the border, particularly in the context of using technology. I'm not a believer of building walls and moats. I think that's, from times in the past, it didn't help the Chinese particularly when it comes to the creation of the Great Wall of China. It's certainly not going to work in a contemporaneous time that we live in today. There's a cyber component to this that we have to explore to pursue these criminal networks as well. And I think the bicentennial framework is an important place to do this work. But we can't alienate the Mexican government. I do think we run the risk of doing so if we consider certain other kinds of policy options, whether it's the FTO designation of the cartels, whether it's the use of authorized military force against cartel members across the border. I think these things will push AMLO into the arms of our economic adversaries like China, our ideological enemies like Iran, and our military foes like the Russian Federation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. I'd like to thank the witnesses for your valuable testimony, for members on this committee for your questions. And just to close with a
Okay, we're just going to let him close, and we're going to switch over to the other border
the aisle asking very similar questions. We may disagree on a couple of tactical points, but on the strategic problem that we have right now, the fact that fentanyl, the trafficking of the opioids, the problem that we see in the United States is massive, and it's tragic. And I hope that as a result of this hearing, what we will see is a push, not just in a bipartisan way, but more in a whole of government way, that we take your testimony, that we take your answers and your experience professionally, and that we're able to push this into action. Because on a point of personal privilege, my 12-year-old daughter was here listening to this. I have a classmate from the Air Force Academy here with his daughter. I see many young people in the audience here today. And the reason that we're having this hearing is to preserve the next generation from being inundated with, whether it's fentanyl or other opioids, crime, or whatever else it may be. And I hope that the work on this subcommittee will really get at the heart of this, that our country can come together in a way that we can lower those numbers. And whatever the cause may be, this is not and should not be a partisan solution. It should be a bipartisan, bicameral, as Ms. Titus mentioned in her bill, solution to get after this and to see our communities safe. The members of the subcommittee may have additional questions for the witnesses, and we would appreciate and ask the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to the Committee Rule 7 Delta, the hearing record will be open for the next 10 days. Without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
And now we're switching over to the one that started at the same time. I have it in 1.25 times speed. Why would they have two border hearings at the exact same time? Okay, here we go.
Well, the coffee has arrived and the ranking member has arrived, so we're ready to begin. The subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair will be authorized to declare a recess at any time. The subcommittee convenes today to examine the enforcement of our immigration laws. Prior to Inauguration Day, the border was secure. The laws were being enforced. The border wall was nearing completion. The Remain in Mexico policy had slowed illegal immigration to a trickle, and court-ordered deportations were being enforced. Of course, all of that changed when the new administration
I'll switch the title.
immediately canceled the border wall, ended the Remain in Mexico policy, and ordered ICE to stop enforcing deportation orders. Since then, we've seen more than 2 million illegal immigrants deliberately released into this country, a population the size of the entire state of Nebraska. Meanwhile, more than 1.5 million known gotaways have also entered illegally, an additional illegal population the size of Hawaii. Our previous hearings have documented the unfolding human tragedy of the border crisis.
Yes, Patriot
For Americans,
Polywog,
it
the
means
clown show
classrooms
must go
flooded with
on.
non-English-speaking students, hospitals overwhelmed with illegal immigrants.
Thanks for
demanding
hanging
care,
out with me today.
fentanyl poisoning our young people, catastrophic strains on the social safety net meant to help Americans in need, criminal cartels and their affiliated gangs introduced into our communities, working wages suppressed by a flood of cheap illegal labor.
By the way, I have this on
Now we observe the
1.25
irony
times so we can get
of
caught up.
officials in so-called sanctuary cities like New York and Chicago and sanctuary
And
states
depending on
like
what time it
California,
is, you might want to grab a
reporting that they
cocktail
cannot
because
handle
Jerry
this influx.
Nadler's on this one.
For the illegal immigrants, it means a harrowing ordeal subjecting
And
them
that
to
what's her face from
exploitation by
Hawaii.
criminal cartels, including sex trafficking, drug trafficking, and labor trafficking, even of small children. Many arrive in physical distress, destitute, and deeply in debt to their human smugglers. Thousands never make it.
Holy
They
crap,
die horrific
Patriot
deaths
Polywog.
along the way.
Tucker Carlson's
Well, now we raise the question,
video has been out
clearly our
for
immigration
18 and a
laws are
half
not
hours,
being
no,
enforced by this administration.
21 and a
That
half
fact is
hours,
self-evident when we compare this administration to the last. The law specifically
84.4
provides that any
million
asylum claimant
views
shall be
on
detained
Twitter.
while their claim is heard. This is now routinely ignored. The law specifically provides that parole is to be granted only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. This law is now being ignored, while parole is granted en masse to release many tens of thousands of immigrants illegally into our country. The law requires deportation orders to be enforced. Yet despite record numbers of illegal entries, we see the lowest rate of deportations in our history, with more than 1 million deportation orders simply ignored. Federal courts have ordered this administration to enforce the law, yet time and again the administration seems reluctant to do so. Without enforcement, there is no immigration law. Without immigration law, there are no borders, and without borders, we have no country. This crisis now reaches into every community and constitutes a clear and present danger to our national sovereignty, prosperity, and security. We Americans have always prided ourselves as being a nation of laws and not of men. And yet it appears that our immigration laws are now routinely ignored, altered, or perverted by the whims of individuals within this administration. It's important in the inquiry today that we separate out policy differences from actual violations of law. The founders anticipated that foolish people would sometimes occupy the offices of our government, and they left it to voters to correct maladministration at the ballot box. Now, Lincoln put it this way: the voters are everything. If the voters get their backsides too close to the fire, they'll just have to sit on the blisters a while. Mayor Eric Adams of New York City seems to be a poster child for this phenomenon. The more troubling question arises if this unprecedented illegal migration results not from incompetence and folly, but rather from a deliberate and calculated violation and subversion of the laws of the land. We need to determine what laws have allowed this calamity to befall our nation. As a legislative branch of government, it's our duty to correct them. And we also need to determine what laws are being willfully violated by those commanded to faithfully execute them. And in that case, we need to identify who is responsible and what remedies are available within our system of checks and balances. With that, I am now pleased to recognize the ranking member for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well,
Oh, it's a good time for me to go off camera for a few minutes.
after using harmful rhetoric and fear-mongering that ending the Title 42 public health policy would result in a high number of migrants coming to the border, we have seen a month where border numbers are down over 70% from their peak. As Politico put it, it is, quote, the migrant crisis that still hasn't arrived.
Yeah, I might have to
Unable to stoke
drink the
media
rest of
fears
that
any
beer I
further
started
around the end of
yesterday.
Title
It's probably
42,
flat
it appears
though.
that my Republican colleagues have shifted their focus to the next attention-grabbing headline, laying the groundwork for the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. Despite this being our 5th immigration hearing in about 5 months, the majority is yet to call any witness from the current administration to testify before this committee. It is no surprise that my colleagues have shifted to discussing if Secretary Mayorkas should be impeached. After all, extreme MAGA Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said just last week, in exchange for voting for the debt limit deal, she wanted some, quote, sides and desserts. Her, quote, beautiful dessert was that, and this is a quote from her, somebody needs to be impeached, and she specifically singled out Secretary Mayorkas as the, quote, lowest hanging fruit. Of course, my colleagues jumped at the chance to cater to the extreme MAGA Republicans in their party, and before the vote on the debt ceiling had even occurred, they noticed this hearing. According to a report from CNN just a few weeks ago, the chairman of this committee, which would be tasked with launching impeachment proceedings, and GOP leadership have an understanding that the impeachment of Mayorkas is inevitable. According to the article, quote, it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. Anyone who tuned into last April's judicial...
A pause to tell you about 20 minutes ago, Clay Higgins. I'm going to just call him now by my acronym, which is MFH. Patriot Polywog knows what I mean. Anyway, he, about 20 minutes ago on Twitter, he had filed articles of impeachment, if you want to go take a look. We are about an hour and a half behind on this hearing. As of right this second, it's still on, but I have it playing at 1.25 speed. I'm going to go off camera for just a bit because I have some things I need to do, but I'll be watching the chat on my iPad.
Judiciary Committee hearing where Secretary Mayorkas testified as part of his oversight duties would not be at all surprised. Republicans on this committee made their intentions quite clear. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana stated that Secretary Mayorkas had committed, quote, impeachable offenses. He went on to say, quote, my advice to you is to begin your search for a different career very soon because there will be an election. And Mr. Biggs of Arizona stated, you should be impeached. Earlier this year, Mr. Biggs followed through on that statement and became the second Republican to file articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas. That resolution is co-sponsored by multiple members of this committee, including Mr. Gates and Mr. Nels. Mr. Roy of Texas, who is not one of those co-sponsors, even has a 13-page memo from October of 2021 entitled Case for Impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. Representative Ben Klein from Virginia, who serves on the full committee, told CNN that he has communicated to Chairman Jordan that, quote, we need to start the process as soon as possible. Lastly, when our chairman, Mr. Jordan, was asked in an interview in October of last year if the secretary should be impeached, he said, Mayorkas deserves it, and more recently said the committee thinks it is, quote, warranted. Now, of course, the idea of impeaching the secretary is ridiculous. You do not impeach a cabinet secretary over policy disagreements. The border is not, quote, open. No administration has ever had complete, quote, operational control of the border, detained every asylum seeker, or not used parole in some form. As the former chairman of the House Committee on Homeland Security, Chairman McCall of Texas said, well, we talk a lot about operational control, and that's having a better understanding of who's coming in and who's leaving and what that threat really is. We're never really going to get that. The Biden administration is continuing to try to clean up the mess left by the previous administration. They are putting forward real, workable solutions to manage migration and expand legal pathways. On top of the parole programs created by the Biden administration earlier this year, the administration announced the creation of additional legal pathways that are intended to relieve pressure at the border. Now, it's not all perfect. In fact, some of my colleagues would argue that some of the administration's policies are too heavy-handed. Recently, the administration put forward a regulation which limits asylum, something many people within our Democratic caucus are justifiably concerned about. Unfortunately, today's hearing appears to be the start of a sad new chapter for this committee. But certainly, I look forward to hearing from all of our witnesses today and the perspectives they bring on this issue, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair notes the presence of the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Nadler, and recognizes him for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it took just over 5 months, but the day that so many of my Republican colleagues have waited for has finally arrived. Today, Judiciary Republicans are laying the groundwork to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas. To be clear, they do not allege wrongdoing or malfeasance of any kind. They are simply catering to the most extreme members of their caucus who have demanded impeachment of somebody, anybody, as the price of their support for the Speaker. And they have decided to make their first target Secretary Mayorkas. Why? Because they have policy disagreements. But no matter how much they may dislike him, that is not a basis for impeachment. The Republicans are so desperate to begin impeachment, however, that they are even jockeying for position on who gets to take the lead. Today's hearing, just like the first immigration hearing we held, appears to be the latest spat in the ongoing turf war between Chairman Jordan and Chairman Green of the Homeland Security Committee. Just a couple of weeks ago, Homeland Security noted that they are taking a lead role in building the case of impeachment through a, quote, five-phase accountability plan before handing it off to the Judiciary Committee. In furtherance of this plan, just this morning, they noticed a full committee hearing entitled, quote, Open Borders, Closed Case, Secretary Mayorkas' Dereliction of Duty on the Border Crisis, close quote. Not to be outdone, Chairman Jordan raced to announce this hearing to ensure that we beat the Homeland Security Committee by a few days. But this is not a serious process. As Ranking Member Jayapal noted, we have still not had a single government witness come before the committee on the issue of immigration. Instead, my Republican colleagues continue to hide behind the use of transcribed interviews to talk to agency officials, seemingly afraid to have public hearings. And despite all the evidence to the contrary, we are still hearing the same claims that we heard at our first immigration hearing this year, that the southern border is open, that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas opened it deliberately, and that it is mostly migrants who are smuggling drugs across our southern border. Yet, as my colleagues and I have discussed for months, none of these statements are true. Far from having an open border, the Biden administration used Title 42 to expel migrants with no due process for significantly longer than many of my colleagues on the committee felt was appropriate. The administration also has recently enacted a new asylum regulation that we are concerned limits access to asylum. That regulation even earned the administration rare praise from Chairman Jordan. These are not the policies of an open border. They are the opposite. My Republican colleagues are not ones to let facts get in the way of their Fox News talking points. Certainly not the fact that encounters on the border have plummeted by 70% in recent weeks policies put in place. There is a lot that the Biden administration is doing on immigration that I support. For example, the use of parole, expansion of legal pathways, revamping of the refugee program, and opening up new regional processing centers in the hemisphere are all positive steps to repairing our broken immigration system. And there are some policies I do not like, but that is the point. We have policy disagreements. But you do not impeach a cabinet secretary because you do not like his policies. You work to pass legislation. You conduct oversight. You try to work in a constructive manner to convince your colleagues that you have the better argument. We need to work in a bipartisan way to fix our immigration system, not pass messaging bills that have no chance of being enacted into law, and embark on a purely political impeachment process. I would note that we now know for certain that the Republicans' extreme, cruel, and unworkable border bill cannot pass the Senate. As part of the time agreement to ensure that we did not default for the first time in history, Senate Republicans demanded a vote on H.R. 2, the Republicans' border bill. The bill got 46 yes votes and 51 no votes, encountering bipartisan opposition. That bill is a non-starter. Are my colleagues on the other side ready to sit down and discuss how we move forward with bipartisan immigration legislation? As I noted in our first hearing, Judiciary Committee Democrats stand ready to work on meaningful solutions to serious problems. Unfortunately, instead, it appears that the next sideshow is beginning today. And make no mistake, as the ranking member noted, it is clear that Chairman Jordan and members
You,
of the
sir,
committee have already
are the
made up their
sideshow.
minds. Instead of serious solutions to solve complex problems, we will simply engage in more political theater. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I just put my Democratic colleagues at ease. Administration witnesses could be called by the committee Democrats. To date, they have chosen not to do so. I believe Mr. Mayorkas is scheduled to appear before the full committee in late July, but it is a very, very big leap from merely asking why our laws are not being enforced to advocating something like impeachment. I would remind my friends that they are not our teachers. I, for one, would not seek to invent grounds for impeachment, as the majority, or the former majority did in several proceedings. We are here to ask a very simple question: why are our laws not being enforced? Now I'll introduce today's witnesses. The Honorable Chad Wolf is the Executive Director and Chief Strategy Officer.
Chad Wolf. God, I couldn't remember his first name.
He's also Chair of the Center for Homeland Security and Immigration.
He's ridiculously good looking, too.
Secretary Wolf was the Acting Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. He's also a veteran
It's just
of
an
both Capitol Hill
observation.
and the private sector. Secretary Wolf is a recipient of the U.S. Secretary of Transportation 9/11 Medal, the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Distinguished Service Medal, and the National Intelligence Distinguished Service Medal.
Shoot, now I forgot what I was
Joseph
doing.
Edlow is the founder of the Edlow Group, a visiting fellow at the Heritage Foundation, and a former acting director of the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Prior to that, he served as the U.S. CIS Chief Counsel and a Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the Office of Legal Policy at the Department of Justice. He's a veteran of Capitol Hill, serving as counsel on this subcommittee and counsel to Congressman Raul Labrador. He began his immigration-related career as a trial attorney in the Baltimore Immigration Court. Mr. Edlow is a JD from the Case Western Reserve University School of Law and completed his undergraduate degree at Brandeis University in Waltham, Massachusetts. Mr. Stephen Bradbury is a distinguished fellow at the Heritage Foundation and was the general counsel of the U.S. Department of Transportation from November 2017 until January 2021, where he oversaw all of DOT's rulemaking and enforcement actions. He is also acting Deputy Secretary of Transportation and briefly served as the acting Secretary of Transportation. He was the Principal Deputy and Acting Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel at the U.S. Department of Justice during the George W. Bush administration. Mr. Bradbury is a veteran of private practice and served as a clerk on the Supreme Court of the United States, as well as on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. He earned a J.D. at Michigan Law School and a B.A. from Stanford University. Finally, Mr. Aaron Reichlin-Melnick is currently the Policy Director at the American Immigration Council, where he has also served as Policy Counsel and a staff attorney. Prior to that, he was a Justice Fellow on the Immigrant Justice Corps and the Legal Aid Society in New York. He earned a J.D. from Georgetown University Law Center and a B.A. from Brandeis University. I'd like to welcome all of our witnesses today, thank them for appearing here, and we'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered in the record.
Yes,
in its
Patriot
entirety.
Polywalk. I'm
Accordingly,
sure
the
they're
answers
all
will summarize
watching
the testimony in
my
5 minutes.
channel.
And Mr. Wolf will begin with you.
They're probably ringing my doorbell right now. I should go
Paul,
check.
thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Or they're
Today's hearing
sending
is
their
titled "The
people
Border
to come
Crisis,
and
is the
pick
law
me
being
up in a
faithfully
limousine.
executed?" Unfortunately, the answer by any objective measure or metric is a resounding no. I understand the difficulty and the complexity of running the Department of Homeland Security, so I do not say this lightly. The U.S. Constitution requires the administration to, quote, take care that the immigration and border security laws be faithfully executed, end quote. It's clear to me and to millions of Americans that the Biden administration has failed to do so. Today's border security system is unrecognizable from the America First policies of the Trump administration or even what was in place during the administrations of President Clinton, Bush, or Obama. In all candor, the Biden administration is the first administration of either political party to deliberately take steps to diminish the security along our southern border. Therefore, it is my opinion that new leadership is needed at the department. In contrast, under President Trump's leadership, the department established the most secure southern border in my lifetime by building the most advanced border wall system, reaching historic diplomatic agreements with nations, and putting in place across-the-board policies that deterred illegal immigration, disrupted the Mexican cartels, disincentivized the deadly flow of fentanyl, and enforced the laws enacted by Congress. I think the results are clear. During the Trump administration, fraudulent asylum claims declined. Those who qualified for humanitarian relief faster. Lives were saved as migrants stopped taking that dangerous journey north when they realized they would not be allowed and released into American communities. In stark contrast, today we see a border not only in chaos but in crisis because the Biden administration has dismantled all of the proven policies. Recommendations and concerns by career Border Patrol experts were ignored, and political correctness and rank ideology supplemented common sense and adherence to our immigration laws. To be clear, these laws did not change between the Trump administration and the Biden administration, just the decision by this one not to follow those laws. They have embraced destructive and unlawful policies that have made American communities dangerous and have enriched the Mexican drug cartels. Here are but a few examples. Nationwide catch and release. The Biden administration has intentionally decided to ignore its legal mandate to detain illegal aliens or to make them wait in Mexico throughout their immigration court proceedings. And a federal district judge has struck down this practice. DHS was then unable to process the volume of illegal aliens fast enough under this catch and release scheme, so it resorted to issuing notices to report. These are essentially an honored system document that asks illegal aliens to self-report to a local ICE office when they reach their final destination. Again, the courts have blocked the implementation of this practice. Next, a de facto amnesty. On day one, the Biden administration issued a 100-day deportation freeze on all illegal aliens, including those with criminal convictions. Let me say that again, including those with criminal convictions. Again, a federal judge has blocked the nullification of this interior enforcement. Another de facto amnesty of this administration is when the DHS Secretary's enforcement priorities exempt 99% of illegal aliens from the threat of deportation, including the declaration that being here unlawfully is no longer grounds for removal. But perhaps the most egregious example of violating the law is the unlawful use of parole authority. The INA could not be clearer that parole is a remarkably narrow authority and only allowable on a case-by-case basis. The numerous unlawful categorical parole programs that the department has implemented are not new, safe, or legal pathways, but a diversion of illegal aliens between ports of entry to ports of entry. It is very clear that the current administration is lying to the American people about the severity of the problem. So here's the reality. Large-scale catch and release policy has resulted in more than 4.5 million illegal aliens, including 1.5 million gotaways being allowed into American communities. That is a population larger than every major U.S. city except for New York City. There have been more than 200 known or suspected terrorists apprehended at the southern border in the last 2 years, compared to just 11 during the 4 years of the Trump administration. The border is effectively controlled by the Mexican cartels who crave these open border policies to further their business model. And more migrants have been found dead in the desert or have drowned in the river during the journey than ever before. And according to the New York Times, the Biden administration has lost contact with more than 85,000 children after releasing them to sponsors here in the U.S. These are the results of a process that the administration calls safe, orderly, and humane. But to whom exactly? Not to the migrants being abused, extorted, or dying along the journey. Not to the American communities that have been overrun, and not to Border Patrol officers who have been assaulted. Instead, the process that has been created over the last 2 years can be more accurately described as dangerous, corrupt, and inhumane. These policies are unlawful, and this is a crisis by design. Thank you. Look forward to the questions.
Thank you for testimony. Next is Mr. Reckland-Melnick.
Chairman McClintock, Ranking Member Jayapal, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. My name is Aaron Reckland-Melnick, and I am Policy Director of the American Immigration Council, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the belief that immigrants are part of our national fabric and to ensuring that the United States provides a fair process for all immigrants, including those seeking protection. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here today to help provide some perspective on the complicated reality of the application of immigration law at the border. At the Council, we have long brought attention through research, advocacy, and litigation to ways in which the executive branch carries out immigration enforcement. We are intimately familiar with the complex legal and practical considerations involved in the processing of migrants and have brought successful litigation against both Democratic and Republican administrations to ensure that DHS is following the law. The Constitution charges the president with faithfully executing the laws. Unfortunately for the president, Congress often passes laws which impose competing legal requirements on the executive branch. and some laws are easier to execute than others, especially in a world of limited resources. These challenges are readily apparent for immigration enforcement. As Justice Kavanaugh noted at oral arguments in Texas v. U.S. last November, there are never enough resources to detain every person who should be detained, arrest every person who should be arrested, or prosecute every person who's violated the law. Because of this hard reality, immigration officials have always been imbued with broad legal authority and with broad discretion in carrying out immigration enforcement. None other than Justice Scalia said in 1999 that at each stage of the removal process, the executive has discretion to abandon the endeavor. At the border, these countervailing concerns are critical. CBP officers are charged with simultaneously carrying out enforcement laws and humanitarian laws such as asylum. And not every person can be treated the same. There is no one-size-fits-all legal process for migrants. For example, the options available for processing a single adult arriving from Mexico arriving alone are different than those available for processing an asylum seeker from Cuba arriving with a baby. Some people can be rapidly issued an order of removal and deported. Others may require a full asylum screening, which takes time and resources. And beyond the law, congressional appropriations are finite, so there are logistical limits that are just as important as legal mandates. The use of detention is a perfect example of this. Despite laws which on their face seemingly mandate detention, Congress has never provided sufficient resources to detain every person who might be subject to mandatory detention. As a result, if there are 10 people who the law says should be detained and only 5 ICE detention beds available, CBP must, by necessity, release the other 5. Thus, immigration officials under Republican and Democratic administrations alike have released some migrants, because while a single law might suggest they be detained, the laws in total provide alternate options. These limitations apply to all administrations. For example, data produced by the Department of Homeland Security reveals that over 1.1 million migrants were released under the Trump administration in total, including over 500,000 released at the border by CBP. Like today, these releases do not represent a failure to execute the law. Rather, they are a natural and lawful byproduct of competing legal and logistical considerations that all law enforcement agencies grapple with. Faced with a growing global displacement crisis, the Biden administration has undoubtedly struggled to manage with the resources they have. But this struggle is not unique to the Biden administration, nor is it a sign of an administration undermining the law. Instead, it is a result of outdated laws and a funding model that is badly out of balance. There are 2 million cases in the immigration court backlog, yet today we spend $8 on immigration enforcement for every $1 we spend on immigration adjudication. The last administration spent $15 billion on border wall. That's enough to pay for 17.5 years of the current immigration court budget. So it's not a surprise then that the system is not functioning as designed, and that it takes years for the government to determine who qualifies for asylum and who does not. Moving forward, I urge Congress to undertake the difficult challenge of updating our immigration laws and providing enough resources to our adjudication systems to ensure that chaos at the border becomes a thing of the past. But Congress cannot tell the executive branch to do 3 things: give them enough money to do none of them adequately, and then blame the executive if it doesn't like the result. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Edlow.
Thank you. Chairman McClintock, Ranking Member Jayapal, and distinguished members of this subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding the ongoing crisis threatening the integrity of our immigration system. As this committee explores the underlying causes of the crisis, the question posed today can be answered only with a resounding no. The Biden administration has seen fit to ignore the law, instead favoring poorly conceived and poorly executed policy decisions. Their actions through executive orders, departmental memos, and rules upend the INA and congressional intent, have eroded our immigration system, and propelled the crisis to current levels. Section 102 of the INA charges the Secretary of Homeland Security with administration and enforcement of the Act, and further vests in the Secretary the power and duty to control and guard the boundaries and borders of the United States against the illegal entry of aliens. The massive number of encounters recorded by CBP, the small number of alien removals by ICE, and the ever-increasing USCIS backlog, however, suggest that this Secretary has failed to faithfully execute the laws entrusted to him. The sharp rise in unlawful entries and attempts along the southwest border provide a critical litmus test of the crisis's scope, but it's an outgrowth of the departmental actions. Additionally, media often focuses on the border to the detriment of the other actions in action by ICE and USCIS, which we also must focus on. Since day one of the administration, the department has taken aggressive action to undermine immigration enforcement. Nowhere is that clearer than Secretary Mayorkas' September 30th, 2021 memorandum, which outlined the appropriate instances in which DHS was authorized to take action against aliens, either unlawfully present or lawfully present but removable. Secretary Mayorkas outlined 3 main buckets for removal: threats to national security, threats to public safety, threats to border security. While in theory, this would seem to encompass many aliens, in reality, the numerous carve-outs, loose definitions, and required factors for consideration made it nearly impossible for ICE to move forward with most enforcement actions. These poorly defined categories gave even some of the most serious of criminal aliens a free pass in the interest of equity. This and other memos sought to redefine immigration enforcement by creating fictional priorities with no basis in law. Categorical prosecutorial discretion is not discretion at all. The department's failure to enforce the full INA in the name of prioritization and discretion is a dereliction of duty. So too, the department's regulatory agenda seeks to upend the credible fear process in the name of orderly processing. Starting with the presumption that every economic migrant is entitled to protection, in 2022, DHS issued an interim final rule on credible fear screening. Under the new process, a positive credible fear determination by an asylum officer will lead to a non-adversarial asylum interview before another DHS asylum officer. This impermissibly changes the process and undermines congressional action by shifting adjudication authority from DOJ to DHS. Even more concerning, written summary of the original credible fear interview doubles as an alien's asylum application, rendering the requirement that an alien file one moot. This shifts the burden and also provides a path for fraud and renders anti-asylum fraud measures moot. A second final rule issued last month appears to be tough on illegal border crossers, making them ineligible for asylum. However, the number of exceptions and the easily rebuttable presumption belie its stated purpose. This rule will have the opposite effect, as it will ultimately incentivize aliens to make the dangerous trek northward with families in tow. I would be remiss to not mention parole abuse. Regardless of the plain language of the statute limiting parole to case-by-case matters, parole has become a favorite tool of this administration. While first used as an alternative to detention, parole programs have subsequently played a large role in artificially decreasing border numbers. The expanded categorical parole programs that we're seeing now are wholly unlawful. Lastly, vast number of pending matters presently before USCIS will only increase if border prioritization for adjudicators is not stopped. While the agency claims to want to reduce this number, actions speak louder than words. It was recently reported that USCIS adjudicators were being shifted from their assigned work in order to support operations along the southwest border. The Biden administration has taken many measures in the past 2.5 years aimed at addressing the border crisis. However, it appears that no one thought to simply enforce the law as it is written. Instead, the department has, through its own actions, created the worst border crisis in American history. A return to the rule of law is the only cure at this point, and it is incumbent upon Congress to use its oversight and lawmaking authority to repair the damage done by the department. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you for testimony. Finally, Mr. Bradbury.
Thank you. Chairman McClintock, Ranking Member Jayapal, Mr. Nadler, and distinguished members of the committee. Far from faithfully carrying out its enforcement duties, the Biden administration, with Secretary Mayorkas at the point, is flagrantly violating numerous provisions of our immigration laws critical to the safety and security of the American people. Here are some specific examples of the Secretary's violations of law. The use of parole to release tens of thousands of inadmissible aliens en masse into the U.S. each month violates INA Section 212's express restrictions on parole, and it unlawfully circumvents the established procedures for refugee admissions under Section 207. Further, because of lax vetting at our ports and an overstretched border force, there's no way to know how many of the millions allowed into the U.S., let alone the huge volume of gotaways who have evaded our border patrol, fall within the categories of dangerous aliens prohibited entry under Section 212. Secretary Mayorkas has also ignored the mandatory detention and removal requirements of INA Section 235 and his directions to ICE not to take enforcement action against most deportable aliens defies Section 237. Under his watch, deportations have fallen to historic lows, while illegal immigration is at a record high. In recent months, DHS has shifted to a new process, equally unlawful, of pre-registering aliens outside the U.S. for fast-track entry and release using the CBP-1 mobile app. This CBP-1 escort service is a shell game. It's a device for funneling the flow of illegal immigration through our ports of entry instead of between them. Meanwhile, unlawful entry overall remains unabated. The claim that illegal border crossings have fallen 70% is a manipulated, distorted figure. It's a comparison to the highest week in the history of our country for illegal crossings, the week before the Title 41 program ended, when 10,000 illegals were encountered at the border. That's the comparison that gets to the 70% figure. It's false. In sum, the Secretary is asserting power to overturn the laws Congress has enacted and replace them with new immigration pathways, as he calls them, of his own design, entirely new visa-like pipelines through which is streaming into our country an ever-rising flood of illegal immigration. This is a vast usurpation of law and of congressional power by the executive. These policies cannot be justified as an exercise of enforcement discretion. Secretary Mayorkas' own actions have caused the crisis, and he's refused to employ the full scope of resources available to him, shuttering detention facilities, ending cooperation with border states, and abandoning the Remain in Mexico program. Not to be overlooked, he has also flouted his statutory duty as secretary to protect the most vulnerable of migrant children from the scourge of human trafficking and abuse. Together, these violations of law have produced a colossal humanitarian disaster and a catastrophe for America. The victims include a sea of vulnerable migrants caught up in the horrendous grip of the cartels, the exploited children who are enslaved and abused within our own neighborhoods, and the everyday Americans across our land whose communities are ravaged by violence and crime, strained to the breaking point by unforeseen economic burdens, and infested with fentanyl. It's a grim picture, for sure, but one the American people must see. We should all be grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, for shining a bright light on these violations of law. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to questions from the members, and we'll begin under the 5-minute rule with Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to go fast because I think there's just so much that Secretary Mayorkas is responsible for and culpable for. So I'll start with you, Mr. Bradbury. At the direction of Secretary Mayorkas, DHS has released and continues to release tens of thousands of aliens every month into the U.S. through mass parole and now categorical parole. Is this a violation of law?
Yes, it violates INA Section 212 D5A.
Secretary Mayorkas is also mass paroling aliens he himself characterizes as refugees or asylum seekers without demonstrating that there are compelling reasons requiring that that particular alien may be admitted by parole rather than going through the USRAP process for refugee admissions. Is that a violation of law?
Yes.
What law?
It's a violation of INA Section 212 D5B.
Because he's not conducting adequate individualized vetting of the huge volume of mass-released aliens, there's simply no way of knowing how many of the millions of aliens Mayorkas has released into the U.S. fall into these categories of dangerous aliens. Is that a violation of law?
Yes, of Section 212A.
Secretary Mayorkas has instituted, as you've talked about, and all of you have mentioned, is the CBP-1, pre-registration, trying to funnel these illegal migrants to the U.S. ports of entry along our southern border. Is that a violation of law?
Yes, of 212, of 235, and I would say of 207.
All right. So what's happened here, of course, is that just in this past week, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit halted 2 DHS efforts to release massive numbers of illegal migrants into the U.S. on parole. So this is what one of the judges said in this opinion right here, that what his violations of the law, Secretary Mayorkas' violations of the law, are, quote, akin to posting a flashing "come in, we're open" sign on the southern border. The unprecedented surge of aliens that have started arriving at the southwest border almost immediately after President Biden took office and that has continued unabated over the past 2 years was a predictable consequence of these actions. Indeed, former Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz credibly testified based on his experience that there have been increases in migration when there are no consequences, and migrant populations believe they will be released into the country, close quote. And I won't go into the additional case as well, but I'm going to ask Mr. Wolf this question. We've established that Secretary Mayorkas is engaged in conduct violates his oath of office and the law. My question for you is, do you believe Secretary Mayorkas is violating the law intentionally, willfully, or is it just some oversight on his part?
So I'm going to have to guess. I think it's all of the above. I think they know exactly what they're doing, they being the department. This construct that they have put in place is not by happenstance or by chance, it's by design. And I think it's been very clear over the last 2 years. So everything that's going on at the border and the crisis that we see unfolding there was completely predictable. And we had talked to the incoming administration about some of the challenges that we had in the Trump administration and warned them that if they did half of what was campaigned on during 2020, that they would see a crisis at the border. And so presumably they knew that, presumably they heard that,
So
yet it still went forward.
The Secretary and the new administration heard that? Incoming Secretary, right?
Numerous briefings, again, mainly with transition staff.
Okay, Mr. Edlow, I wanted to ask you this question, and it's related to testimony we heard yesterday about what's going on the border and the impact on Border Patrol agents and morale, et cetera. What are you hearing about what's going on because of the arrangements of this secretary?
Yeah, sir, I've heard that morale is at an all-time low throughout Border Patrol and throughout other enforcement entities. You know, I've spoken to some people who have been at the border recently. They've seen that exact same thing, that people are just very unhappy. They don't know whether they should be doing the job or whether they are supposed to be ignoring the law. And a lot of it's being run by memos that are, or just oral guidance being passed on.
I want to ask you the same question that I asked, and this is with regard to Secretary Mayorkas. And that is, do you believe that what he's doing is intentional, willful, or is it just he's just an incompetent buffoon and can't learn his lessons?
I don't think he's incompetent, Congressman. You know, looking at the memos, looking at the departmental actions, the regulatory actions, this is all part and parcel of an intentional action.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think it's long past time for him to be impeached. Now you back.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Jayapal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, there is an agenda here, and it is about impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. I want to take a step back and just say that it is quite stunning to have some of the witnesses here today that have the audacity to come before this subcommittee and attack the current Homeland Security Secretary. Mr. Wolf, who was Chief of Staff to Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen, was a key architect of the universally panned by majorities of Americans across the political spectrum, that very cruel and unlawful family separation that was perpetuated by the Trump administration. Further, according to a federal judge and the Government Accountability Office, Mr. Wolf served unlawfully as the acting Homeland Security Secretary. Mr. Edlow, as acting director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, helped to run that agency into the ground, to the point that it almost had to furlough over 13,000 USCIS employees. On his watch, USCIS also ignored the Supreme Court's decision in June of 2020, stating that the Trump administration's attempt to rescind DACA was unlawful, holding new DACA applications at processing facilities even after the Supreme Court mandate was formally entered. And these are the witnesses that the majority brings to this subcommittee to discuss if, quote, the laws are being faithfully executed. Forgive my skepticism, or more bluntly, give me a break. Mr. Reichlin-Melnick, let me turn to you. I want to discuss mandatory detention. As discussed in your testimony, Section 235B1B of the Immigration and Nationality Act states that if an officer determines an individual has credible fear of persecution, that person, quote, shall be detained for further consideration of the application for asylum. That makes it sound like asylum seekers must be detained. Can you explain why all asylum seekers are in fact not detained?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think the main reason is resource-based. But there's both resource and legal authorities, I should note. But the biggest issue here is resources. For example, if 50,000 asylum seekers show up at the border in any given month, and every one of them asks for protection, there are not 50,000 detention beds. Even in 2019, when detention was at its highest, there were 55,000 detention beds, and that year, 891,000 people were encountered by the Border Patrol. And if even half of those were seeking asylum, it would not have been physically possible to detain all of them, which is why, under the Trump administration, hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers were released straight to court without going through the credible fear process. So this is, at the end of the day, it is a resource issue, and I will also note it is a legal issue because there are always exceptions to mandatory detention because Congress, generally speaking, can't force the executive to enforce the law in certain circumstances where that is literally impossible.
Has any administration, Democratic, Republican, ever been able to detain every single individual as required by the section of the Immigration and Nationality Act?
No, and in fact, when Congress first passed that provision in 1996, there were actually fewer than 10,000 detention beds. And this is at a time when there were routinely 1.6 to 1.7 million Border Patrol apprehensions a year. So it was not possible when Congress passed the law. It's not been possible any time over the last 27 years, and it's still not possible today.
And it's correct, isn't it, that even at our highest levels of detention under the Trump administration, it was never close?
That's right. In 2019, the Trump administration maxed out detention beds, about 55,000 in August 2019. That month, there were more than 55,000 people who arrived. And we also have to note that the average time that a person spent in detention was over a month. So the average detention bed in ICE detention only turned over about 10.7 times a year. So there was a max capacity that they could hold, even at 55,000 beds, of less than 500,000. And that year, about 900,000 people showed up. So that's why the Trump administration, in fact, released hundreds of thousands of people.
So that's a lot of numbers. Let me just ask you bluntly. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to claim the Trump administration ended what they call catch and release and detained all asylum seekers or sent them back to Mexico. Let me just ask you again, is that accurate? And just a simple yes or no answer is fine. And if not, you've already given us some of the reasons, but is that accurate?
It's not accurate, and even in 2020, after Title 42 went into effect, several thousand people were released, according to data from DHS.
From your testimony, it appears there is a detailed chart which shows that the Trump administration released over 500,000 migrants at the border during his 4 years as president. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's directly from the border, and additional were held in ICE detention and then released.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. You know, there's a very, very old saying of wisdom, you reap what you sow. God help us, what we have reaped. It all started with the sanctuary cities, and they were wonderful. Everybody loved them. They were, not everybody for God's sake, but you know, all these big city mayors and other folks thought, yeah, this is a great idea to have sanctuary cities. Not so much anymore. We don't even know what to do in our big cities. From Portland, Maine to San Francisco, California, the lack of leadership and having these sanctuary cities has now created huge problems that even Democrats will recognize. But what else? What else has it that we've reaped? Well, we've done catch and release all throughout our nation. And then the people who are listening here who are not in this room but are around literally the country, they know
that around the country, there are people being released. We're paying for transportation. We're paying for health care. We're paying for a great deal of things that we don't even take care of our own people in the United States of America well enough. And you know, Mr. Melnick, you said, you know, I respect it, but you said that that immigration is part of the fabric of the United States of America. It is legal immigration. I don't understand what is so difficult to understand about the difference of legal and illegal. Illegal means it's not true. And we talk about Mr. Mayorkas, and you could spend an hour and a half on his case, but you know what I remember? I remember asking him when he was under oath, and behind him it was almost like a green screen, one of these screens, and I said, is everything okay at the border? Is everything good? Do we have our borders intact? And he said, absolutely, Congressman. You looked at the pictures, you looked at the video, and you saw little kids being thrown over to try to get them into the United States so that these adults would also be able to make their way in. You saw huge lines, you saw disease, you heard about fentanyl coming into our country, which it has. What are we doing to our country, man? Seriously, sit down and think about this. What are we doing to the United States of America? We used to, no more do we immediately expedite people back when you can. No more do we have remain in Mexico. We misuse asylum for things it was never meant to be used for. Asylum doesn't mean, gee, I don't like where I live and I don't make as much money as I would like and it's a little bit tough going. I feel bad for those people. I feel bad for most of the world. If that's going to be our standard, then let's open every border everywhere in the United States of America and accept every human being who doesn't like their country. If you really want to do it, if you think that's right. And we talked about impeaching Mayorkas. Well, you know what? He didn't tell the truth under the oath. He committed perjury. That alone really, truly means something. He should be impeached. You're supposed to tell the truth, or for God's sake, that you at least want to tell the truth, try to tell the truth. No more Title 42. And we didn't do a damn thing to try to save it or change it or make it more applicable if it wasn't good the way that it was. What's happening to these children and babies, not only our families, not only our children that are dying of fentanyl, the kids that are being brought across and now are beholden to the drug cartel forever. And the drug cartels establishing facilities, establishing a presence in the United States of America. This is all true. Nobody's making this up. The statistics show it. We know we have millions upon millions upon millions. And what is it, 5 million plus? I mean, just some articles I'd like for the record. Influx of migrants in Massachusetts continues to overwhelm state resources. Boston.com, 1,500 miles from the southern border, immigration fights disrupt Michigan town. Portland overwhelmed by growing number of asylum seekers. And the News Center, Maine.com. Chattanooga, Texas, overwhelmed by migrant surge from Texas. California decides unannounced illegal immigrant arrivals aren't so much fun, aren't so easy, and maybe it's not such a good idea to have sanctuary cities after all. Come on. Everybody, let's really look at this in the eye and see what we've got here. We are out of control. Yes, we should review our immigration laws and we should make them better. And yes, we should do more work. And I wanted to ask Mr. Wolf a question. I'm going to ask it really quickly. No, I'm not. Sorry. Man, I'm mad and I'm tired of it. How about that? That's how I'm going to end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on the ranking member's comment earlier and just note, not only did Mr. Wolf serve unlawfully as acting Homeland Security Secretary and as the chief architect of the unlawful family separation policy, which literally kidnapped children from their parents, he also unlawfully defied a congressional subpoena in September of 2020 and refused to testify before the House Homeland Security Committee. It is just shocking that my Republican colleagues, who claim to believe so strongly in congressional oversight, would invite a witness who has so brazenly violated the law and so flagrantly violates our authority. Mr. Reichman-Melnick, I want to turn to you to discuss the issue of parole. The use of parole has become a big topic among my Republican colleagues. Can you discuss the history of parole and its bipartisan use over the last 70-plus years? And where is the authority for the executive branch to use parole?
Parole has been part of the immigration law since 1952, so it has been around for decades. And for many years, especially prior to the passage of the Refugee Act, parole was the primary way by which the U.S. admitted refugees. So, for example, from 1962 to 1969, more than 690,000 people came to the United States under parole from Cuba through various different parole programs. Since then, Republican and Democratic administrations alike have used parole to allow people to come to the United States in various categories that fit the national interest. These have been nearly every presidential administration, including the Bush administration, the Obama administration, and even under the Trump administration, tens of thousands of people were admitted under various parole programs that were then extant when he took office.
Some have criticized the Biden administration for its use of parole, saying it's not being done on a case-by-case basis. Would you agree with that statement? And if not, why not?
I don't agree with that statement for the primary reason that I think they misunderstand what case-by-case means. A case-by-case adjudication just means taking every application on its own. It doesn't mean that you can only give it to a few people. And in fact, in 1996, when Congress passed IRA, which included the case-by-case requirement, the Congress actually rejected an amendment which would have made parole into a much more narrow program. And I think the best example of this is to sort of look at this as a metaphor. If I want to create a scholarship program, and I say, this scholarship program is open to every child whose parents earn less than $100,000 who can show compelling need for it. That is case by case, because each student has to individually show that they have a compelling need. Whereas if it just said this program is open to every person who earns less than $100,000, that would be categorical. There would be no case by case involved.
So it appears that the administration is merely saying that certain categories of people are eligible to be considered for parole. Is that correct?
That's right, and I think very similarly, the wet foot, dry foot parole program that ran from 1995 to 2017, under which about 40,000 Cubans came in through the border, that was also a similar circumstance.
But they still undergo a case-by-case determination to see if parole is appropriate.
That's right, and every parole memo has required it to be case by case.
And both Republican and Democratic administrations have made use of categorical parole programs in the past?
Well, I wouldn't call them categorical, but I would say parole programs that were open to certain individuals, based on, for example, their nationality or their job.
Did the Trump administration use parole?
Yes, I think the most prominent one is the Military Families Parole in Place program, which operated under the Trump administration.
Now, the Trump administration continued the use of parole as part of the Cuban Family Reunification Parole Program. That sounds like a categorical program that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have complained about.
Yeah, and Cuba has in particular multiple parole programs in use for their nationals over the last 20 years.
Is this parole program similar to other family reunification parole programs recently announced by the Biden administration for Colombia, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras?
My understanding per DHS's announcements last week is that the new parole programs will be virtually the same as the Cuban Family Reunification Parole Program.
And can you explain how those parole programs work? Who is eligible? And are these individuals still granted parole on a case-by-case basis as the law requires?
Yes, so the family reunification parole programs are open to individuals from certain countries who have family members who have pending immigrant visa applications already. So they've been approved for a visa, but they're just in a backlog. And so there, if those individuals are invited to apply for the program from the National Visa Center, then they have to submit an application, they have to go through a vetting process, and then it is in the exercise of discretion of the United States to determine whether or not to admit the person through this parole program.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Tiffany.
Oh my God, I can't stand it. It's his face. That's exactly the space.
Melnick, so the expansion of parole is...
I'll be right back, people.
Mr. Wolf, it says you served unlawfully. You want to share with us whether you served this country unlawfully?
So I've spent 7.5 years at the Department of Homeland Security. I was there shortly after 9/11 when they stood it up. I was there all 4 years during the Trump administration. I've held 8 executive positions at the department, including an assistant secretary position, an undersecretary position confirmed by the U.S. Senate, a deputy chief of staff position, a chief of staff position, and an acting secretary position. So I've been to the border dozens and dozens and dozens of times. I've talked to the men and women of the Border Patrol, of ICE agents, USCIS personnel. And so my expertise in this, whether you want to call me an acting secretary, you want to call me a dog catcher, my expertise is what it is. And I was also very proudly part of an administration that actually secured the border, put policies in place to bring back the rule of law and to secure the border.
So we just heard that the Trump administration paroled people into this country. Did you parole over 1 million people into this country during the Trump years?
No, we did not.
Mr. Bradbury, I believe we have the largest human trafficking operation, perhaps in the history of the world, that is going on at this point. And do you think the American people are aware of the role of NGOs driving these, running the pipeline to our border?
No, and I think that role has been sort of surreptitiously concealed by the way the administration has handled this. But they are contracting with non-governmental organizations to transport illegal aliens from the border to every district in the country.
Do you think some people that donate to some of these sometimes faith-based organizations, NGOs, do you think they're aware that their money is being used as an accessory for human exploitation and trafficking?
I seriously doubt most people are aware. They should be.
Yeah, I would urge people that that contribute to faith-based organizations, you should ask them. In fact, I would say to you, Mr. Chairman, I think we should have the head of Catholic Charities come before this committee and explain what they're doing down on the border to facilitate this illegal immigration that's going on in this country. Great work has been done by many of these faith-based organizations, but I think the American people should fully understand what's going on there. Mr. Bradbury, recent Florida lawsuits against the Biden administration have shed considerable light on DHS, but also the Office of Refugee Resettlement and what they're doing. Can you briefly explain how the NGOs and are facilitating this unprecedented human trafficking, especially of migrant children?
Well, of course, under the Trafficking Victim Protection Reauthorization Act, there are special duties that the Secretary of Homeland Security has to ensure that migrant children who are brought into the country from, not from Mexico, but from other countries, are placed with guardians in a way through HHS that ensures that they're not abused. They don't become the victims of sex trafficking or forced labor. But unfortunately, we know that that's happening.
Are you familiar with the, yes, it is happening. Are you familiar with the, let's see here, the third presentment of the 21st statewide grand jury in Florida, where they talked about trafficking children?
I'm not, I'm sorry.
I'd like to enter this into the record, if we may, Mr. Chairman. Everyone should read this about the horrific human trafficking that's going on that the state of Florida has identified.
Without objection?
Have the court orders been followed by this administration when they've been told they need to follow the law, Mr. Wolf?
I think in several instances they have not.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just close with this. We heard from the other side that these are just policy differences that we have between the two sides. Tell that to Erin Rockwall from Pewaukee, Wisconsin, who was here a couple months ago. Remember her? Remember her son took, I think it was like a Percocet pill, something like that, Mr. Chairman, died in his dorm room. Tell that to Kayla Hamilton's mother. She was just here in the last month, wasn't she, Mr. Chairman? Strangled to death. Autistic young woman by someone who was here illegally. Tell that to all the Angel families out there. I urge everyone here, a Democrat candidate for president just was at the border in the last couple days in Yuma, Arizona, and stood with farmers and said, this cannot go on. I urge Democrats who are of good faith across the United States of America to join us in supporting the Secure the Border Act. You can do that. It turns out there actually is a presidential candidate you can follow if this issue is important to you to secure the border. You do have a candidate that will help us do it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ranking member has a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record two district court decisions and a decision from the U.S. Government Accountability Office stating that Mr. Wolf served unlawfully as acting Secretary of Homeland Security.
Well, you lived down to all of my expectations. My dear friend, your ad hominem attacks have become quite common here, but
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, since you were,
there is no objection.
Since you did reference my behavior, I would like to say that that was a unanimous consent request to enter into the record factual documents. This is not a matter of opinion. This was a matter of fact.
And without
Thank you,
objection,
Mr. Chairman.
we'll enter them into the record. Ms. Lofgren.
I think it looks to me that this hearing has been held to come up with some rationale for an impeachment of the secretary for doing his job. You know, if the Congress, it's never been the case that every single person who's entered the United States without inspection is incarcerated. It's never happened. And if that's what the Congress wants to do, they'll look in the mirror, because the estimate is it would cost $35.7 billion to do that, and the Trump administration requests $3.1 billion for detention. So, you know, we have the Immigration Nationality Act, which is a law, but the appropriations process, that yields a bill, that's also the law. And so if it's impossible to accomplish something, if Congress needs to address that itself. Getting back to the issue of parole, which I think is very interesting, that's been a part of the law for a very long time. And I was thinking about its use, and sometimes its use depends on what's happening in the world. And I remember when Saigon fell, hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese fled communism. They had been our allies in the war, and the bulk of them were admitted using parole authority. And it was case by case, but it was a class of people who were escaping from communism. Is that correct, Mr. Melnick?
That's right. I believe the ultimate total is about 360,000 Indo-Chinese came following the fall of Vietnam.
And thinking back on other uses, and again, it's categories that you look at each case within a broad category, but we have tended, and I think appropriately so, to want to protect people who are fleeing from communism. And if you take a look at the Cuban family reunification parole program, those were people who had applications made for family members who were suffering under the yoke of communism. And one by one, there was a determination on whether they should be given advanced parole to escape from that communist regime and join mainly American spouses. Is that correct, Mr. Melnick?
That's right. Parole has often been, in fact, a response to Cuba because, of course, with Cuba, they do not accept deportations. So we have had very little option for when Cubans arrived at our borders but to parole them in, and we have created multiple parole programs under the Clinton administration, the Bush administration, and prior administrations for Cubans in particular.
And we have individuals even today We have totalitarian regimes in Central America, including, communist regimes in El Salvador and in Venezuela. I mean, and people are fleeing from communist oppression. Now, not every person who is leaving, that's the reason. So it has to be case by case. But you would agree with me that what's going on in Venezuela is a communist-like totalitarian regime, is it not?
In Venezuela and Nicaragua, both, which I believe is what you were referring to, are both countries as well that do not accept, generally speaking, the returns of their nationals. And 1 in 4 people have left Venezuela in the last decade.
And so if we were looking at it on a case-by-case basis at people who were fleeing those regimes, it would really be in keeping with the proud tradition of this country of helping people who are fleeing from communist oppression. Wouldn't that be correct?
I believe so, yes.
I just wanted to mention one other thing. There was parole in place for certain military families, and as I recall, that was really stimulated by an American soldier who was killed in Afghanistan, and then his mother was going to be deported along with his wife. And people, especially in the veterans community, became outraged at that the mother of the soldier who died for our country would be removed, wouldn't even be able to visit the grave of her son. And I think every recent administration, including the Trump administration, has utilized the parole authority to take a look at the family members of American soldiers. So isn't that the case, that that's been the modern tradition?
That's right. Since 2010, the Military Family Parole in Place program has been in effect. 20,000 people, we believe, under the Trump administration were paroled in under that program, were granted parole in place under that program. And crucially, in 2020, in the National Defense Authorization Act, Congress said it was the sense of Congress that that program was valid and lawful.
My time is up. I yield back.
Time's expired. Without objection, the chair would ask unanimous consent to include in the record the Homeland Security letter, August 17, 2020, refuting claims that Acting Secretary Wolf was acting or was appointed unlawfully and providing the legal justification for his appointment without objection. Chair now recognizes Mr. Roy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Reichlin-Melnick, let me ask you a question. Is Joe Manchin, Senator from West Virginia, is he a racist?
I can't comment on that.
Okay, what about Mark Kelly from Arizona?
Similarly, cannot comment on that.
Maggie Hessen?
Also
Senator
cannot
from
comment.
New Hampshire? Okay, can't comment on their being a racist or not. How about Senator Raphael Warnock from Georgia?
Similarly, I'm not familiar.
Okay, how about Catherine Cortez Masto from Nevada?
Likewise, Mr.
Okay, can't comment on whether they're racist or not.
I don't have an opinion as to the matter.
Okay, because you called me a racist. And you called me a racist because I said that Title 42 should be enforced. Something, by the way, that this administration did to the tune of over 1 million people.
Believe it's about 2.5 million people, actually.
Right. So this administration is racist?
I believe this administration has made a number of failures on the racial justice front.
So the Biden administration is racist?
I can't comment as the administration in
Interesting.
general.
Good to know. Good to know that the Biden administration is racist and get that on the record. The fact is, people who want to enforce Title 42 believe that there was a reason that Title 42 was put in place, but they also recognize that Title 42 is, in fact, a Band-Aid on a very broken system where the laws were not being enforced otherwise. But to throw around words like racist, let me ask you a question. Is my friend Henry Cuellar, is he a racist?
I can't comment on that.
Right, because Henry Cuellar said the border community is very concerned about Title 42 being lifted. This message of lifting Title 4 is going straight to the criminal organizations. He stood up and said that Title 42 should be enforced. The administration stood up. The senators I just listed said that Title 42 should stay in place. Now, my personal view is that Title 42 wasn't the thing that needed to stay in place, that what ought to be in place is an actual border security that secures the border. Mr. Wolf, in your position at the head of the Department of Homeland Security, notwithstanding what my colleagues want to throw around with the ad hominem attacks, you were, in fact, charged with securing the homeland, right? That was actually your task, yes. Securing the homeland at the Department of Homeland Security?
That's correct.
Right. And did you do that?
Yes.
Right. And is the current administration securing the homeland?
No.
No. In any measure, in any way, shape, or form, is the current Secretary of Homeland Security carrying out his duty faithfully under the Constitution to secure the homeland of the United States?
He is not. As I've outlined in my written testimony and oral testimony, there's numerous instances where he is not faithfully executing the law.
I thank you, Secretary Wolf. What I would say is, if you go back to April of 2022, in a Judiciary Committee hearing, I read word for word the statutory definition of operational control under the Secure Offense Act. I read it sitting right over here. There was a chart. And I put up the chart. I put up the text. And the text says, operational control means the prevention of all unlawful entries into the United States, including entries by terrorists, other unlawful aliens, instruments of terrorism, narcotics, and other contraband. I asked Secretary Mayorkas, do you have operational control? And his response was, I do. And Congressman, I think the Secretary of Homeland Security would have said the same thing in 2020 and 2019. In March of 2023, however, in a Senate hearing, Secretary Mayorkas said, quote, with respect to the definition of operational control, I do not use the definition that appears in the Secure Offense Act. And the Secure Fence Act provides statutorily that operational control is defined as preventing all unlawful entries in the United States. By that definition, no administration has ever had operational control. Just 2 weeks prior, United States Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz answered, "No, sir," when asked by Homeland Security Chairman Mark Green, does DHS have operational control of the entire southwest border? So the United States Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz says, we do not have operational control of the border. He answered straight up, truthfully, "No, sir." Why was it that the Secretary of Homeland Security, when I asked him that question, he said, yes, we have operational control. He said, I do, to be more precise. But then in the Senate, he comes back and says, oh, but no, I'm sorry, if you use that definition, you know, the one in the statute, no one has ever had operational control. What is your response to that? How would you characterize having operational control of the border, as you would say in the previous administration compared to current?
Well, I would certainly talk about my time in the Trump administration, and if I were to get asked that question, whether we had operational control, the answer was no, we did not. Neither was the border secure, and I think words matter here. Those are very definitive statements. I always talked about how we were making the border more secure, or it was the most secure in our lifetime. But to say that you have complete operational control, to say that the border is closed, to say that it is secure, you're hiding the ball from the American people. You're not being transparent. And it's for a purpose, I think you can only guess, a political purpose, but it also defies what the men and women of the Border Patrol and others are doing down there. When they see their political leadership make these sorts of statements, it's so bad it's hard to find words. They don't know what to think, because they are on the line. They are on that border every single day, watching the hundreds of thousands of individuals walk past them that they have to process. And they see that someone is saying that this border is secure. Or you see the 200 known or suspected terrorists that have come across this border in the last 2 years. But somehow that border is closed and secure. I don't understand it.
Yeah, kind of like accusing people of whipping migrants at the border. I yield back.
Time's up. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Melnick, just the Secretary doing his job, Mr. Mayorkas. Before you answer that, let me just say that General Kelly, former Secretary of Homeland Security, heard him say a couple of times that border security does not end or begin at the border. And today, as you look at the world, it's pretty safe to say, post-COVID, economies around the world are devastated. The only real game in town is the United States. Our economy, world record low unemployment rate, shortage of workers, and even China, I must say, is struggling to get back on their feet economically. We have a worldwide refugee crisis. If you look at this chart behind me from the UN Refugee Agency, it shows the number of displaced people just in the Americas alone. You can see countries across the region struggling. It's not a US problem, it's a regional problem. Mexico's dealing with this problem. Canada's dealing with this problem. Guatemala is feeling the effects. And of course, Europe. Further south, Colombia. If you look at this chart, Colombia is really struggling. And I must say, refugees are braving that trip north. Perilous situation. I want to show you the picture of a little girl struggling to continue north through the Darien Gap. This little girl lost her mother, and another refugee going north is trying to help her survive. If refugees are willing to do this, you can imagine the challenges at home. Well, let me say Title 42. We all talk about Title 42. I have to remind folks here, Title 42, the party in charge in Congress today, House of Representatives, voted to end the COVID-19 pandemic, and by operation of law, they lifted Title 42. Let me repeat, party in charge voted to lift Title 42. And let me say, I agree with them. Title 42 should not be an immigration tool, but a health issue. The administration has taken steps to prepare for Title 42's lifting. I was at the border numerous times before Title 42 was lifted. I would ask those officers in green and blue, are you ready? And they would tell me, we're as ready as can be. And it wasn't just CBP, it was DHS, State Department, and the administration who did a pretty good job in anticipation of the lifting of Title 42. And in fact, if you look at the next chart, these are the numbers reported publicly by Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz. 50% drop in the encounters after 42 was lifted. Unexpected. It's not over, folks. The world is still suffering from major economic challenges. And these numbers may be temporary. But the fact of the matter is, we've got to focus on getting economies around the world back on their feet. And we also have to focus on the other issue, which is immigration reform. Whether you like it or not, America is a massive draw, a big draw for workers from around the world. 50% of our farm workers are undocumented. Every time one of those undocumented goes to a farm, to a ranch, they find a job. We are also part of the problem, meaning we must pass immigration reform. Otherwise, we'll continue to be in the same situation. Mr. Melnick, I asked you earlier, is the Secretary doing the job? We hear about operational control of the border. What does that mean?
Well, there's a colloquial definition of operational control, which I think is, and then there's a legal statutory definition under the Secure Offense Act of 2006. And as Mr. Wolf just noted, it's not anything that any administration has ever reached. And in fact, the way Congress wrote the statute, it is physically impossible for any administration to ever get operational control.
So when we ask, is there operational control at the border, the answer is there never has been operational control at the border.
Statutorily, no. There are obviously opinions that some people may have as to on their own views from a colloquial sense, but under the statutory definition, no administration has ever had it.
A political conclusion based on the times.
Again, I think it's the reality is that the job of DHS Secretary is extraordinarily complicated and difficult, especially today with more people arriving from countries further away. As you noted with Colombia and other migrants coming, under the Trump administration, 3 out of every 4 migrants arriving came from 4 countries: Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. Today, in fiscal year 2023, less than half came from those countries. And that is a hugely difficult challenge for any presidential administration, regardless of party.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the witnesses being here today. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, a controlled border is a compassionate border. We had Sheriff Daniels actually testify here in this committee, and he said in 4 decades, Mr. Wolf, that he had never seen the border as secure as it was in 2018 and never as broken as it is now. So tell me in just a few months, 24, 25 months, what changed dramatically, and what do you think the reason we're having such an influx of encounters and others across the board?
Well, I think the easy answer, Congressman, is everything. Everything changed. And it started really from day one of this administration, where they had a very successful border security regime in place that we had perfected over 4 years. We didn't get everything right the first time, but over 4 years, we put a regime in place that held individuals accountable for illegally breaking the law, that got those who needed those asylum protections under U.S. law, we got them those protections quicker than they have ever gotten before. This administration, for a variety of different reasons, said, nope, we don't like it. So what did? They stopped border wall construction, which I should just mention. When you talk about operational control, that's actually in the Secure Fence Act. So Congress, back in 2006, thought that you would gain operational control by putting physical infrastructure along the border. But nevertheless, you would also, they tore down MPP, or the Remain in Mexico program, our asylum cooperative agreements, and the list goes on and on and on. And so it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what happens when you tear down those programs. And you had the former chief of the Border Patrol telling the administration at the time, this is what's going to happen when you tear down these programs and you don't put other deterrent immigration border security programs in place.
So the
this is what's going to happen.
They gave them a heads up. They said, this is what's going to happen if you undo the policies in place.
I think numerous individuals did, yes.
I say if you've got a water leak, you don't turn the pressure on to the house. And it seems like in a lot of ways we had some problems with immigration, and we have turned a tremendous amount of pressure on our border agents. And really now they're concierge. They're not really agents. I mean, they're there, but they're just processing people through, and they can't keep up. Mr. Bradbury, I've heard that people south of the border are paying the cartel from, 4,000 to 5,000, 6,000 just south of the border. Syrians were 20,000. Russians were paying 19,000, and I think Chinese nationals were paying $80,000. But the administration, in my opinion, has basically created twofold for people coming across the border. That's why I say it's compassionate to have it controlled, because you're either a drug mule, you're trafficking heroin, cocaine, or fentanyl, you're wearing carpet shoes. That's how you pay your passage into this country, or you become an indentured servant and you make installment payments. Have you heard that as well?
Yes, from some of the experts on immigration in the Heritage Center for Border Security. And what I understand is the cartels really effectively control our border at this point. Certainly everything up to the border.
So the operational control is actually the cartel has operational
More
control.
likely
It's not
that,
us.
Yes, more likely that than our government. And they are making as much or more money off human trafficking now than the drug trafficking.
That's my understanding. And so, Mr. Adler, I got one question for you as well, sir. Considering this administration, do you think they're using the prosecutorial discretion correctly? I do not. My colleague up here talked about how Justice Scalia, in an opinion, talked about prosecutorial discretion and how that is something that is useful and that every prosecutor and every police agency has. That is true. However, it's done on a case-by-case basis. We're back to talking about case-by-case basis. A prosecutorial discretion done as a categorical prosecutorial discretion is not actual discretion. That's categorically saying we're not going to go after a group of people. That's not a case-by-case determination. When Justice Scalia was talking about it, he was talking about at any stage in the process for an individual, not for a group of people. Mr. Meldy, does your organization plan on suing the Biden administration?
We have sued the Biden administration, as we've sued every administration going back 30 years.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to inform the witnesses that I am the only member of Congress on this subcommittee that actually lives on the border. I represent El Paso, Texas. I'm a third-generation border resident. My children are fourth-generation border residents. I don't live hundreds of miles from the border. I live on the border, literally. And nobody wants an orderly immigration process more than those of us who have built our lives on the border. But I'll tell you one way we're not going to get there. It's with performative hearings such as these. If we truly want to address our nation's immigration challenge and opportunity, we would do that through reasonable legislation, through compromise, and through comprehensive immigration reform. And I'd like to invite all of my colleagues on this subcommittee to look at a bipartisan immigration bill, the Dignity Act, that my colleague, Republican Maria Elvira Salazar, and I introduced. That would be a good way to begin talking about this. But instead, here we are engaging in what is my Republican colleague's first step in impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. Not because of any reason that they've laid out, but simply because this is Speaker McCarthy's gift to the extremists in his conference. Let's look realistically at the numbers. And Mr. Reichland-Melnick, thank you so much, because the American Immigration Council actually has produced this great chart. I've altered it a little bit, but what I'd like for the public, for the American public and our panelists to note is that actually numbers started increasing long before President Biden took office, long before the election even. And there was only one time when there was a precipitous drop in immigration, in apprehension, and that was right when COVID-19 hit. And that's when the border was shut down. But the chart that the American Immigration Council put together shows, and Mr. Reichland-Melnick, I believe you got these numbers directly from the Department of Homeland Security, and it demonstrates that not any of the deterrence measures that were put forth by the Trump administration actually deterred immigration. COVID did, but shortly after the border was reopened, those numbers started climbing right back up. That would tell us that we should be acting together in a bipartisan way on reasonable solutions. But instead, again, here we are focused on performance. Mr. Chair, I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record a ProPublica article about family separation.
Yes, without objection.
And I'd actually like to play the audio included in this article.
You're welcome to do with your time as you please.
Okay? All right, well, I'll play it from my phone.
Bueno, aquí tenemos una orquesta.
Mr. Wolf, do you recognize this audio?
I recall that audio, yes.
And you were working at DHS at the time that this audio was taken, is that correct?
I was at the department, yes.
This is audio from the horrific Trump administration policy of separating children from their parents at the border, a policy that has caused immeasurable trauma on children. And Mr. Wolf, was Ms. Nielsen, when she was the secretary and implemented this horrific policy, did the Republican Party attempt to impeach her?
So I would disagree with the premise of that
Is
question.
yes or no?
It's
No.
not a policy.
So I will reclaim my time. No, the Republican Party never tried to impeach her, nor did they try to impeach you, despite the fact that you were an architect of this policy, despite the fact that you were in place when the insurrectionists took over our Capitol. You resigned because of the illegitimacy of the acting secretary role that you were playing on behalf of the Trump administration, yet no one tried to impeach you.
Lady's time's expired.
I yield
Since
back.
that was an ad hominem attack, I'll give Mr. Wolf.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
So I think it's a useful conversation. So let's talk about children. Let's talk about protecting children. Let's talk about the 360,000 children that have come across this border.
Point of order, on
in
whose
the last
time is he
2 years.
speaking? Point of order, on whose time is
This
Mr.
is
Wolf
the
speaking?
bullshit that they do. Point of order. They interrupt every time, and I'm sick of it.
On Mr. Wolf, and I thought it was
Sorry.
He yielded back her time. He
Nope,
didn't
that
use
wasn't too
someone else's
loud.
The
time.
gentleman, I will recognize the gentleman's point well taken.
Thank you.
And proceed to Mr. Nels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want everybody in this room to know, everybody, every member on this panel, this committee, to know that I'm the only one. I'm the only one that has arrested an illegal alien that has been deported 6 previous times for killing one of my senior citizens when I was sheriff of Fort Bend County, Texas. I just want everybody to know that. All right. I have several different things I would like to discuss in my 5 minutes. Mr. Melnick, I'm paraphrasing some of your testimony. You said that in order to effectively execute our immigration laws, Congress must provide additional resources. Is that correct?
That's right. Especially when it comes to adjudication with a 2 million case backlog, we are not funding the immigration courts enough.
Today, I believe, I'll paraphrase again, I'm here to talk about complicated reality of enforcing immigration laws at the border.
That's right.
What's complicated about 212F?
Well, 212F in particular is quite complicated because it cannot be applied to the border to turn away asylum seekers. The Trump administration tried that in fall of 2018. That was struck down by a court in California, upheld by the Ninth Circuit, and the Supreme Court declined to overturn that decision.
Well, we talk a lot about Title 42, and we talk about when Title 42 went away. It's my understanding, anybody on the panel can pipe in if you'd like, Title 42 dealt with the COVID, the pandemic, public health emergency. Is that right?
That's right. Title 42 was a CDC policy invoked in March of 2020 when the pandemic hit.
When I look at 212F, and I guess I'm just a simple man, when I look at 212F, it's been around since, I guess, 1956. It's been used many, many times, actually 1952. Every president since 1981 has used it at least once. Trump used it. They beat up on Trump when he did his little travel ban, but the Supreme Court upheld that and said he can do that, and he did. It's been used by Trump. He used it in the first week of office. Obama used it 19 times. Bush used it 6. Clinton used it 12. Bush before used it once. Reagan used it 5 times. And when you look at what that 212F is, and it seemed like, or 212F is, this is it. Everybody needs to take a look at it. Let me read it. Section 212F of the INA. Whenever the president finds that the entry of any aliens or any class of aliens into the United States would be detrimental to the interests of the United States, he may by proclamation, and for such period as he deem necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of any aliens or restrictions that he may deem appropriate. It was used several times, 69 times in the past several years, dating back to 1980. Mr. Wolf, how do you feel about 212F? Are we not instead of providing all these resources and asking for more support, why can't we just say, let's get 212F? The Supreme Court has ruled that Trump used it when he had his travel ban. Let's just shut down the border, use 212F until we can get some operational control.
Well, Congressman, the Trump administration, particularly when we talked about the travel restrictions, used 212F effectively to make sure that we got more information sharing than we ever got from basically every other country around the world. Look, I think the conversation that I continue to hear is we need more resources and we need Congress to fix this crisis, and that is just not correct. This administration has all the authority and all the power that it needs to secure the border today. And I know that because we did it during the Trump administration. It wasn't perfect. I'm not saying that it was. But we did it effectively, and it became the most secure border in our lifetime. And so they can talk about more resources. You can talk about how it's difficult and how it's hard and how we don't have enough resources. That does not mean that you exempt whole classes of individuals from law or you categorically parole individuals into the country. If all of these individuals that they're paroling in really need asylum protections, why aren't they bringing them in as asylees or refugees? Yeah. They're bringing them in as parolees.
I've got 10 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I will say this. Donald Trump has been the best president in my lifetime. And when he comes back in 2024, 212F needs to be used. We need to shut down our southern border until we have operational control and save America. Are you back?
Amen.
I thank the chairman. I have a lot of friends in this room, and some are
great.
all are on one side, and many are on the other side. But I've heard some shocking things in
This
here
woman.
that will literally take my breath away. Adding to the Canadian fires, literally take my breath away. Someone offered up the Catholic Charities, and the Republicans are known to introduce legislation and try to pass legislation to penalize the Pope, Catholic Charities, and other nonprofits for simply doing what the scriptures in their faith tell them to do. In addition, the kind of self-righteous testimony that I've heard, and is not ad hominem of anybody, I've said it generically, is unbelievable. It is simply unbelievable. I've been on Homeland Security since 9/11, helped create the committee and the department. I could turn around and blame the victims who jumped out of the building. That's how outrageous this testimony has been. As it relates to Title 42, since it was lifted, the number of unlawful crossings at the southwest border has dropped nearly 65% per the Biden administration. The administration in the last 2 fiscal years, DHS has seized more fentanyl and arrested more criminals for committing crimes related to fentanyl and precursor chemicals than any previous 5 years combined. Fentanyl seizures are even higher in FY 2023. I really don't know what you're talking about. The administration has strategically placed more than 24,000 Border Patrol agents, officers, thousands of troops and contractors to the concern of many various positions, and over 1,000 asylum officers along the border. Let me be very clear. Chairman of this committee said, as relates to the impeachment of the secretary, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Someone tell me how we're going to, in a bipartisan way, do the job that the American people want us to do. We are all concerned. But the misrepresentation of what Border Patrol agents are saying, I don't know what you all are hearing. When I go, they are both they're both collegiate, congenial, factual, compassionate, and reasonable. They love their job, and they believe that a lot of work is being done by Congress to give them resources, and someone just said they need no resources. And when there are issues that need to be addressed, we do need to address them in a bipartisan way, as opposed to condemnation. But for every visit you've been to the border, I've probably doubled it. And I've walked the streets and seen the despair. I've been in the nonprofits, and yes, I have seen the horrors of the Trump administration snatching children away from their parents and the complete disconnect that the children got in only months of separation when they tried to reunite them. And the children were looking in shock at the mother and would not even go to the parent. That's how dysfunctional.
Probably because it wasn't their parent.
I have a short time, Mr. Forgive me, Melnick. I know you have 3 names, but forgive me. Give me just a quick snippet of the fact that the world has changed with the amount of migration and people moving, i.e. Venezuela, and it is enormous. Just quickly, because I have another question quickly for you.
Yeah, this is the big difference between the Biden administration and the Trump administration is who is coming. The Trump administration, it was mostly Mexicans and Central Americans. Now we are seeing far greater flows from other parts of the Western Hemisphere, in particular Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, which pose very different challenges to processing.
For those who say we're doing nothing, I know that the American Immigration Council has done some work on this. Can you discuss what you found as it relates to arrests by Customs and Border Protection of individuals trafficking fentanyl? And can you quickly distinguish, there is something called human smuggling, which is what the bulk of activity is going on with the cartels and the smugglers. It is different from human trafficking. I am a champion against human trafficking. Please explain the fentanyl issue that you've been able to determine and how smuggling and trafficking is different and how it is human smuggling that is going on at the border and that the administration has its hand on trafficking. Yes, sir.
Yeah, really
and let me say
quickly-
Reichlin Melner. Thank
Yes. Really quickly, smuggling is usually people pay a smuggler to smuggle themselves. Trafficking is people who are being trafficked involuntarily against their own will. And when it comes to fentanyl, I think there I look to what the law enforcement agencies say, CBP, ICE HSI, the DEA, and the FBI all say the overwhelming majority of hard drugs such as fentanyl come into the U.S. at ports of entry, smuggled usually in passenger cars and most often by U.S. citizens.
And they're catching them.
The fentanyl seizures have increased every year, and I believe the deployment of non-intrusive inspection technology increases year by year.
Gentlelady's time.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
We are a nation of laws, or we are not a nation at all. We already have laws in the books that can prevent the catastrophic border crisis that we are seeing every single day today, and we know they work. And do you know how we know they work? Because they worked under President Trump. And they worked because he and his administration and you, Mr. Wolf, chose to enforce those laws. Now, is this merely a failure to act, or is this intentional? President Biden and Mayorkas act as if their hands are tied, like nothing can be done to fix this border crisis. But interestingly enough, almost every policy this administration has attempted to implement has been roughly a failure. Biden's Afghan withdrawal, Biden's foreign policy, Biden's economic agenda, failures. Except for the border crisis. The border crisis is their only success, and I say that because they have successfully created a chaotic situation to carry out a radical agenda. Problem, reaction, solution. The administration created this problem, listened to the reaction, and I suspect they will present a solution. And that solution, ladies and gentlemen, in the future will be an attempt at mass amnesty. There, I said it. The real solution would have been to prevent this crisis from happening in the first place. And the Biden administration could have done just that if we'd have kept simple laws on the books and enforced the laws of this country. Simple as that. Do you know that over 200 people on the terrorist watch list have been arrested at the border since President Biden took office? That should be terrifying for you to hear. And that's just the ones that we know of. How many have escaped into the interior of the United States? Now, I served my country in combat, and I was actually a West Point cadet when 9/11 happened, and my classmates and I stood about 60 miles north, just up the Hudson River, New York City, and watched 3,000 innocent lives evaporate from our world in 90 minutes. And my fear is that with our porous border, another 9/11 is imminent, and it will happen because this administration won't fulfill its basic responsibility, to secure our homeland. The Biden administration is making a deliberate choice to not secure our border. And do you know how I know this is a fact? Because 3 years ago, we weren't having this conversation. My first question is for you, Mr. Wolf. What has changed between these administrations that has caused this crisis to explode to what we've seen lately?
It's the intentional destruction of a lot of effective policies that were put in place during the Trump administration. Happy to name those one by one. But we've heard a lot of talk about detention capability. And what I will say is, yes, it's difficult. It's hard to detain individuals. But if you actually want to remove individuals from this country, you need to detain them. And under the Biden administration, they have removed the lowest number of individuals in, I would say, decades. 39,000 removals of criminal illegal aliens. That is a drop of over 62% from FY20, which was during COVID. So there's a lot of different policies that they have decided to tear down, very effective policies, and they did that without any analysis. They did it because they didn't like it. They didn't like the president. They didn't like whoever at the time. Let's forget about whether they were actually protecting Americans, or they were protecting American communities. And I think lost in this whole discussion is what is best for Americans on our border security policy, our immigration policy. It's not what is best for illegal aliens. It's what is best for Americans. That should be our first duty. Yes, we need to make sure that those that are coming here seeking protections, that qualify for our protections under law, get those protections, absolutely. We need to think about Americans first, and I think that's where this administration is falling short.
Another question for you, sir. If you were running the Department of Homeland Security right now the same way that Secretary Mayorkas is doing right now, what do you think President Trump would have done to your job?
I would no longer be there.
I kind of tend to agree with you on that, sir. And I want people to understand this. We've had over 6 million people, illegal aliens, enter our country since Biden's taken office. 6 million. We have conceded our border to the cartels. Fentanyl has killed enough fentanyl has poured into this country to kill every single American 5 times. We have sworn enemies on the terrorist watch list in the United States, and we don't even know where they are. If President Biden does not secure this border, we're going to have another 9/11. That's how serious this is, and we must do our job and protect the American citizens. Thank you all for being here, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to do a little reset here. To be very clear, President Biden inherited a disaster of a border from former President Trump. We all watched it on TV aghast. And he did it in the middle of a global pandemic. Now, the Biden administration is not perfect, and I'm not here to defend every single thing that they've done. But what they have done is work to correct course, to tighten security while also expanding pathways to legal immigration. These have been good faith attempts to enforce the law, which former President Trump rarely tried to do in a way that helped our immigration policy. It was the Trump administration that allowed unaccompanied children to cruelly be held in detention far longer than allowed by the law. It was his administration that designed and boasted about family separation. It was his administration that wasted resources illegally on inefficient enforcement mechanisms like the construction of the border wall. Countless reports have demonstrated how the militarization of border security increases the number of unauthorized immigrants who remain in the United States because it disrupts historically circular flowing migration and results in a net undocumented inflow. This hearing is yet another example of my Republican colleagues' preference for partisan political hearings over engaging in good faith discussions about solutions that could actually work. And there are bipartisan proposals for this on both the House and Senate side. Yet we've had 0 hearings on those. As we've heard, in the days after Title 42 ended, Border Patrol encounters have gone down. So it is particularly ironic that we are having this hearing now. Now is the time that we should be working together on solutions. We need legislation that enhances border security. Several of us recently visited the border, and we got lots of great suggestions about how to do that from the people who deal with this every single day. We also need legislation that expands pathways to legal residency and citizenship and strengthens our economy. You might have seen me step out briefly about a half an hour ago to meet with the home builders from North Carolina. One of their priorities for their legislative agenda is comprehensive immigration reform. Same priority for most of the businesses in my district in North Carolina. Same priority for the agricultural community. Same priority for the hospitality industry. Yet we haven't had one hearing on doing that. For 2 sessions of Congress, I've introduced bipartisan, bicameral legislation to help people who came to this country legally as dependents of visa holders. And because we have such a broken immigration system, they're being forced to self-deport and leave their families in the only country that they know because this Congress does not have the will to take that bill up. Now, to the credit of the last Congress, it passed the House in 2 different vehicles. We have a broken immigration system on many levels. It is time to get about the business of having hearings on real legislation that will solve real problems and help real people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, when you were acting DHS Secretary, the border was secure, was it not, for all intents and purposes?
We worked every day to secure it, every day, every week, every month.
And we had reached a very low number of illegal border crossings, had we not?
I think by a number of different metrics, and that's certainly one, the number of apprehensions fell.
And since then, of course, we have seen a mass migration of unprecedented proportions, millions and millions flooding into the country. Were there changes in law that occurred to account for this? Or is it entirely a matter of not enforcing the law?
There's been no changes in law that I'm aware of.
Mr. Edlaw, there have been a lot of instances now when the administration's been called out by the courts for failing to enforce the law. What's been the administration's response to these court orders?
Well, you know, they've, with the exception of the September 30th memo, which was enjoined and vacated in June of 2022, to the extent that the administration has been able to get around the court orders they have.
Has anybody challenged them on that in court? Have there been any?
Some states have filed, have challenged them, yes.
Has any court come back and issued a criminal contempt citation for failing
not
to?
That I'm aware.
Are there any pending?
I couldn't answer that, sir.
All right, Mr. Wolf, any thoughts on that? Mr. Bradbury?
I don't believe there are any pending. Obviously, Mr. Chairman, it's difficult for a court to impose contempt.
Right. Well, what I'm trying to do is determine the difference between simple maladministration and deliberate violation of law. I think that that's a very bright line that we need to define. We spoke of detention. I think Mr. Ricklin-Melnick made a very good point. You've got 10 illegal aliens. You have beds to detain 5. What do you do with the other 5? Is that what's actually going on, Mr. Wolf?
So not only should you be detaining, but if you're not able to detain, then you can certainly have them wait, such as what we did under MPP. I think that's an interesting point that was missed in this whole debate, right? We started talking about detention and how that's never achievable. And I'm not here saying that you can detain everyone, but there's another option that Congress in the INA tells you to do. So if you can't do that, then you can hold them in a third country, as we did under the migrant protection protocols. Again, interesting that that was not brought up. So there are other ways that you can enforce the law. This idea that if you can't detain them, that simply they're released into American communities is not the law. And we shouldn't pretend that it is, but yet that is what is occurring. It's what's been occurring for the last several years.
Is this actually a violation of law, or is it just a very poor decision?
I would say it's both.
I mean, Mr. Edlaw, you know, I'm told that all the capacity that we have right now isn't being used, and yet illegal aliens are being released into the country.
I don't believe it is being used, Congressman. I think, for the most part, there are more interest right now in, it was in paroling people, and now it's giving notices to appear at the border and letting people go along their way. There's not an interest in detaining, as far as I can see.
Let's talk about parole authority. Congress did tighten the criteria for paroles back in the mid-1990s, precisely because it was being abused in the manner that Mr. Ricklin-Melnick outlined. Is it true that 20,000 mass paroles were done under the Trump administration, Mr. Wolf?
So there are a number of parole programs that we administered, obviously, that we began or we continued to administer that was going on during the Obama administration and the like. But I think, again, the important point here is, are you trying to secure the border, and are you trying to hold people accountable, and are you trying to get them the protections they need? So as they parole people into the United States, there's no asylum protections for them. They're not in asylum proceedings. So if they truly need asylum, Why aren't they being put into asylum proceedings? Instead, they're simply paroling them in to the country to, again, to have this status for a year, perhaps even 2 years at a time. It doesn't make any sense. It's a little smoke and mirrors of what the administration is trying to do at the border.
Okay. Asylum hearings are designed to be adversarial in nature. They're presided over by immigration judges bound by the law. How does that differ from the administration's replacement of this process with USCIS asylum officers? Mr. Bradbury?
Well, it's completely different now because they're reviewing their own appeals of their own decisions. It's not an adversarial
Is there a
process.
provision of law that gives them this authority?
No, it's in violation of Section 103 of the INA. It's the Attorney General and the immigration judges that have to hear those appeals.
Well, I see my time has expired, and I see Mr. Swalwell has arrived. So I recognize him for 5 minutes.
Why is this hearing happening within the same week that we just learned that the Department of Homeland Security announces the average daily unlawful border crossings are down sharply relative to the period before Title 42 ended? We're seeing record number of fentanyl being seized by Border Patrol, seized, not getting past them, but successes because our law enforcement are doing their job and showing up every day, and we don't congratulate them. Instead, we use that as a political tool to try and hit the Biden administration. Why is this hearing happening? It's because it's a part of a corrupt bargain, a dirty deal that allows Speaker McCarthy to stay in power. He's on an installment plan. He's got to pay an installment every week. He's got to give Tucker Carlson the January 6th sensitive police footage. He has to put Marjorie Taylor Greene on the Committee of Homeland Security, even though she said January 6th was a 1776 for our country, and she goes and visits the terrorists of January 6th at the DC jail and dishonors the police officers. Another installment is we have to defund the effort to help Ukraine to satisfy the Putin bloc that is across the aisle. And this is an installment that Ms. Taylor Greene openly admitted when she said she's voting for the crazy idea that we pay America's bills to lift the debt ceiling because she's going to get some dessert out of it. That's what she said. She said, I'm going to get some dessert out of this shit sandwich. Those are her words. This is her dessert. We all have to
I'm
sit
looking
here
at a shit
for her
sandwich.
The gentleman will suspend for a moment. The gentleman is warned not to use vulgarities in this committee room, and the gentleman is warned to restrain from making attacks on the motivations of members.
Mr.
The
Chairman,
gentleman will proceed in order.
Chairman, I apologize for quoting your colleague.
Point of order.
No, Chairman, I apologize.
The gentle lady will state the point of order.
No, Chairman, I apologize for quoting your colleague. I won't quote her again. That's offensive to you.
You will refrain from questioning the motives of members.
So we're here because that was a promise that my colleague told the public was made, that we get to impeach Mayorkas. So this is the predicate to bring impeachment proceedings against the Secretary of Homeland Security, who just announced last week that daily unlawful border crossings are down sharply. Look, Kevin McCarthy may have the title of Speaker, but it's clear to me, because of this hearing today, he doesn't have the job. The job is by the person who's getting her dessert here today. I also think, Chairman, it's quite rich that the title of today's hearing is whether the law is being faithfully executed, because your principal witness was declared to have been an unlawful acting Secretary of Homeland Security.
There will be
And
no
on
disparaging
September
Chad Wolf. No, no, no.
2020 failed to honor his own subpoena, which puts him in good company because the chairman of our committee is 400 days into not honoring his own subpoena. But we're calling this hearing a question of whether the laws are being faithfully executed with the witness who didn't honor a subpoena, chaired by a committee chairman who did not honor his subpoena. Very rich. So my question, Mr. Reichlin-Mesnick, is considering that border crossings are down, we're trying our best with a party that doesn't want competence at the border, they want chaos, they want to declare there's open borders to try and incite people to come to the United States. Do you see grounds at all, any predicate that would summarize why an impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas would be justified?
Congressman, I'm not an expert on impeachment, but what I do know is that it's been 33 years since we last updated our legal immigration laws and 27 years since we last updated our asylum laws. We are operating a 20th century system, a system that in some cases came around before the World Wide Web. And it's not a surprise that in a 21st century global displacement crisis, the United States is struggling very hard to keep up. And so I think what this shows is that we need to fix and update our laws, give the system the resources it needs to work, and ensure that the DHS can actually carry out the laws in a way that today, in many ways, it struggles with.
Thank you. And I think the summary here is people want competence. They don't want chaos on immigration, on the debt ceiling, on anything else. I yield back.
Thank you. I think they also would like
I
to
don't know.
This concludes today's hearing. I want
Is
to
the
thank all
potato
my
in chief?
witnesses,
Is he
prepared before the
competent?
committee. I want to,
Let's get a vote.
apologize
How do I do a
behalf of the
poll
committee
on
for
this
the
thing?
attacks that were directed at several of our guests today.
Patriot Polywog, if I wasn't laugh crying earlier, I would have lost my mind this afternoon. So thank you for participating in my giggle fit. Oh my God. Here, just a second. What's that? Anybody else feel like that? Okay, so I wanted to show you this about 5 hours ago from Patriot Polywog. Thank you. Thank you. I try to make it bearable for all. I'm an equal opportunity, I don't know, entertainer. I don't know. It's been 7 hours now. Okay, so let's make sure you can read this. Here, I'll get rid of my head. It's a good thing I didn't wear mascara or my friggin' lips would be black. Oh, that's not very helpful either, is it? Okay, I'll just read it. Zoom in, maybe? Oh, hey, that's working. Okay. Congressman Clay Higgins, also known as MFH, introduced articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for his failure to secure the southern border, dereliction of duty, and wanton disregard for his constitutional oath. Fire, Mr. MFH. Okay, the two articles span 15 pages, which I haven't found yet, judiciously outlining Secretary Mayorkas' deliberate actions to transition DHS away from actual enforcement of law, disintegrate the operational control of our southern border, and secede. No, that's not secede. Isn't that spelled wrong? Maybe cede. U.S. sovereignty to criminal cartels. It's good that MFH has really great grammar. Okay, back to this. Further, the articles clearly document Secretary Mayorkas' abuse of Title VIII authority, which resulted in the unlawful release of hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, millions in fact, into the United States interior. Here's his statement. The founders intended that impeachment of a senior executive should require clear evidence of intentional, repeated, unconstitutional, or illegal actions that bring measurable injury to our republic, said Congressman Higgins, aka MFH. Secretary Mayorkas has long ago crossed that threshold. His arrogant disregard for the security and sanctity of the American people has been shocking to behold. I agree. I think that in my 62 years, so he's not that much older either. I've never met a more pompous, insidious man. I agree. I prepared the foundational post-it. Again, great grammar. Of these articles long ago, yet I have been prayerful that impeachment might not be required. I've given him fair warning to resign his position. Now he shall reap what he hath sown. Amen. Congressman Clay Higgins, aka MFH. That was good, wasn't it, Patriot Polywog? All right. Well, any questions, concerns, comments? Where's my face now? There's my face. My laugh cry face. I'm an ugly crier. so also an ugly cry laugher. You know, that happened to me the other day on Ian Runkle's show. So Ian Runkle, I don't know if you watch his channel. I'm gonna do a tweet and say of the following people, do you think Ian Runkle or Dana Carvey is gonna respond first? My vote is Dana Carvey will respond first. He usually responds pretty quick. And yes, the church lady, Dana Carvey, he follows me on Twitter. He laughs at me on occasion too, it's funny. What was I going to do? Oh, I know. First of all, I'm going to say goodbye to those of you on YouTube, because if I go off the, if I start wandering down a little path here, I don't want to get thrown in Twitter and YouTube jail. So if you're watching on Twitter, come and follow me on Crime Spies on Rumble. I'll put the link in the description. No, the link is in the description. So give me just a second. I'm going to remove you. Goodbye. Thank you for coming.